Hey everyone, and welcome to Bandai Card Games Fest in Las Vegas. Today we're going to be showing you everything you can do at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Las Vegas.
Ready to learn your new favorite tabletop game? Well, here at Bandai Card Games Fest in Las Vegas, we are running demos for the brand new Gundam Assemble tabletop game. I did the demos myself. I can tell you it's a blast, so stop by, try it yourself.
If you love gachas, especially here in Las Vegas, we've got a huge gachapon area with so many different titles. Collect some exclusive items or some fun items from your favorite IPs. We got Div over here working on the Demon Slayer. Let's see what he gets in here with his gachapon tokens. Perfect.
Come here to the demo area to be able to enjoy and learn some of the best in the Bandai card game catalog. From Union Arena to the Gundam card game, you'll be able to learn from end to end exactly how to play the games and get a promo card for your efforts.
And don't forget to check out the amazing displays and booths set up here at Bandai Card Fest. And let's see if you can beat my score.
And don't forget to come check out the retail area. And while you're here, come check out these phenomenal showcases across all of Bandai's different products. See amazing flashy cards, playmats, different alt arts, and everything that's come out in the last few years.
Whether you're out here competing in the main event or just here as general entry, make sure to come check out side events to get even more action of your favorite card games.
No matter your favorite game, come here to the photo op area where you'll be able to take pictures and bring your friends so that you can showcase your love for your favorite game.
And this is the main stage where you will see champions being crowned, products being revealed, and never before seen news right at you only at the Bandai Card Fest in Las Vegas.
And all of that is but a fraction of what you can expect to do here at Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 in Las Vegas. Show up, have a good time, play with your favorite cards, your favorite characters, and so much more.
And welcome everybody, as Div said, to Bandai Card Fest 25-26 in Las Vegas. It has been a phenomenal weekend so far. I'm excited to be here. I am Neighbor, and of course I have some wonderful people joining me here today.
DigiPanda here this morning again.
Yes, and here with the Gundam cast, we got a Spirit as well.
UniX.
And we're going to be talking about card games.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm glad that we got to start with that little bit of an intro because it's more than just card games. There's a reason this is Bandai Card Fest. It's not just Bandai Card bunch of tournaments. It's Bandai Card Fest. There's a whole bunch of stuff to do, whether you're a competitor, whether you were an aspiring competitor playing the LCQs, whether you just decided to come and hang out with your friends and play or support them while they play. There is a lot to do in the venue. So definitely take advantage of that if you're local, and if not, keep your eyes locked in because there is going to be a lot of action coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big celebration of the game, right? You're talking not only about the celebration in terms of the competitive, where oftentimes Card Fest will be the finals, where we get to crown some champions who will be going and representing North America here at the World Championship, but it's also across the Toy and Hobby Expo as well to showcase the different things of the IPs we all love, the demos, the showcases, the autograph signings, where some people get to meet the producers of the game for the very first time, some of which we met on stage yesterday as they presented some new news and announcements. So just the coming together, I think, is a big thing, and you can never take the people away from card games, and I think Card Fest are one of those things that really bring everyone together so that we can all enjoy and share what we enjoy in these card games.
Piggybacking right after that, it doesn't matter what games you play right now, what games you used to play. Card Fest is always an event where you can see all of your friends, all the people you used to travel with, the people you currently do travel with, and it's a cool little bit to just, like you said, sample everything. I personally play Gundam. I love Digimon, but I don't play it. I love One Piece, but I don't play it. But I get to see these cards and be like, is this the time I jump back into this game? Is this the time those display walls where they have the entire sets, that it's like the teaser of what's to come. So it really is cool to have every single game in one spot and everybody who plays it in that same spot.
This is also a good showcasing of all the efforts of all the players testing with their friends, their family. knowing what is working in the meta, what's not working in the meta, but it's also a good time to see, the different toys and how people love to collect these kinds of things too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to circle back to what you were saying, you might not play One Piece or Digimon right now. You play Gundam, but I don't know a single Bandai card game player who hasn't dabbled at least a little bit in one of the other ones. We've all at least gone to one local, played some tabletop with our friends. We have been hanging out playing these different games, and there's always the time where you can sit down, watch the finals, watch the rounds as they come out and say, maybe I try it again. Or at the very least, when you're watching, you're like, this is sick, and I am excited that these players are able to, compete at this caliber.
Especially with how kind of all the different games play, right? There are aspects, naturally, all being under the Bandai umbrella, there's definitely some similarities between some of the games, but how do they differ, right? I think something that I've always loved about the Digimon is the memory gauge system, right? And that's okay, there's so many different nuanced ways for me to extend my plays in ways that are a little bit different, like a resource-based game like Gundam. And so because of that nuance, there's definitely a different way to appreciate that game. You guys get to draw infinite cards, which I absolutely adore. So I think very few are there Bandai players who haven't touched in one way or another every Bandai game just to have tried it, have played it. And because there are those similar overlaps, it's actually not too bad to jump in at any point in time and be like, yeah, I'll give it a go, and feel like you can actually just jump into it.
And it's also fun seeing, when you have these other games, like we were saying, even if you play or don't play, you probably do have your favorite characters or archetypes because you have dabbled. I can tell you, when I see Mihawk on screen, I get to lean forward. I want to see what it's doing. When I see any sort of Ahilgermon, Imperial Germon, that's when I'm locked in. So I'm it's cool to see all these things on screen. It's cool to see returning archetypes that you may have dabbled with before. But it really is just an experience like no other when it comes to how many different just aspects are wrapped into one event.
I also do like that they have so much flavorful effects that come from the shows or the source material, and that's so, what's it called, loyal to the original storyline, that when you play it, you feel like you're actually replaying the story itself.
Flavor Town.
Yeah, I mean, even all the way back with Set 1 Digimon, right? Omnimon could clear all the Diabormons if your opponent decided to play the token deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And every game is so faithful that it feels like even if you haven't played the game yet, but maybe, I watch a little bit here and there, it makes sense when you're playing those cards. I think that adds to the ability to drop in, drop out, or pick it up whenever it comes. It really does feel like you hit that Shinka, whenever Pyldramon comes on board, that guy is ready to go. And as well as I feel like, it's just good to see, I've never seen a card game player who doesn't like the Gashapon. We've got the Gunpla for the Gundam fans. If you're a fan of Gundam, you might like the card game and you play it because of that, but you also like the Gunpla. But if you kind of want to see what we've got in store, we've got a schedule to throw up, see kind of what's going on throughout the day. We are going to start off with a little bit of that Gundam, expecting some Digimon afterwards. And then, of course, after our early top cut rounds, we are going to be able to hit, as well as, a Union Arena panel. We had a couple of panels yesterday with some more information. And then we get into the finals. We got those trophy ceremonies. We get to crown some champions. So this is the place to be. If you're at home, make sure get a little bit of a drink. Make sure that you're comfortable because you don't want to get up from your seat.
No, I mean, these are the best players in North America. They prove their mettle, some of which have broken through from the LCQ, which that in its own right is a journey to break it through into Swiss, into Top Cut, to now fight their way through, not only for the beautiful trophies, but to see who will represent their continent on the world stage.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
I can tell you, as a competitor, there is no better feeling than to look back at the end of an event run and know that every minute of your testing, of your planning, your retoolings, reteching your deck, it made sense, it translated, and you can say for the rest of your life that, hey, you were the best in the nation. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. When that one-of that you put in comes up
and it actually pays off,
and it saves you, it's always the best feeling in the world. And I'm expecting to see quite a bit of that, of these players who have teched their decks for the particular meta. Of course, there's people who have come with the expected best deck because they think they're going to be better than everybody else who is bringing it. And I think they're going to be able to take most advantage of the rules, the format that we are playing in.
Absolutely. As we jump into the Gundam, Top Cut is slightly different from what we saw in Swiss. It'll now be a best 2 out of 3, which means the players need to win 2 of 3 games in an allotted 60-minute time frame. They'll also have 10 minutes of additional time and extra turns. So this does differ a little bit from what we saw in Swiss, which was about half of that time and best of 1. So one of the big difference here, time management will be a big component of what these players are playing out for. And of course, now we're talking in top 16 pricing. So every player that is playing here today will be walking away with this gorgeous top 16 RX 78 playmat, which of course is the same art that we'll be seeing in the bronze, silver, and gold championship cards, which are absolutely gorgeous. And if you think they are gorgeous on this digital screen, oh, you can't wait to see them in person.
Yeah, wow. I need to make a clone of myself so I can compete and be on this stage because these, I'm blown away. I am blown away. When we get to this trophy ceremony and we get to see these things, I'm a singular tear might shed because these are beautiful. These are absolutely beautiful, and it's the iconic RX 78. Like, we are just, this is peak.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's phenomenal here. And here we do have a breakdown of top 16. So a lot of what we are expecting, as we had talked about our predictions over yesterday, blue, purple, pink, Tekkadan, massively popular deck, was one of the most represented decks we saw in the LCQ in Swiss. And naturally, those numbers seem to have made way as we see 11 blue purple decks break their way here into this top cut, and then we have a smattering of other decks, a mixture of control decks and tempo decks as well here, as we do see red white control, we see some green white wing, we have some Dynamis aggro, which is very interesting, a nice evolution of the blue green aggro deck here, and then we have a red blue control deck.
And it's very interesting to see that while we did think that, you know, purple-blue Tekkadan was going to be a massive force at this event, the other decks that got through the top 16 are all decks that can take advantage of these low HP thresholds that this deck tends to put out. Whether you have red-white control playing out blockers and using ping damage to clear the board and stabilize, green-white mid-range being able to do quite a few things to those lower bodies, or the other ping-based decks that are allowed to just kind of wreak havoc on those low HPs. The green-blue kind of Dynamis, one-year war kind of like aggro deck has a lot of resting and being able to attack active mode units, allowing it to really cut down the board so it doesn't get overwhelmed while pressing through damage.
Yeah, 100%. And here we've got the deck highlight for the blue-purple deck. The deck aims to be an aggressive strategy, very similar to what we've seen from decks like One Year War previously, and was actually a deck that was just on the verge, some would say, of a Tier 1 status in the GD02 format. GD03 has introduced a couple of new pingers in Barbados Adept, as well as Lupus as a nice top end there, giving the deck just enough ping to be able to reach that max capacity of being able to clear boards, apply pressure. Of course, you've got the blue side of the deck with the Amro, which will be able to open up the way, and then you've got RX78 there as a means to be able to push damage, being able to give everything on board a +1 AP to help break bases, able to apply pressure, and of course clear the way. So it's a very versatile strategy. It has card draw, and it has more means to be able to enable that card draw. Previously, you used to have to really rely on that Mikazuki with the Barbados first form to be able to self-ping. Now with the Adept, you have more means to be able to apply that pressure as we look into our predictions here. Unfortunately, no blue-white control, so unfortunately I think Theo is out of contention here, but I do have my one-wing warrior as my prediction to potentially be able to make it out here. As I think, Spencer, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
I mean, look, there's a lot of IBO in there, and you know what? This might be a bit of a stretch, but the two red-white controls both run the G-Quux card, so I'm taking that. I'm taking that as a partial dub. I think my predictions were spot on. But no, we have a lot of good tech today at the top tables, and it really is exciting to see GDO3 come out and immediately impact the game. It's with all the decks that are in the top 16, whether it's Barbados Adapt and Lupus really pushing blue and blue-purple into like a better spot, whether it's like cards like Improved Technique really pushing red out there, Providence Gundam, G-Quux as top ends, or whether it's Dynamis making, you know, green-blue just a more viable threat. GDO3 and the starter decks that came with it really did impact the meta, and that's what we all like to see. We love to see our new sets shifting the game, competitively.
Yeah, I think it's surprising. I think because we're all to a decent level aware that like Blue Eye Control not in top 16 at all, which is huge when you consider that Blue Eye Control has been like a pivotal deck since all the way in the beta format. It would pivot the top ends, used to play Unicorn. We've seen regional winners with Epion, and a lot of hype behind the Jupiter's package with Dio, but it seems like the aggro this time around really just kind of pushed through. And seems to be kind of where the format is. I mean, if we include the 11 blue, purple, pink decks, we've got the lock-on aggro decks. I mean, that's a composition of almost 80% aggro, so very aggressive format this time around.
And as it turns out, drawing cards is only good if you can also play those cards. So
Absolutely.
you could have a full hand, but you know, if you don't have the resources to utilize everything there, then it's not as good as when you have that aggro pressure where every card is impactful, even if you don't have a full grip.
And one thing that's a little, like, I think impactful as well is that all of these aggressive decks currently aren't just turn your card sideways decks. You're having the green-blue Dynamis deck being able to attack actives, rest cards, attack over there, so they're clearing board while they're pressing. You have the purple-blue Tekkadan deck that's adding so much ping damage that your 2/2s can attack and destroy sometimes 5 HP or what was once 5 HP, you know, bodies. And so all these decks are destroying boards while progressing their game plan. And especially when it comes to decks like the blue-white Titans Jupiter's deck, they need to level up into a board. The board needs to have Jupiter's cards on it to be able to go into the O and have a successful, like, waltz. You have to be able to make that board presence. And these decks are very good at taking away that board presence while damaging you. And so it's very interesting that while these are aggressive decks, I wouldn't necessarily call them, like, I would feel like they're almost more tempo than aggro because they are so much utility weaved into these effects that allow them to do more than just attack. And so that's a huge thing. It's a lot of interaction. I like that.
Yeah.
That's the exact type of thing I loved to see in one of my favorite Digimon decks of all time, and I'm going to give content warning to some who maybe didn't love this deck in its heyday, but I'm a big fan of Numemon and Monzemon as a deck. I know that it was around for a while, but it gave me a lot of the same energy of, you know, you build your board not too high, but a little bit wide, and you're controlling the board while you do a little bit of chip damage and present a situation that's difficult for your opponent to answer.
Yeah.
So I really like that style.
In a similar vein, for me, which gave me that vibe, if we're going to stick to the Digimon for a little bit, it was Blue Hybrid. And
Yeah.
specifically the
Of
stun
course, it's
variation.
Blue Hybrid. Of course.
I'm like, all right, I'll tempo you out. I've got these really cool effects. Well, cool. that is able to keep you down and apply pressure. So I do love me a tempo strategy, but it's definitely one of the more, I think, controversial, depending on
Yeah.
which side of the table you're sitting
At
on.
this point, there's so many new Digimon players that when you say Blue Hybrid, they might think you're talking about Ancient Garurumon. I've had people call Ancient Garurumon Blue Hybrid, and I just like,
Hold up.
we're not in the same conversation.
So is this what Boomer Digimon is like?
And I
yeah.
realize I'm old. We've been around for a while.
Yeah, like
I'm
my-
talking about my favorite deck that was around 2 years ago, and here we are.
I do remember coming downstairs from a hotel one time, and, you know, people practice in the lobby, and I looked at a table, and I kid you not, there were 6 separate games on the table, and 5 of them had the same deck between both players, and I was like, what is going on? Blue Hybrid. I said, okay, it's like that.
That was the format.
It was
Yeah.
very powerful. That was also, a deck that could really take advantage of tech, and I think that's a thing that is prevalent in any powerful deck. That any driving force is not only is it strong on its own merit, but the engine. I mean, you were talking about this yesterday. When a deck can have its engine be compact, you have room for powerful tools that let you fight everything else that's trying to come your way. So Blue Hybrid was certainly a deck that could do that. Not going to see much of that this weekend, of course, but that's kind of, I'm imagining a similar thing with this purple-white, right?
Well,
Yeah. Please, by all
Oh, okay. See, we're gentlemen over here. We go back and forth. Like, the thing about blue-purple is, or purple-blue more like, is it isn't quite an archetypal deck. It does have the Tekkadan archetype, but really the main theme that ties everything together is the ping damage. So you have things like Gundam and Amuro, and the resting to being able to attack over units that you just rested and have the repair. You have things like Angsha and Gun Tank, which will ping like units that are in rest mode. But then the IBO stuff all definitely pings. It all comes together. It's very close to being a good card deck with the ping effect prevalent through everything, but it also is a little bit of an archetypal deck. But because of that, you are just putting the best cards around it. You start off with, you know, your Mikazuki, Barbatos core. You have to have Gundam and Amuro. You put ping around that, and then all of a sudden it's what cards work best around that. Well, let's throw in some Show of Resolve so we don't quite gas out yet. Let's throw in this, let's throw in that. And then you get a very good deck that doesn't really need to draw in sequence. And that's the other thing about non-archetypal decks. They don't need to draw a certain card into a certain card into a certain card. They need to draw just a composite of curve. And as long as they have that, they're ready to go. So there's less missteps. There's less, oh, this is unplayable, let me mulligan. And that also leads to consistency, which is very important over the course of a long tournament. It's not just a 4-round locals. This is 6, 7, 8 rounds, and that will actually show out. If your deck is doing the same thing it's supposed to do 5 out of 6 games, you are going to probably translate well. It is what it is.
I feel like that's a thing that's consistent across all card games that I've seen, especially most of the Bandai card games that I've watched, is the deck with the highest ceiling is often not the deck that takes home the tournament because they also have low lows. Usually when you hit all of the pieces in sequence, one after another, you draw them at the right time, that ceiling is massive. But it's the decks that don't have to see everything every time that usually come out on top, the ones that will always see a usable piece and be able to push forward their game plan. That's kind of the important thing that you like to see out of a deck.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be able to do your thing every single game. As we go here over to the players who are getting ready to play, and something to be mindful of as we go into these top 16s is, of course, best 2 out of 3. That gives players the opportunity to be able to adapt in games 2 and 3 to what their opponent is doing, but also Top Cut is an open decklist format. So, you know, we're talking about the tech cards, and that's the pivot you have to make in mindset, knowing that, okay, in Swiss, I can get my opponent on surprise. They're not entirely sure what I'm on. These tech cards they not be expecting. But now that the players have that knowledge, that information, it's like, okay, how do I combat what my opponent is doing? They're teched in this certain way. How do I play to not fall trap into the certain things that they are doing? And it's a different type of mentality. Not only are you in top 16, and then there's the pressure of being watched by the entire world, by, you know, playing it out with the stakes on the line, which there are 2 missions today. First missions for at least for Gundam, the first mission, make it to the semifinals. You make it to the semifinals, you secure your qualification for the World Championship. Then second mission, become the best in North America.
Absolutely.
Right? And those are 2 things, and it's like, okay, how do I manage that pressure? How do I analyze what my opponents are doing every single round when I go into it, looking at that decklist sheet to understand how do I beat the matchup? And how do I pilot that to a level of consistency that'll see me through from top 16 to the finals?
And going into this matchup, I do have to say, this is the only time I'm going to bring it up. We have one of the gentlemen that was playing in the final round yesterday for Gundam, piloting blue-purple Barbatos, purple-blue Barbatos. But then on the other end, you have this green-white wing 00, like very teched out wing deck that's able to try to compete with everything. And there's a lot of change that happened, a lot of tech that was put into this deck to make sure that they could survive all these rounds. Now, I don't have a horse in this race, but I do have to say that Peter is an East Coast champion, and we go to the same locals. So I'm excited to see him at this top table, and let's see how this game plays out.
Yeah, as the game fires off here, it looks like we had Peter going second there with the EX resource there on the bottom. Does tech in some Zakus, which you see sometimes the wing decks wanting to be a little bit more aggressive and apply pressure early on, but you know you're against an aggro deck, so you might be utilizing it here more as a board control tool early on. We do see the gym from Chris over there as he goes into his 3rd turn. 3 resources open. 2 open for Peter. No play following the Zaku. Unfortunately, looks like he may not have found any blockers. We're going to swing here with the gym for that 2 damage. And we'll see what Chris follows that up with, which is the Barbados first form and pass.
Very strong start for Chris. Peter is going to be able to, if he needs to, use the Zaku to break the EX space. That at least allows you to get some of your blockers in there. But we are seeing the Sword Strike in Kira, which is a crazy combination here, mainly because you're going to be able to minus the 2 AP on the GM, getting over it without dealing any damage, and then bouncing the Barbatos, which did not have a Mikazuki. I mean, we weren't at the correct resources, but you are bouncing the Barbatos, which is a complete reset on tempo, while the Zaku was able to crack the EX base. That was a complete reversal of momentum of the board, and that is, oof.
Yeah, that's huge, especially since Sword Strike does two things, right? Now Sword Strike's in a position where it can apply pressure, which is what Wing wants to do. It doesn't want to spend a whole lot of time closing out the game once it gets to a board control position. It wants to be able to close out in a couple of turns. Sword Strike being able to apply that pressure while bouncing the board back. And here, Chris's only response is, do I have a link play to be able to punish that? We do see the Mikazuki. He's like, okay, do I want to waste my Mikazuki getting rid of the Sword Strike? But if I don't get rid of the Sword Strike, I'm -1 unit card on board on tempo every single turn, and he's still got the Zaku that he's punching into me with. So now Peter here in just the first couple of turns has done an amazing job at flipping the script on who's the beatdown. And now Chris has to potentially play the board control game, which you can do with Ping, but at 4 resources, not a ton of opportunity to be able to do that with a ton of cards. Could set himself too far back. So we're gonna have to see how Chris responds to this.
Correct. Sword Strike is a 4 HP right now with Kira under it, which is a very hard threshold to hit with Ping, especially with this few resources. Now, the hard part is he has to do something with this Sword Strike, and we're seeing it right here. We're getting a good clear of the Zaku with the Ping, and then we're trading with the Sword Strike Kira, because it was actually bricking Chris's hand to have that Sword Strike on the board. I saw a Corsica base that would have its token just eradicated. There are a bunch of units that can't link. He's got more Mikazukis, but he had to trade that entire field. But we're seeing a Rick Diaz come down and a pass. This is a good back and forth match to start off the day.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Peter's so comfortable, right? He's like, okay, yeah, you spent your whole turn doing that, but I still have my EX base. I went into my turn on an open board. We got 2 resources open. That could be anything like an unforeseen or anything like that. So, in a position where like, okay, I'm not getting beat down too hard. I'm starting to get into these higher energy, higher resource plays. So I could potentially be going for like an AL strike next turn. As here we do see Chris go for the Corsica base, first one that has been played. So we do see the Tall Geese there, but that's okay. I mean, Peter's in a position now where like you could go for like a lock-on turn, and that would be like devastating right here, because it would essentially be for free lock-on Dynamis, of course, being able to attack actives, which potentially I think we might be seeing here. No, it looks like we just go for the AL with the hero to be able to bounce a token. That'll get rid of it for good, but lots of opportunity here to make plays, clear out the boards. We do see another Mikazuki here in Chris's hand, so he needs to be, if he wants to utilize that to get the draw, he can, but it does look like we might get a Barbados draw in this turn as we pass back over to Chris's turn.
And right now, one of the things that's kind of going on is it looks like it's super back and forth, because it is. But when it comes to these two decks, every turn that they reset each other's board is technically in the favor of Peter, whose top in is indeed Wing Gundam 0. If the game goes on too long, he has access to a top in that will essentially clear the board every time it comes out and be unremovable by the ping damage that comes from Chris's deck. So we're seeing the Barbatos go in, and we're just going to lose the EX base. Peter deciding not to trade with the Rick Diaz. And then Chris is taking this turn where there hasn't been too much pressure on him to try to replenish the hand to come back even stronger the following turn.
Yeah, so here, very interesting here. Naturally, there were block options here for Peter, but just saying, you know what, the EX base is fine. I've got that underground in hand that I can just play out next turn. That's going to be able to draw me a card. And I don't want to put my stuff in range to be, if I block with the Rick Diaz, now it's 1 damage away from being pinged by like an Angsha or a gun tank or something. I want my AL strike to be as healthy, or my AL to be as healthy as possible. So just saying, you know what, I'm not going to play into this. The EX base is not that big of a deal. I'm going to have means to be able to keep controlling the board as we draw a striker pack, which means we could potentially give ourselves another 2/4 blocker if we really wanted there. We do see that EX base into the draw, and then it's like, how do we defend ourselves? So we've seen a lot of our defensive pieces. Peter doing an excellent job of being able to stave off any real aggression this early on. And now the question is, will Peter start seeing top end? You can only control the board for so long until you start playing your bombs. We do see the swing with the Ale here, which is surprising. We do see the trade with the Rick, and it looks like we are just going to replenish our border blockers as we go into the Rick, and then we pay 1 more for... Okay, I think this is the Dynamis.
The Breach Dynamis right here. And this is interesting because we, like Aspira was saying, we are seeing the trades. The Rick Diaz immediately checks the Hakuren, and that's going to be kind of a big issue. But that Dynamis is threatening as well. If anything goes sideways, a lot, like I said before, a lot of the Tekken deck has low HP thresholds. Sometimes they're like things like Barbatos Adept don't go up too high either. So there is an opportunity that the board gets cleared with some forward damage due to breach next turn. But right now, the one thing I am kind of seeing that could be particularly an issue is that Peter is running out of cards in hand. And like Aspira said, if he doesn't draw his top end, there is a chance for a deck like this purple-blue that has Shows of Resolve, that has Mikazuki and Barbados First Forms, to draw out of this dead zone of advantage and then overwhelm him. So this is a pretty tight space of the game. The next couple turns are going to be very important to see what comes off the top of the deck for both players.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Chris, having already fired off a Show of Resolve, has another one in hand. And I think Peter recognizes that, right? That's why we saw the Ale swing here. It's like, I just need to start applying pressure. This, I have the damage to be able to clear a base now, which might make itself a little bit more annoying in the future. We are going to see the swing with the Hyakurin here with the block of the Reiki Diaz for the trade. And, okay, at first I thought, like, wait, we're passing? But, like, Chris could comfortably just overflowing effect, or could Show of Resolve once more, play a couple of bodies out on turn, and still feel like it could be a threatening position if Peter doesn't see too much. We do know that we have the Striker Pack in hand, so we do have an additional blocker if we need be, but 3 cards in hand is not a whole lot. That said, Dynamis could put in a decent amount of work depending on what happens, but it does look like we're just going to fire off the Link Mikazuki here with the ping on the Dynamis, and then presumably a swing and a draw.
Correct. It's kind of interesting because looking at Chris's hand, I did see you have this Barbatos, you have the Mikazuki, you have an Amuro, you have an Angsha, Show of Resolve. He actually, most of his hand doesn't move quite yet. And so this is a good play just to get some bodies on the table, deciding what to do with it. It's not going to clear the base, so going into the Ale Strike, it at least gets him a draw and then trades. As I said before, late game, Lupus coming down makes all of these trades into fuel. But it is kind of interesting how Chris does need to draw some applicable threats to put on board to back his hand, because a lot of his hand does not actually move. I think that's with Iron and Blood as well, a Mikazuki, a Show of Resolve, an Amuro. I think Angsha and maybe one more card may be the only body he has in hand. You want to get the max value out of Angsha, but at some point you have to pull the trigger on deciding whether or not a body is just more important than saving the effect on play at the right moment.
Yeah, there could definitely be a call here to just go for the tempo Angsha and the tempo. I think it's a Hyakurin in hand. So yeah, so there we do see the 4-3 come down. And what are we going to do with the remaining 2? Unfortunately, that is an awkward position. We do need a 3rd for the Show of Resolve. So if we want to be able to tempo out another body, the only real option now is definitely on Angsha. But we are starving for units right now. We have a lot of tech in hand. We have a lot of pilots. But we need stuff to be able to do with those pilots. I believe that's our 3rd Mikazuki at this point.
And it is also a scary position to be in, because if you play this Angsha out, you have to realize that he could draw into a lock-on and just erase one of your board, dealing a damage. And so you're kind of just wondering whether you're giving him fuel just to attack on, or whether or not you're setting yourself up for another turn. He opts not to play the Angsha. He feels like that's going to be important later, to maybe get rid of something. And to be fair, attacking with a Dynamis to give something, to breach over something, does put it in a position to have something happen. We did get a Fatal Strike out of Shields, dealing a singular damage over to the Dynamis, which again sets it up heavier to be hit with something like an Angsha later. I think it only has is it 3 or 4 HP?
4.
4 HP. So
yeah,
we're getting there.
Yeah, so it's a 4/4 with breach, and then it does look like we're just gonna rip out the Striker Pack for the 2/4 blocker, and then that'll be a pass here. So Peter, at that end game now, we are in a position where we can be dropping down wing zeros, star deck wings, what have you. So just needs to find the opportunity to be able to play it by drawing into it. So applying pressure, technically still the beat down, but Chris does have that Show of Resolve in hand, which at any point can give a big refuel and potentially just dump 2 to 3 bodies on turn and represent damage here. But that 6 HP base, I mean, those 6 HP bases, man, I'm telling you, they do work at just being like, man, it is just significantly more annoying for me to have to deal with this. At the moment, the only real way for Chris to do so would be to throw a pilot on that Hyakurin, because very few Link plays even in the deck outside of like Gramps situations with RX-78 really open up a way to cleanly get rid of that base in one swing. And that's not even including the fact that, we have this 2/4 blocker that could just block it.
Yes, he does, though, tech the with Iron and Blood. And so there is just the room for him to attack the base. And if Peter doesn't respond to anything, he just activates it, pings himself a damage, goes up 3 AP, and then the base is gone. So there's a lot of different checkpoints for interaction in this turn.
But Peter does know that his opponent is running
Correct.
with Iron and Blood.
But that's where the mind games come in. Because when you have that open deck list, and I know you know my tech, I can attack and just see how you respond. It's very interesting. I know it seemed like if I were on this board right now as Peter, I'd be sweating because we saw his hand. He does not have the top end in it, but there's a chance every turn to draw into it. And like next turn, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he one turn off from playing Wing Zero?
I think he can just rip it on his next turn.
So yeah, that would turn this game around immediately.
Yeah. Show of resolve here from Chris, drawing those additional cards. I mean, the hand disparity here is huge. So the big question here for Chris, they're kind of on the flip side. Peter's like, man, I want to see my top end. And Chris is like, man, I want to see units.
Well, I think that's the scariest part about this. Seeing where his resource count is, Chris has to be aware that anything he commits to the board right now in his hand could potentially be taken by one card. So do you press the advantage, or do you set yourself up to get a 1-for-4 blowout?
Yep, here we do see the grays, but we do go right into another link of the Barbados first form with Mikazuki here.
Now that Angsha's live.
Yeah, Angsha will be able to get that damage, get rid of this Dynamis, and now we've got a 3-size board. But again, like you're saying, one top deck. It makes this feel so much worse. You could eat the block here, might as well, right? I mean, save your base as long as you can. Depending on what the top deck is, you'd end up having like a weak blocker if you ended up having to Wing Zero here, and then it'd be like at 1 HP anyways. But we do see the swing with the Hyakunin here to get that 4 damage on the base before we pass it back over to Peter. See what his top deck is. I think that was a Peace Million.
Yes, a little bit of stall, but it is what it is.
Hey, but we do have the Alt Art Wing Zero here, and that's what we're talking about. Chris knowing that this was an option and the blowout potential being real, and now Peter in a commanding position where it's just going to take a lot of effort for Chris to deal with the Wing Zero now. So now it just ends up potentially even just being a race of like, okay, well, can I deal damage fast enough? And if not, is there something I can do? Whereas this Wing Zero is just going to very comfortably start swinging every single turn without even having a pilot. Having that big 7 HP is not nothing for this deck to have to deal with.
Yes, and I didn't clock that Alt-Art Wing Zero, so I guess Peter was not sweating. He was waiting. But now we're about to see just this is where the race begins. Because now that Wing Zero is hit, there are some decks that can deal with this. There are some decks that can effectively trade with this. This is not one of them.
Yep, and with that, and Peace Million in hand, meaning that you can now heal on your swings, which Peter probably not too uncomfortable having to do that anyways, because it'll draw him an additional card without having to burn. And I think I saw a white card there, but we do see the Peace Million here. Going to be able to draw a hero duty.
Not like
huge. But we do just go into the Kira here for the swing, get that -2 AP, and of course we will get the heal with the Peace Million as well. So keeping this Wing Zero incredibly healthy.
And this is crazy in my opinion, because you are putting the Kira under Wing Zero. You are attacking, reducing basically what Amuro gave in stats. So now Wing Zero is a 3 AP card, or not Wing Zero. Gundam is a 3 AP card. Wing Zero attacks over it. Peace Million activates, giving 2 HP back. And I'll take getting rid of RX-78 for 1 HP.
Chris here deciding, yeah, you know what, this will be when I fire off this Iron and Blood to try to get as much damage on this Wing Zero as possible. So here's the 4 damage, I think, when everything's said and done between the healing and everything, which does still leave this Wing Zero at, what, 4 HP with the Kira, which is quite a bit, but not impossible for Chris to be able to deal with here, as he currently has a 2-3 and a 2-2 on board. I think we've used every single Mikazuki we have, so you know, Chris here may be looking for an adept to be able to swing those additional draws, but we're at a point now where Chris might just have to start flooding the board and hoping for the best.
This is true. Now, with Barbatos on board, we only need to see one more card to be able to kind of go off. And, that was one heck of a card. We are getting Barbatos 4th form to be, 6th form to be able to attack our King Barbatos. Yep, he get the draw, trade with the Wing Zero. Excellent tempo.
Yeah, I am a 4th form believer. I know a lot of people aren't, but I'm like, you know what, a tech 1 or 2 of 4th form, it just gets that ping. Sometimes it'll get that suppression as well. I think I'm a big fan here as we also go into the rebake here which will be able to provide a little bit of defense. We'll see what the draws are. Oh, no! And the draw pass, unfortunately, full hand of, I think it's nothing but bases and pilots here, and that's not the situation you want to see. You know, any top end here could move this game for Peter, but unfortunately, you know, this could be a pivotal turn where it's just comeback after comeback, especially as we see the Corsica base here for the double Leo tokens.
That is huge. The Gushon actually being able to ping Barbatos 6th form, Barbatos 6th form suppression. Actually, no, suppression not live. What did Gushon ping on his side of the board?
Not entirely sure here, but we're just going to go for the full swing here as we do lose another wing 0 here from Shields. Rebake swing, we lose a Dynamis, and then that'll just be a pass down to 1 shield here for Peter. Pay the 1. I think we're just praying for this to give us a wing 0. Did we see it? No, I believe that's just a Rick Diaz. Very unfortunate here. So many opportunities here for Peter to make this comeback. We'll see what he does. Does pay the, does go into the starter deck wing, does have the link for it. Will be able to clear something off board, but is that enough? You're gonna have to, you gotta get rid of that, and then does breach over for the base, but then that's just gonna be a blocker and pray.
That's that is rough. I do think there was a, because the die wasn't put down. I don't think Gushon actually pinged anything on his board, because I thought he was going to give or activate the suppression for Barbatos and then just like move from there.
High pressure situations, these things will come and go. We'll have to see, and then we do have, does that base rest the Rick Diaz?
Nail not anymore. Not anymore. There was a moment.
Good call here on Peter to be able to keep that in, to keep that, you know, as healthy as possible, to be able to potentially rest here. 1 resource, 1 card in hand, a 4/5 blocker here from Peter, but I believe we still, I can't remember if we still have an Amuro in hand. I have to double check, but yes, we do still have the Amuro. That's going to be the rest of the Rick Diaz here. Break into the base, and then that's going to be swing Chris taking this first game over Peter, but of course it is a best 2 out of 3. So we'll see if there's a potential for a comeback here. But Chris doing a wonderful job of seeing that opening and just breaking through and fighting through. And that's the thing with these, you know, high cost control decks, these boss monster decks. Sometimes you just see too much of the wrong half of the deck at the wrong time, especially when you don't have card draw. I'd have to double check on Peter's list, but you know, does he run overflowings? And if does, he doesn't see those. That doesn't give him the card quality he needs. So this is one of those things where advantage played a huge portion of the game here, being able to outdraw on a huge number here on Chris's side, giving him the advantage he needed to be able to present the board that he did.
Correct. And we do know that, like, of course, variance is a deal. Of course, you have a teched out list on the green-white side. Something that we did have to kind of see, though, it is going to happen. It is going to happen. Decks are built a way to be played in a certain way. Chris saw 2 Show of Resolves, 3 Mikazukis, and 3 different copies of Barbatos 4th form. The hand disparity between the 2 players was always a massive gap, because Chris was able to stay with a healthy hand to keep playing out threats the entirety of that game. And so that was a commanding, like, finish. Like, and it only took 1 stumble, a singular turn of not having a relevant play, for Peter to be completely blown out of that game.
Yeah, and I think Peter ran the beginning really well, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, great tempo plays with the sword, decided to swing the, you know, who's the beatdown on the matchup very early on, which is a place aggro doesn't want to be, because it doesn't want to spend a bunch of turns trying to control board if it doesn't have to. So I think here we'll have to see how this game too, and this is what I love so much about best of 3, is the fact that we get the opportunity to be able to pivot, to make adjustments, and see, okay, well, you know, stumble draws happen. It's a card game, happens in any card game. But can we kind of balance out those RNG swings in these games 2 or 3? So it's very exciting. I mean, we saw kind of how many comeback opportunities happened, even in the Japan finals that happened this weekend. Lots of swings here as people were able to swing their way back from a first game loss into a third game comeback. We'll have to see if Peter's able to position himself there, or if Chris is going to go for a commanding 2-0 finish in this game.
That would be insane. Actually insane to see.
Here we have Peter starting first with Chris having the EX resource. Will be able to get down that Graze custom as we go into Peter's second turn. Not a ton of options available on turn 2 for these decks typically. So here we are just going to see a Zaku and pass, which I do like the Zaku as like, if you need to apply pressure, you can apply pressure. If we need to do some board control, you can do some board control. As we do see the swing here for 2 damage on the EX base, and then the setup of the Hyakuren.
Indeed.
At 3, we do now have the openings of being able to play an Elfrith or a Rick Diaz. Does look like we are just going to take this opportunity to be able to trade here, get rid of that Graze custom, and we are going to Rick Diaz to contest this Hyakuren.
Also circling back, I totally blanked. Gushon has to fulfill all of its targets. His board was clear when he played the Gushon. I completely forgot about that. But Fatal Strike getting rid of the Rick Diaz is huge tempo.
Yeah, massive there, being able to keep that Hyakuren. Now Peter on the back foot. Looks like we are just going to launch again here with the sword, with the Link. Massive here.
Yes.
Get rid of the Hyakuren, tempo out, and get rid of that gem back to the hand here.
It's crazy how well that singular Link has aged.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's great tempo. You can apply pressure. Even in, like, if you're both trying to fight to be who's the aggro, sword does a ton because it's always setting you back a unit turn per turn per turn. The 2 damage there is pretty significant, right? I think Sword Strike is a 3 HP at its base, so now it's got 2.
Yes.
2 ping damage is not that hard to do here.
Say, it's incredibly easy.
Yeah, so here's the adapt, and then here's the gun tank to be able to fire off and clean that off. But Peter is just holding off until he can play his top end. And next turn, we can play even more blockers. We got another Rick Diaz, we got the Striker pack, and we're getting to a position where we can get that late game as we do draw into that lock on here. We're going ahead and fire the Rick Diaz and presumably the Striker pack.
Just making sure that we can, like you said, hold on until these larger drops happen. We're still in a weird pinch space. Now, this is actually pretty cool because of the 1 damage on Barbatos Adept, Rick Diaz can actually take it in a block without needing to die itself. And then Chris would have to come up with another card to deal that 1 damage or sacrifice another body. But this is still pretty safe for both of them. No EX base is kind of rough for Peter because these bodies can just go sideways and whatever hits. But still pretty early in the game.
Yeah, I believe Peter is well set up for next turn. He's got Ale with a pilot. He's got lock on, so if he wants, he can Ale lock on. I believe he also has the Dynamis, so he could Dynamis lock on if he really wants to. Here, we'll take this 2 block here, take 2 damage here on the 2/4 token with the Adept and the gun tank still alive. Chris looking at his hand, debating his options as an Amuro has a Corsica base. He could fire off the Corsica base. As an aggro deck, you don't necessarily mind just like wasting the X base if necessary to be able to draw that additional card. And I think that is what Chris has decided here. We go for the Corsica, it'll be our first one. And so this Tallgeese token is going to make its way on the board as well.
Yes, the difference between this game and last game is very clear. Before, Chris knew that whatever he was playing, the moment he got a gap turn, he could start replenishing his hand. This time, we don't see any shows, if I'm not mistaken, and we don't see the same amount of draw and filter that he had before. So he's going to have to actually scrap for this board advantage because once things go, oh, there is a show, my bad. So there is a show right there, but this hand is still not as liquid like in terms of filter and draw as it was before. So he's got to make the most out of his board because once it's gone, it's pretty much gone.
Yep, he has to be cognizant that he has about 2 or 3 turns of being able to establish his boards for quote-unquote free before Peter starts dismantling it with things like Wing Zero. Here we do see the Amuro, rest the Rick, and then the question is, do I apply pressure or do I start cleaning up the board? And it looks like we are going to go for face, so there's Wing Zero.
Big hit.
And then debating on the gun tank here.
Neither of those cards, the Adept or the Gun Tank, could attack past Rick Diaz, so this is a just premium turn to get in some cheap damage before you're locked out of being able to swing with those 2 cards again.
Yep, Elfrith here for the swing and pass. 3 cards on board for Chris. We've got 4 shields here for Peter. Still has defensive board, can contest everything on board at the moment if he really wants to, which could be smart, right? Prevents you. They're like you proactively blocked almost if you go ahead and do this. Naturally, you do put some damage on that Rick Diaz, but you're probably somewhat okay with that. And it looks like we are going to opt into the Ale play here. So Ale lock on, get rid of the token for quote-unquote free. And it's nice because, of course, you're in that 6 HP range, which means you won't be able to get Omroad as well. Very interesting here on the pass, but of course, you swing your 2 on a, 2-3, I think, or 3-3. So at the moment, you just eat that as a block, and then you figure out a way to deal with it the next turn. as Chris here will fire off that Show of Resolve and get some cards in hand to be able to figure out what to do next. As I think that's a Fatal Strike and then in front of his hand, which...
You just draw Mika.
Yeah, it's pretty solid here.
I think?
Double
Yeah.
pings could be very annoying here for Peter as it gets rid of a couple of cards on board. Thankfully, that Ale is very healthy. We do see the Anksha there, so there is an opportunity to be able to get rid of that Rick Diaz.
Yep, Mika, Amuro, Angsha, Nail Argama, and I think a Fatal Strike there. This is a precarious place for Peter just because of the fact that 2, as we discussed before, 2 or less HP is easy. It's a light work for a Tekkanen-based deck. So nothing on his board but the AL actually has much like purchasing power for staying here. But
Yeah.
there goes the Rick Diaz.
Unfortunately, though, Chris wants units. He's got a lot of tech in hand.
It's
So the
true.
Fatal's helpful for sure because you can get rid of that token blocker at one point, or if Peter decides to play an Elfrith or something like that. That's a starter deck, I believe. I think that's an ST Wing. I don't know if we have the link. I'd have to double check on Peter's hand, but that could be huge here in terms of just applying pressure, getting that breach. And the attacking actives every single turn if the opponent doesn't deal with it, huge.
That was a very, very. I mean, there's not much else he could have done with just one resource, but that was a great breathing turn for Peter. I know he was very happy to see that Show of Resolve and then nothing else behind
Yes,
it.
sir. Looks like we are going to go into the ST Wing, which ST Wing, even if you don't link it, is like fine, right? Like you could just like play the Striker pack if you want here, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and shove a lock-on under it, making it huge. We love huge ST Wings here, and then we do have options here with those 2 resources if we wanted to be able to shove additional blockers there. But it looks like we are going to hold off on it and just pass, so playing very defensively. But, you know, now Chris is like, anything I play here, I think like actually 90% of the deck is just starting to get wrecked house by this wing, and that's just what it's so powerful at doing, while it's also dealing breach, so it's a fantastic board control body.
Yes, that wing, that starter deck wing was definitely Peter's claim to just scraping his way out of this weird kind of spot where he's being walked down. And the most important part about putting that lock-on under is lock-on is a +1/+2 pilot. He immediately wanted to take his wing 0 out of Amuro range because a Amuro RX-78 would just dive bomb most units that aren't wing 0. So he just wanted to make sure that his opponent couldn't just take that from him at any moment and that it's there next turn.
So lots of thinking in the tank here for Chris, because now he's like, okay, so now I'm in a position where I kind of get punished for establishing my board, but I'm also punished if I wait too long. Because, you know, Peter's got massive bodies on board. If I have to go wide, I get super punished by a wing 0 here. So the question is just how much can I commit? Does look like we go into the Adept and Mikazuki link, get that double ping, get rid of the blocker, but still have to figure out where do we fight through. Now, Peter only has a blocker, so technically even a swing and a block, and then you're still in a position where you can get 2 shield damage, which is not a terrible place to be, which presumably you want to do earlier than later, because the longer you wait, you're in, you know, range for a wing 0. So it does look like we're going to a gun tank Kira to hand. Huge! And we'll see how much more we swing, or if we're just going to be happy with that 1.
Burst coming off the top rope right there was definitely some momentum for Peter. And Peter's just taking this. He does not mind at the moment because his bodies on board are way more important to him than those 2 left.
Yep,
Those
so
shields, so.
take the damage here from the Adept here. That'll be 4 damage. So what do you think the mentality is here on opting to block the last attacker as opposed to one of the earlier attackers where Ale could potentially be at like 3 HP, like save itself in HP?
It's very interesting because I think that, yes, you would want to, that wing 0 coming down, I think you would want to keep, like you want to open yourself up. Yeah, that was a huge play.
Yeah.
So what I was about to say was when he let those swings go through, I think it's because he wanted to let Ale take the last hit and present a board where Chris could play other pingers to get Ale out to take more with his wing 0.
Force the commit. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's exactly what I think he was going for. That's the tell, at least it puts up for me. So we're getting the Nail Argama just to make sure that we can put a base on top of that. But with Wing Gundam there, anybody he plays right now that's not Lupus is just going to get attacked, and there goes the nail.
Yeah, and that's a very tough hand here for Chris, where I mean, we see a Fatal, doesn't do anything here. We see an Amuro. I mean, unless we're seeing Gramps at the moment, isn't doing much. And like you were saying, Wing was huge in terms of returning the tempo to Peter. But ST Wing right now is what's making this game feel dreadful for Chris. He's like, man, I really can't play anything. And he doesn't have the luxury of choice. He doesn't have a ton of units in hand, doesn't have the opportunity. And it's kind of those end game boards that we were talking about with Celestial Being type end game boards.
Yes, this is a clock now, a clock for Chris, and I know he feels it. And the hard part about this, so we did see 2 striker packs in Peter's hand, so he is kind of gate kept from being able to play out his hand. But that desert base is huge for him. Playing the desert base, being able to get another card, being able to play out the striker pack at the end of his turn, we are getting set up to go incredibly solid. Yep. Not to mention that we now have base clear. We now are able to go into the Adept and then clear out with Breach. Now he is checking the HP there,
yep,
but because there's a
healthy.
Kira on that, he still keeps some life. And getting rid of one of the few Lupuses that is in the deck is insane work. Now that wing is very close to just going. It is a singular ping and it's gone. But the Dynamis coming down as well. We are starting to see him flood out the board. And this, I think, actually just spells the end.
Yeah, I mean, Peter is representing lethal here. 2 shields down for Chris. You could probably get rid of the starter deck wing. Lots of ways to be able to do so, but that doesn't stop the fact that there are 3 other attackers on board here that'll be representing the end of the game. Looks like we are just going to go ahead and fatal strike the token. We recognize that we're in a tight position. We got the Grays, and unfortunately, we don't have a means to be able to deal with this ST wing. Depending on sequencing here, if Peter could accidentally go into a fatal that pings 1 damage and maybe gets rid of the ST, but no, that'll be a swing. Peter clawing it back in game 2 with this comeback of huge green boss monsters to be able to force it into a game 3 1-all here, and that's just what this green deck does when it sees its top end, when it's supposed to.
Yes, that wing starter, the starter wing was huge. So I have to say, again, as a competitor, this is what this gets my blood boiling. Like watching a game go 1-1 and knowing that it is all coming down to that final game. The pressure is at its highest. Both of them has seen how the other player plays, because you have deck list information, and that's always good. But not knowing how your opponent plays is always a huge thing that you don't get to really explore in best of 1. Now that we are sitting in a 3rd game, they kind of know how the reads will go. They kind of see how one reacts under pressure. Like, we saw a huge point with Peter and the way he sequenced when to block with that ale that shows that he is a player that will try to draw you in to take way more from you than you initially thought you were going to lose. And that's going to hopefully sit in Chris's mind throughout the remainder of this game to understand that sometimes what looks to be an non-optimal play is actually just a bait for a bigger play next turn. So I think there's a lot riding on this 3rd game, and I just have to say this sings the praises of what best of 3 can do for a competitive environment.
Yeah, 100% big fan. And I think one of the more understated plays that people may not recognize is the impacts that we're seeing with those early Sword Strikes. The Sword Strike link plays, both in Game 1 and Game 2, put Peter in a so much more comfortable position in that early game because how much effort his opponent had to put into, okay, well, now I have to spend my time clearing this because it's going to make my life so much harder. If not, it's going to keep applying pressure. It's going to keep bouncing stuff back in my hand. And I think that early link play does a lot of work to setting up Peter for potential success into the late game if he's able to see his top end correctly. So understated play. We'll see if he's able to replicate that in this game 3 as we swing in here. Peter having the X resource, Chris opting to go first then. As we go into Peter. No plays here for Chris on the early turn. No Grace Customs, no nothing, as Peter sets up for his Elfrith here. So tough for Chris not being able to establish anything on board. Just now draws the Grace Custom. So, I mean, for an aggro deck, not having a turn 2 play can be very tough. We'll see how much tempo we decide to go on board. And it does look like we're going to set up that first form and the Grays and a pass.
Yes, I'm going to just put this out. Oh my, we're seeing it again. I'm just putting this out here. Yep, this is the power. Whether it's Dynamis and Lock On, whether it's Dynamis or Lock On, or whether it's Sword Strike and Kira, the ability to start clearing your opponent's board, Dynamis getting that heal immediately, taking 1 damage, leaving it at 5 HP out of its 6, that is an insurmountable HP total for Chris to get over without having to actually swing something into it. So this is a great start. I'm going to assume Chris mulligan because I can't see a deck with a curve like this taking a hand that didn't have a play for 3 separate turns. So this is a stumble on his end, followed by what's going on here. But this is good.
This is, I mean, you had to get rid of that Dynamis.
Yes.
Because that's the kind of card that's just going to wreak havoc turn over turn over turn. It has a very similar effect to the RX-78, where it's just like, ugh, this sticks around, it's healing, it's clearing my board. That's very annoying. However, very unfortunate that you have to, like, quote-unquote, waste an Amuro.
And a Barbatos.
And a Barbatos. Like, you just lost so much advantage this play, and you had to commit to protecting it. We do here see the striker pack, so Peter very much on his way for a great early defense, as Chris has to commit resources to dealing with what was on board. That's a big pain of advantage. I mean, Chris at some point hoping maybe he can get a show of resolve to be able to refuel his hand, as I believe he just drew a Mikazuki.
That unfortunately, that just had to be the suboptimal play for the optimal play. Like, that just unfortunately how it was for Chris. But this is a dangerous position because, as we discussed before, every single turn that you are not applying pressure works for Peter because of his top end. And we're just seeing not enough pressure being able to be applied. It can still be turned around, but without the ability to see show of resolve, without that Barbatos being able to get a draw, this is rough. Now, we are seeing a Corsica come down, getting a show of resolve. So, you know what? Look, sometimes it's just good. It's just good to have that RNG in your factor. But that was a wonderful pickup, picking up a body as well as picking up a draw card for later. We are seeing multiple bodies flood the board. I think he realizes that he just needs to try to tempo out as best he can and just have faith in the top of his deck.
Yep, we did see the swing with the Adept here. Peter saying, you know what, that's fine. We can go ahead and do that. And then we're going to go into more green cards here. So we have the Breach Dynamis as well as the Zaku here. So just applying stuff that'll be able to attack into our opponent's stuff if he decides to turn things sideways. So, you know, we got our 2 blockers. We still have Area X base, has 2 damage on it, but that's not that big of a deal. Chris here very much incentivized to start attacking. And then Peter will have a couple of bodies to be able to clear. We have the sword and a couple of undergrounds in hand, so not a phenomenal hand here. So if that EX clears, if that EX base clears this turn, then at least he'll be able to comfortably play an underground to be able to draw an additional card. But Chris, I mean, he's in a good position here. He's got good cards on board. He's got the ability to draw into more cards if he really wants to. So very solid place for Chris to be.
Yeah, so the thing I'm seeing right here is that 2 of Chris's units can attack right now. Both the gun tank as well as the Tallgeese token get cleared by blockers. He doesn't have an Amuro on hand. He just has the Adept, which is going to be good to clear out with the Adept plus the Mikazuki, clear out the Ilfrith. So now he's got way more leverage. He still has to keep some things back because they will not be able to actually just get through. But all 3 Adepts are at least clear, but they will be cleared on the following turn, which is, you know, give or take, it is rough. He's going to lose this turn, but I think you just have to go in for the momentum here. The lock on.
Huge lock on here in hands. Could very much help swing that card back at some point. We'll just have to see how many more attacks we commit. And, you know, here Peter, very happy that this last turn he presented a couple of bodies. I'll be able to do some board cleanup this subsequent turn. We see the swing with the Tallgeese here, Dynamis, unfortunately. And then we see the swing with the Adept here, starter wing, down to 3 shields here for Peter. Very tight position to be in, as then we just fire off the show after everything we just did. Pretty good to be able to refresh the hand here.
And gun.
I think that was a gym.
Oh, that's a gym? Sorry, gym and gun tank. This is a very weird place to be in. We did see the drawing of, I think, another Zaku. That's kind of rough. We get the desert base to see if we can fish, which gave him another desert base. That's a little rough. This turn, there still is a fair amount of clearing that can be done. If he can survive until next turn and somehow see a wing 0, that would be good for him. This is a very precarious position. He's going to have to trade his entire board for his opponent's, like half his opponent's board. I think taking the life and hoping to find a Kira was maybe something that was in mind, because just the sword strike, being able to get in there would have reset a lot.
Yeah.
And now he's sitting here kind of at a weird position.
Yeah, so we see the swing here into the Tallgeese, token on token combat, debating the second underground potentially, which you do need to draw into something before your opponent can out you. And you know, Chris has drawn cards. You know, it's a solid position. Does pay the 1. Looks like we are going to go into the lock on here to be able to clear and just give us a beefy body to hope it sticks around next turn. We're going to get that Breach 3 over, and then we'll see what the follow-up plays are. Does look like it's a sword. Are we going to be able to link it? No, we will not. But then that's just a Zaku and Passo. Very tough. No defensive cards here for Peter. Currently, the base is safe, but Chris has drawn a lot of cards. Could potentially draw into opportunities as we see another Corsica base here. And Peter must be feeling rough as he's just shuffling those underground bases in hand.
Yep, this is just a particular point where the defense is getting in the way of the offense. He is drawing all of that.
And I think this is kind of where we're feeling the hurt of like not running consistency cards like Overflowing Affection to be able to clean up those hands. Just being in an unfortunate position where you just kind of have to play with what you get. Clearly worked out very well for Peter as he broke his way through the Swiss, but you know, over time that card quality can come back to bite you in the butt.
Yep, and I think that right now another huge issue, like yes, of course, he would love to just see a Wing Zero.
You do have the Wing Zero.
Oh, I
though.
see
So
that.
he just needs to survive this one more turn. It could be a thing where Peter's gonna swing all out into shields, hope to be able to kind of get as much damage in and close out with a Wing Zero.
That does seem to be the actual case. He has a lot of board clear he can do. That Barbatos Adept with 1 damage on it really does bode ill for the Wing Zero. However, this game is still not, it's far from over because even if Peter can reverse the board polarity, there's still a lot of life on Chris's side. But the hand from Chris doesn't really show a lot of recovery after this Wing Zero hits if he can't close out this turn, which is pretty big.
Yeah, and the base is hurt now, but if we're in a position where Chris gets rid of this base, having those underground bases in that late game to be able to ensure that you have that 6 HP in your shield area is a huge deal. So we'll see what Chris can manage to do here. Maybe committing to a pilot here to help Greg get. So it does look like we are going to go into the Amro here to be able to rest the sword and see what that follow-up is here.
I mean, the scary part about what we're doing right here is that he has to try to clear the board because he knows this stuff is not really surviving next turn.
Yep.
So he has to go in for this. We're seeing the setup here. Unfortunately, we know those are going to be sacrificed to the almighty
Sacrificed?
Wing Zero. Sacrificed to the almighty Wing Zero. And there's a...
You know, I like this. Peter saying, you know what? All right, fine. I want more of your board because nothing on your board deals with this underground base right now. Show me more value. I love this patience from Peter here right now, saying, you know what, that's fine. Swing with the Anksha here. The Elfrith is going to eat it. Be like, I can board clear, or I can wait until you do the board clearing for me. Are you going to tag into my Elfrith now and get rid of it? Are you just going to swing 3 guys into my base and deal 3 damage on it? This patience, I think, is huge, especially since like this Zaku can attack into a Leo token, into the gun tank, and still be like healthy and still be there. And it's going to be like, okay, commit. I think Peter's doing a wonderful job being of like, give me value.
He said,
give me value.
He said, are you sure I could take your base next turn? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Give me more cards.
And Chris, I think Chris knows. I think Chris is well aware. He's like, how much I need a link play here to really swing this momentum and help me with the base here. As the only 2 cards we see here are a Jim and a Mikazuki.
It's really rough, and right now he's deciding whether he commits this gym or not, and it's a very scary place to be in. He couldn't clear that 6 HP base if he tried. Next turn, Peter will be able to turn both of his bodies sideways into the Corsica base to clear it, and then drop Wing Zero for the entirety of the board.
Yep, looks like we are just going to swing those 2 for the 2 damage. Let's see what we're going to do with this last Leo, if we're going to get rid of the Elfrith or not. And this is why Wing Zero is so good, right? It looks like we are going to clear the Elfrith. Heads up play here from Chris before he does commit the gym. Oh my God, this Wing Zero is going to be massive, and Peter knows that we're just going to go right into turning all those cards sideways. Boom, with the Wing Zero to be able to clear out the entire board. Chris on nothing but a Mikazuki in hand.
Is that a misplay not putting any damage on the course?
I don't know that it matters, right? Like your next swing,
might not.
your next swing into it's going to be a 5. Like, and it's just a pass. Chris not being able to establish anything on the body. Peter potentially going to put some pressure here. We'll see what he draws, and the follow-up play here is
Ale strike.
Oh,
or
a Dynamis and an Ale. This is massive.
We are closing
Peter,
out the game.
this is what Wing Zero does. I don't want to say it's undeserved. Peter has maneuvered this game perfectly, but Wing Zero, quote unquote, in my opinion, sometimes they'll give you games you don't deserve. As we see these swings here, swing into the shields, down to 2 shields, swing with the Wing Zero, down to 1 shield, 1 opportunity, get a ping here. Chris is so tight on a position to be able to bring something in, but these bodies are massive, and Peter is so close here from cinching a win into top 8.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. I will say it was a greedy play because a singular Link could have busted that base, and then he just would have been blown out by all of the bodies going sideways. But sometimes greed gets the riches. Greed gets the gold, and we see it right here. He was able to take the entire board with Wing Zero. He was able to establish off the top of his deck, you know, you got the Ale Strike, you got the Dynamis, and there's not a way to get around this. Chris has to deal 4 damage and then hit 3 times to be able to win or clear the board, and that's just not happening here.
Yeah, gonna have to start to find a way somehow, though. And here we do have the Barbados first form with the Mikazuki Link. Is it gonna be able to get us a draw as we go and get rid of that body? Pray for a base in our last shield here as we try to establish some kind of board. So we do need to establish something here. Unfortunately, not a ton of actual units in hand. We are gonna dump the Hyakur in here, and that's just gonna be a pass. I think at this point it is nothing but formalities as we do see this Amro, and that'll be Peter. 2-1 in this top 16 match. Green, white, Dynamis Wing taking it over the blue-purple Terror. But I mean, look, fantastic piloting from both players on this feature match as they force their way into a top 3 or game 3 for this win here for Peter.
Yes, and realistically, right there, I think what Chris was playing for at the very end, and it really could have actually turned the game around. If that Barbatos crashing into Ale drew him Lupus, he would have had enough at the very minimum to destroy Dynamis and force Peter to have another Link to close out the game and potentially just get rid of his wing the following turn. Like, he had enough bodies in trash to do that. But we just saw every single tech in Peter's deck come into play, and it shows you why he has been able to combat the onslaught of purple, blue Tekken decks up until now. This was a really, really, really good game. We saw a lot that we could break down. I mean, realistically, whereas Chris's deck is more of a you need to draw good cards and just tempo out, we did see the painfully low ceiling of the deck when it comes to the end game of a deck like Peter's, which is just relying on one card to clear the board. But we also saw the synergy in multiple games of Sword Strike and Kira, Dynamis and Lock On doing essentially the same thing of clearing the board, keeping the pressure off of you until you can land wing. I think it is a little risky not to play any cards that kind of up your consistency, but we are seeing that he's just trusting on the tech and what he has in the deck to keep the aggression a little low.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you just believe that you are him, and you were just going to soul draw that way the entire tournament.
If you believe that you are him.
Then, hey, clearly working out. Top 8 in this tournament. Phenomenal showcase. And that's just the power of what Wing Zero is, being able to have those massive comeback cards that just say, I can play in a certain style that forces you in a no-win position. I need to go wide here because I'm the aggro deck, and I need to be able to apply pressure to close out this game. But if I go wide, then the board clear punishes me. And that's where control decks want you to be, where it's like, I want to put you in a position where all your decisions are actually wrong. Tough part being, like we saw in that game 1, you need to see that top end to make it happen. But if you do see that top end, the game turns around incredibly quickly.
And it is definitely a darned if you do, darned if you don't type situation, because if he doesn't commit to that board, he doesn't open up that window for winning. But if he does commit to that board, and one of those 4 Wing Zeros is seen as it was, that's GG. And that is the hardest decision to be in, because if he doesn't have it and you didn't commit to the board because you feared it, you just threw away the game yourself. But, you know, like you said, both doors are potentially wrong, and it is what it is. He has to work with what he has. There's only, I think, 2 cards in that entire deck that do not get hit by Wing Zero, and one of them was sent to trash from Shields very early.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all been in a position where it's like, you put it all on board, and do you have it? Yeah. Right?
it's one of those, am I playing to win or am I playing not to lose?
Correct.
Situations. Because if I expect maybe they're going to wing and clear my board if I put my all hand out, maybe I don't do that. I'm playing not to lose because I'm scared of what they might do in response to me. But if I put it all on the table and I say, okay, you have to have it, that's I'm playing to win. Because if you don't have it, I'm just swinging out next turn and then life is good.
That's a TCG,
Do you have the Crimson Blaze?
Exactly. Do you have the Crimson Blaze? Do you have the Death X Mon? Do you have the Wing Gundam?
The Ruin
Every
mode.
game has had this type of scenario.
And
oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say that that's the hard part to evaluate, and where we can see, like, as players evolve and become more skilled players, what some people might think, like, oh no, he played into the wing zero, right? Like, oh, he played into what was clearly happening. But it's like, that's the difference between playing to lose or playing to win. Yeah, I could have played in a way that would have allowed me to play for 3 or 4 more turns, but every path where I went down that way wasn't leading me to winning the game. Whereas this provides me a win. We saw that actually for anyone who caught the Japan finals in the semifinals match. Lots of different ways that both the aggro decks were playing in a way to be like, I'm going to put you on needing to have it, because if not, this is my only out to win. And in hindsight, 2 turns later, had he not played that aggressively, the blue-purple player actually would have lost. And this is just kind of the situations where the blue-purple player had to be like, I have to put you on having it.
Yep, and this is also some Game 3 logic. In Game 1, you need to be measured. You can take some swings, but you still need to be measured. Game 2, if you're the person that lost, you definitely have to play big. You're either going out of the tournament or you're potentially going into a Game 3. Whereas the person who did win gets to play, again, more measured, because at the end of the day, whether it be time rolls, whether it be them just playing defensively and getting it out at the end, they are in control. But when it comes to Game 3, you have to play like that. Like you better have it, it becomes 300% more important in Game 3, because that's just the difference. You can't afford to go, well, maybe I last 3 more turns. You have to actually, whatever you're choosing to do, you have to go for it. And that's strong. And we saw it right there.
Yeah, I mean, winning Game 1, like you said, that means you don't have to take the risks in Game 2. Maybe it all pans out. You didn't take any risks and everything, honky-dory, you win 2-0. In Game 3, both players are on the back foot at that point. Both players have to take all the risks and find that line to victory.
I think there's also the fact that when you're in Game 1 and Game 2, it's how much information do you want to reveal in the game, and when do you realize, okay, I need to pick it up and go to Game 2.
Exactly. Both the cards you show to your opponent, the management of the clock, because your amount of information and how you're going into Game 3 doesn't matter if you only have 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot you have to consider going into Game 3, and I think it adds a whole other layer of competition.
Yeah, and play style, right? Yes, these players are going with open deck lists, but there's something a little bit different. But like, okay, they play these cards versus, okay, but this is how my opponent plays the deck, right? They overtly board control, or they are very quick to decide, like, oh, I'm the beatdown now, and start turning cards sideways. Like, oh, okay, Game 2 and 3, I have to adjust how I play because this is how they're playing these style of cards against me. We saw just how powerful and how willing Peter was here to go in with those sword strikes. And in Game 3, it wasn't sword strike, it was Dynamis, right? Like, it's just those pressure plays early on put Chris in a position to every game have to consider, like, as much as I'm the aggro deck, I'm always being put in a position where turn 3, turn 4, my opponent is the beatdown. So how do I flip the script on that to be able to put myself back in the commanding position that my deck needs to be in based on my opponent's play style?
Right, you want to be in the commanding position. You have to be playing like a champion. You have to determine whether your opponent is playing like a champion. And right now, winning that game, you are playing like a champion. You're still fighting for that opportunity. And I think, we could see, if we take a look, what it might mean if you are playing like a champion. The World Championship is coming up on, March 14th, 15th. That is what these players are fighting for, the opportunity. You mentioned earlier, there are 2 main goals for every Gundam player still left in the tournament, and every player in each of these tournaments that's left. Number 1, you want to make it to that finals so that you are locked in, and then number 2, you want to be the best player here today.
Yeah, 100%. This World Championship is going to be a huge opportunity, especially as it is the inaugural World Championship for the Gundam card game. But of course, this will be the World Championship for the One Piece card game, as well as the Digimon card game. So very exciting there. Those 2 missions will be absolutely massive. If you want to look at the schedule here, we do have on March 14th and 15th that the World Championship Finals over at the American Studio. So everyone at home will be able to watch this live, see the World Champion crowned, which is very exciting. And of course, on April 18th and 19th, here in North America, Los Angeles, we'll have the Battle Hour. We'll be able to feature Dragon Ball Super Card Game, as well as Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, both that and Masters, where we'll also be crowning a world champion there. So around this start of the year, between March and April, a lot of exciting opportunities to be able to crown all of our Bandai world champions.
Amazing, amazing. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the coverage. I'm excited to see the events. I will say, between that last match, I'm kind of tingling with pride. Last time I spoke to Peter, and we went public with who was able to commentate. I told him, yo, hopefully, I get to see you on stage, and he goes, hopefully, you get to see me on stage. And I'm watching him cook.
No bias, eh?
Watching him cook. No, it's not biased because I am not a Wing fan. I personally like Tekken way more than Wing. But it's just cool to see a local hometown hero of mine take it the distance, and that's pretty cool. Also, when the breakdown is 11 of one deck and then 5 other decks, I'm just excited to see one of the other 5 decks take it to the dome. And I mean, look, if it's a mirror match in the finals, it's a mirror match in the finals. I like competition in general. I'm happy for everybody's testing and building to pan out. I'm just saying that the East Coast takes it. I'm not biased. I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed. We will celebrate at locals.
I think we've all been in the position, each one of us here, where, you know, when the match is live, I'm rooting for both players. However, before the tournament starts, I'm walking up to my boy and I'm saying, I hope that we're both in finals. Yeah. No, I'll be here, you'll be there, everything's going to be awesome.
Indeed.
It's that representation that's so huge, though, right? And it's why I love these level of competition where it's like, you get to go back to your hometown, right? And it's like, for one more round for these players, for Gundam specifically, to be able to say that they qualify for the World Championship. And now it means so much. It's not only that, like, okay, I get to compete on the world stage, but it's like I'm representing everyone that came behind me, right? So I represent my hometown. I represent, for the top 4 players here, I represent my continent, right? And it's like, not only are you going there by yourself, but you're going there with the support of everyone that's going there with you in spirit. So, you know, and we see that to the lead up of Worlds, because these players inevitably are going to lock in. They're going to start testing. The players in their hometowns are all going to be like, all right, let's get to the table. Let's get grinding. People from across the nation doing the same. And that's where I think this competition is so powerful, is because it enables those kinds of storylines to be like, all right, take our hopes and dreams and take it all the way to the top.
What is this, One Piece?
I mean, it goes all the way back, right? You know, it starts, you are going to be representing your country at the world stage, but it goes all the way back down to I'm representing my local store where I got my practice to begin with. You know, where do you find the time? How do you time manage? And I think one thing that you can manage at home is the schedule coming up. We can see what more is in store, of course. Like we had mentioned before, after this phenomenal Gundam set, we've got Digimon coming up for our round 2. Then we're going to the UA panel. Like, you know, everybody was watching yesterday. We saw quite a bit of information about many of the other Bandai games, but Union Arena saved for today before their finals, as well as the rest of the finals trickling down. After that, we're going to get, you know, the best of the best, champions crowned, trophy ceremony. That's where we see just the triumphant victory at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I love the trophy ceremonies. I think they're a great way to give the stage time to the people who played an exhaustive 2, maybe 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
And to be able to hold those absolutely gorgeous trophies. I mean, every single game, they do a wonderful job of that prizing here as we transition over to Digimon.
Yeah, and this is going to be, yesterday, we didn't see any hoodie, but that was the #1 deck that both Ben and I had anticipated being the #1. Now, not to say that Hootie wasn't represented at the tournament, just not on the stage.
Yep.
I had actually, as an outsider looking in, Hootie is a name that I even have heard a lot of coming into this tournament.
I haven't been diving in the meta, but as a hacker's memory enjoyer, I saw Hootiemon and my heart felt heavy. But I'm happy that it's up here on stage.
And it's a quite powerful deck. I feel like it really exemplifies, you know, we've all talked about how the Bandai games are very flavorful. It's very true as well in the Hootiemon deck, because the entire squad is basically lined up for the most powerful Hootiemon of all time. You know, we've got the Ryuji, we've got the Chitose, who, you know, not pictured, but very powerful tamers that really are benefited by Hootie's ability to return a tamer to your hand and then play another one, get their on play effects again, keep recycling.
Even blinking the same tamer that you just returned.
Exactly. And Chitose is really good at, well, his on play ability will allow you to play another level 4 Digimon. That's why we see that Shakuamon right here.
Because then you
Hootiemon,
DNA them
Shakuamon.
together.
DNA Digivolve. All of the rookies have the ability for you to then de-Digivolve, go back down to the Hootiemon,
So
and
if you stack Hoodie as the top
Set it
evolution
all
source
again.
under Shakua, now your Hoodie's unsuspended.
You know that,
and you can attack again.
You You know that GIF with all the mathematical equations like coming out? That's me right now listening to this combo. I said we are max gaming right
Yeah,
now.
Hoodimon is like the combo deck in Digimon right now, I would say. It's very aggressive, but it has maybe the most moving parts that you could see.
I love a deck that rewards clean sequencing, proper testing, and clean execution. I think that if it takes all of that, but it has a much higher ceiling than other decks, I love it.
Absolutely. And, you know, somebody who has that clean sequencing, that execution could benefit from the format here. We do have still best of 3. Of course, Digimon is best of 3 throughout the event, but that is, when you are playing a deck like Hoodimon that has so many moving parts and pieces, it is up to you to make sure that you're not going to time. Because even if you are playing fast, it's going to take time off the clock for you to execute your combo. So making sure that you are on top of all your plays, the game state is represented, that is really important. And of course, we have the 55 minutes here, the extra time, 5 minutes if we go into those turns. And then, of course, the big prizes at the end of the day are what we are looking for.
Everyone's going to be really excited for this prizing because, you know, we saw it yesterday. We had the Fenrir Lugamon prize cards, as shown on screen now.
That trophy card, I've said it every time. I'm going to say it again. The fact that the language of these cards is in Digicode is so flavorful, so cool, but they never disappoint.
Because Omnimon's sword is also Digicode.
Yes.
We recently got the reveal of Vortex Dramon, and that's not Digicode. It's actually Witchelny, I believe.
Yeah, there's so many different worlds that exist within Digimon. I mean, Time Stranger has been a big deck as well that's going to be going up against Hoodimon, and we see that one is built in the world of Iliad, which is separate, you know, or the Homeros world.
Yes.
Totally separate from where we know all the Royal Knights.
And from the death panel yesterday, we got a glimpse at Shambhala.
Wait, we were getting Shambhala?
We're getting some
Oh
Shambhala.
my gosh, all
Spoilers.
three digital worlds so far. They put it. That's honestly crazy. And you're telling me that we're going from a hacker's memory. It's hacker's memory versus Time Stranger right now?
Yeah.
What a wonderful timeline.
Exactly.
What a
All
wonderful timeline.
well represented.
Gamers
too.
be gaming.
Oh, man.
And we got to talk a lot about the Time Stranger deck yesterday, so I don't want to go over it too much, but it does still feel very representative of its source material, where you get the best of all of the top end. Yeah, everybody's working together to kind of, you know, pick their flavor toolbox at the end of the day. Hoodimon, it's the Hoodimon show with the support of the Tamers. Of course, Shakuamon might be one of the most powerful cards of the deck because Hoodimon is able to enable it so well, utilizing those Tamers.
And some people might be even opting not to use the level 3s anymore, using more so the Hacker Slumber level 3s, because those also play level 4s.
Right. There's a lot of different ways that you're able to get multiple 4s on the board, so you can begin that loop essentially with Shakuamon, you know, reset everything.
You can't digivolve with them, right? The level 3s? The level 4s played by the 3 effects. Can't be digivolved into.
Of the Tamer, I believe not.
Okay. But that's why we use the new option card, Digilab.
Digilab, of course, that's the one thing. Even if your deck isn't in season for it being the newest game, you're gonna still see some support here and there.
It does free up the flexibility of using not that Terriermon, not that Palmon.
And one thing that I think is going to be very prevalent in this match is the fact that because both of these decks are based on the games, they're all multicolored. Being multicolored in Digimon, but having the ability to not really rely on it when you are evolving into your different Digimon, means that you gain access to different tech options, specifically option cards that usually are harder to get in multitudes when you are a single color deck. For example, you know, as a red deck, it is a really cool tool to have in your back pocket to play Gravity Crush for 0, gain 2 memory, and be able to combo off. Now, as a multicolor deck, you have access to Gravity Crush, you have access to Blinding Ray, you have access to Hidden Potential Discovered as multiple ways.
Looks like we're starting with
that
Uncle
memory gauge.
Ben, flipping up Wanyamon, and then because there is a Time Stranger card in play, he's able to play the option card in between theater.
Yes, and grabbing this Tapirmon, because we did miss the rookie. That might be a very tough start against Hoodimon if Billy is able to get going quick. Now, 3 memory means we're going to be able to put this rookie in the back. This Terriermon is one that sets up that D-Dig evolution later that we were talking about.
We
and
see
then get the
Yugo
little search.
Kamashiro. That's a really good hit, too.
Yeah, and then of course, Chitose is big, Angemon is big. Angemon helps you dig for more pieces because when it's played or Digivolved, you're able to get that draw. Putting the rest away might mean that we already have the Chitose, or it might mean that we're willing to find it along the way off of this Angemon effect.
We might be going into Angemon just so that we can tuck with Terriermon's effect, and then I guess not though, because we might be Yugoing into Yugoing, which is for 1.
Yeah, you're able to get an additional search and a good memory choke here. Unfortunately, it looks like Pyldramon is going to be going to the bottom, but we are going to get a little bit more search as well with our delay option.
Kurumi Detective Agency, right?
Yes. Yeah, that Detective Agency, it is one of those options that you can play regardless as long as you have the right traits on the field, and then, of course, later on it has the delay ability to gain some memory. It has become a staple of these types of game-based decks.
Yes. Asuna Shiroki comes down. We pitch the Garurumon to draw 2. We see Elecmon, and I want to say that's like a Aegiomon.
Yeah, it looked rather shiny, so you usually see that yellow.
Could be Jupiter.
Potentially even Venus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of yellow options available.
I think he runs the gold.
Yes,
the gold Venus
from the
gold.
premium Bandai.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of the most beautiful cards I've ever seen, by the way, the premium Bandai Gold Collection.
I still have an open mind.
Here we have a debate for Billy Weather. We are ready and raring to go. I don't think this is typically the setup you're looking to see before you raise up and start doing everything. We might want to set up another tamer here.
Ben seems to be lagging behind a little bit. I think Billy's in a stronger position.
Yes. And here we're going to get a search off of the Detective Agency, probably the Seadra, because again, if we're missing pieces, this is one that allows you to dig even further. Whenever Seadra is suspended, you get that draw. So it works both as an alliance target and just when attacking.
Perfect alliance target.
Maybe back and forth on the debate, though. Yeah, we are going to end up going for that Seadramon and giving Ben a chance here. No start of turn trigger. We're going to pass on that. And it makes sense. Normally, if you have
2 memory, that's what you want.
Yeah. You want the extra memory. You also don't want really you don't want Garurumon to just come on board without any way to rush. It's kind of a sitting duck for Hoodimon, which is very good at removing the field as it builds its board.
My thought process was more so that if you are at 2 memory, you can promote up Tapir, Evo into another level 4, and then you can DNA.
And it looks like instead just setting up our searcher off the Elecmon. Did get to grab 2 pieces. We have the Homeros in hand now. I believe Asuna is not one that gains any memory, just playing the Digimon here. So
correct.
Debating on the crack of that delay option, but still holding on. Giving 2 memory is not, it's not a death knell here.
Yugo has a lot of value because you can reduce the play cost by 2, either of a Digimon or Tamer with the CS trait.
Right. Very versatile.
Yes.
So it gives you the ability, potentially we could play the Angemon to get some draw and then set up a DNA play.
Correct.
And here we're just going to Digivolve into that Angemon to get that double draw, one for Digivolving, one for the when Digivolving effect, and then utilizing that effect of the Terriermon to revert back. So we're going to play that. You go for another search.
For free. Because you have 2 or less Tamer, or 1 or less Tamers.
Likely going to be
Probably the Pal.
Palmon. Yeah, set up for a future raising scenario. Palmon having the same inheritable, if I'm not much mistaken, to the Terriermon, giving you that ability to keep reusing your Hoodimons once we get there.
Oh.
Ooh, that's Tropical Venom. So that's a spicy one. I didn't want to spoil it until we saw it on stream.
Yeah.
But we mentioned stuff like Gravity Crush and Blinding Ray. Tropical Venom is a much more seldom seen version of those gain 2 memory options because it's a little bit more niche, but their opponent has the ability that on deletion, they lose 2 memory.
Correct.
So you are forced to then remove that Digimon. Usually that means it's not a free 2 memory. You kind of have to work for it. But just being able to gain back that memory as you're doing your plays is kind of the same thing.
Yes. And then per the Yokomon effect, because we're attacking, I believe we're going to be drawing a card because we're CS trait.
Your Hoodimon is doing the Hudimon thing. We are bouncing back with the option to play another Yugo.
And there's the Chitose.
Yep. And, you know, we said no to the first one, but I think it would be really difficult to say no to the second Chitose. We still are saying no. We don't want the Chitose that bad.
Keep in mind, we can stack Yugos together for the playing of Chitose.
Right.
So regardless, since you have 2 Yugos in play, you can reduce the play cost of something by 2 for each one, so 4 total. We hit Palmon, and then we hit Elecmon 2 checks. We're going to DNA now, sending that Angemon to the bottom, and then we're going to go into Shikuamon. Shikuamon DNA Digivolves. We're now going to use the Terriermon because it's a new Digivolution stack to tuck Shikua to the bottom and repeat.
Right, and it's important to note, a lot of combo pieces are happening very fast. The reason the Angemon was suspended is due to Alliance on Hudimon. So that Angemon wasn't swinging alone. This Seadramon now coming out being the target that we were talking about, perfect for Alliance because it lets you keep digging. Once again, we're going to DNA Digivolve, this time into Pyldramon, going to swing, and then because there's no Digimon without sources, we'll restand, and that is exactly what you want to see as the Hudi player. Once you get the combo going, once you get one Hudimon on board, you are able to keep playing level 4s next to it, and as long as you have DNA Digivolution targets, you are able to keep DNA Digivolving, you become a new Digimon, you're able to attack again, and then because your inheritable effects reset, you're going to be de-Digivolving every single time. There's never a chance where you're able to miss that sequence.
The only chance that you miss is in the case of Billy, for example, when he DNA Digivolved into Pyldramon, that actually locks off all of his CS trait related abilities.
Exactly.
Because Pyldramon is not a CS trait Digimon.
Yeah, they're only playing it because of its colors and because of exactly what we saw at the end. It's able to restand by itself to facilitate needing one less piece to end the game.
Because of Hudimon being green and the Seadramon being blue, that's how you can go into Pyldramon. But it opens you up to 2 options instead of not having just Shikuamon. You also have Pyldramon as well.
Right, because just having 4 pieces for your finisher that you typically need to see multiple of in order to do a full OTK, definitely not ideal, right? Now, Hudi doesn't always have to do it all in one go. They are able to control the board if they're able to see those Chitoses and clear some things out. They build some kind of resilience as well, but you would like to finish what you started, you know?
I do want to say that the way Billy is piloting this deck is also showing us that I don't need Chitose. So even though we got the news yesterday during the dev panel that there is an upcoming restrictions list, Chitose is not the problem, is what he said.
I think maybe the butterfly wings are causing some of the issues.
Pair restriction, we don't know.
Yeah, it genuinely, we're all going to find out at the same time, and it is going to be exciting to see what changes in the Digimon card game.
Yes. It's just really interesting that, you know, we've always been talking about Chitose being the main griefer in this combo, but he didn't use it once. It was all Yugo.
Yeah. Don't even need it this time. It's going to be Uncle Ben who's forcing Billy to start. I mentioned all day yesterday, but these Time Stranger decks do usually prefer to go second so that they have more time to find their combo pieces. They can maybe set up in the back. They maybe get themselves an extra Tamer as well, is usually what you want to do. We might see the Garurumon in the back, but it looks like eyeing another card here, potentially going to be just trying to choke Billy at 1 off of a Tamer search or off of one of our...
Oh, considering Aegiomon?
Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad. It sets up a Tamer and a body on board, so it tells Billy, hey, if you don't have something to pull out right away, you might force them to commit early.
That's a lot of small bodies.
Yeah, Elecmon is going to grab a couple extra pieces.
Iliad and TS trait, so we got ourselves the tape here in the Garuru. Billy has a little bit of a benefit right now in that promoting up, the tucking of Angemon means that he goes to 2 memory. And if he does have Tropical Venom, then he can already go into a Hudimon.
Yeah, that would be a big deal. We could start the combo right away, and you see the Tropical Venom in hand. One of those dreaded options that can gain you 2 memory, costing 0. We're going into the Hudimon. We clear the Elecmon out.
We gain 2 memory from the Tropical Venom.
But of course, we have to complete our sequence. Hudimon is going to play out the Seadramon here.
We're going to
swing. Get that Alliance trigger.
Draw from Seadramon's effect.
Yep, get this draw right now as well.
HPD, oh goodness.
And we're just hitting
in between
delay option. Now, these are scary hits if we're not able to finish the job.
Are very scary hits.
Those are 2 phenomenal development pieces for Uncle Ben. So Billy now has to weigh, look, I've got a lot of combo pieces in my hand, but if I don't think I can finish what I started here, I might have to start thinking about my following turns after.
No.
And here we're giving 3 memory, going for our search option.
There wasn't a DNA target in the hand.
And I think, rightfully so, Billy thinks, I'm going to draw a whole lot of cards off of this Hoodimon combo. I may as well get out of here because it looks like Ben, might be on the back foot, not having one of those powerful Digimon that Digivolve for free in the back.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you just hit everything that he's looking for, gaining that 1 memory off of his tamer at the start of the turn, and of course Gomamon winking at Hoodimon saying, I'm ready to Digivolve and get this party started.
I see Minervamon, but I don't think you hard drop Minervamon in this position.
Just to de-Digivolve 2, I'm not entirely sure if that's the goal, but you could, of course, keep building your board. We are, it looks like, going to spend 2. Nothing to suspend off of the Gurumon's effect, but we could get a jamming swing in.
Yes.
Potentially, if we have Gatomon access, could play that and set up a Sylphimon play. Looks like if we don't have that Gatomon access, going to pop this memory boost so that we're able to go into the Minerva. It looks like without paying too much. Now, only giving 3 to the Hootie player is not the worst thing in the world.
No.
We are going to have the ability to de-Digivolve 2 onto the Hootie, as well as playing a Digimon off of this with the potential ability to get some removal going. But we're Digivolving down to the Palmon.
That's
going to get a search off of the Tapir. Unfortunately, we're not able to find something like a Gatomon off of this.
If it was a Gato, we'd be in really good position.
We'd be able to clear the board entirely
Correct.
by removing the Palmon and then going to the Sylphie -5 to
Correct.
the Seadra. Not seeing that piece, so we're just dropping the Tapir so we can get 2 more cards to our hand. And still presenting a difficult board to deal with. Having access to the Minervamon, of course, giving Reboot Blocker to the entire field now, and having the on-deletion effect to play a Digimon from hand means that even if Hootie does start reducing your DP,
Yes.
you might still have a say in whether or not your security is removed.
So is Uncle Ben considering adding Sonic Shot and then using Sonic Shot with Danikon and Yuki to end of turn attack?
Yeah, definitely. I think the debate of this is Billy wondering if that's even legal, but yes, it does have the proper trait
Yes.
for him to add.
That is what he's going to be doing, it seems.
Yep, so we're using that ability to swing at end of turn, triggering the option, and of course, even after the swing, we are going to be able to restand because we now have Reboot off of the Minervamon, so it's free damage.
Yes.
Now, the biggest concern is if we were to swing at security, we could hit some development pieces just like Billy did to Ben, but I would imagine here that we're probably swinging at Digimon to clear the board.
I feel like we would have wanted to spin Palmon because Palmon has the barrier.
Yes.
Okay, we did spin Pal.
Yep, and then because of the Link DP here, we are able to attack over the Seadramon.
Yes.
And of course, rebooting because of that Minervamon. Minerva has been the mainstay of these Time Stranger decks, being kind of the glue that holds it all together.
Yes.
This is the main defensive and offensive board piece that gives us time to go for the other top-end pieces as well. Something like, the Maruki Monterey stand, as well as the Neptunemon.
Yes.
But Minervamon is the one that you can do proactively a lot more than the others.
Billy kind of back to square one right now, but Billy did have a lot of resource that he was able to get back.
Yeah, the big problem is he has nothing in raising to pull out, so he is basically going to take an entire other turn off while Uncle Ben has just a field to do whatever he wants with.
Yep.
There's not a lot that Hoodimon does without any tamers on board from an empty board. Now, Hootie does have the ability to Digivolve on top of tamers.
Yes.
But it's, from this position, not even in the question.
Glancing at Billy's hand, it doesn't appear that he has any tamers other than Chitosai. Or Chitosai, sorry.
And not bad one to see once you get everything going, but I think maybe debating. A big question is, should I be giving my opponent more memory? Should I be finding a way to give my opponent 5 memory so that they're not able to trigger the Dan and Yuki?
deliberating right now what to do. I think you just have to go into an Angemon here.
Yeah, I think debating whether or not he wants to play the Chitose to play the Angemon.
Ooh.
And that feels like what I would want to do, be able to get that, the trigger of the Chitose so that you get a little bit of removal as well as the draw, and then you can set up the ability to flicker it when you go into the Hoodimon.
That's exactly what we're doing. So it looks like we're going to play Chitose, but we're opting not to play Angemon, even though you would draw a card off of that.
Yeah, you would draw a card, but then if the Angemon is your only 4 in hand, it becomes scary because once that gets removed, you know, you're back to square one if you didn't draw exactly what you needed to see.
Uncle Ben right now has a much well-developed board, especially with Patamon now in the back and a Danikon and Yuki. This is a very problematic board state.
Yeah, and this is how we're starting our turn. Imagine how we're going to end it. It only gets bigger from here. the Garurumon's going to be able to get a free swing if we want with that jamming. Tapirmon has, you know, his whole life ahead of him. He could become anything that he wants to be.
Right now, if we attack with Garurumon, it will get 1 check. And then if we have the Gatomon, that would also help.
Yeah, potentially 2 more checks off of a Sylphimon.
Correct.
We could even see an Aegiomon coming out. That could be another check with Barrier, so we're able to get 2 free checks off of our 4s before we go into a Sylphimon.
We do have the Agio in hand.
Yeah, so that could potentially be, on its own, 5 damage, including the Minervamon, and that means any Digimon would be able to finish it off with this Dan and Yuki if we're able to restand. So there's a chance, you know, that...
Here comes Homeros.
Yep. Off the AGO.
Garuru attacks. The effect of Sonic Shot would normally trigger, but nothing here. AGO going into security. Another Chitose. Are we going to play anything is the question. I don't think we are.
I mean, we didn't want to last time. We didn't gain any more cards since last time, and I think the debate is, well, if I play something now, is Ben just going to clear it? And I think the answer is yes. We're going into the Sylphimon just like we drew it up.
Yep.
We got those 2 free checks off of our 4s. We're going into Sylphie, who's going to give any of its Digimon on board here plus 5,000 and security attack plus 1. So we're able to get 2 more checks here. We're able to get the Minerva swing.
I think Maruki was just drawn.
Okay, and Maruki is when Digivolving a restand, and then off of Dan and Yuki's effect, we can attack at end of turn.
Correct.
Even though we passed that memory gauge. So as long as Sylphimon lives these 2 checks, there's not usually a lot that's going to stop it. Now, there are some option cards that Hootie does have access to playing, but I don't...
Comet Hammer.
Yeah, Comet Hammer would delete the lowest. There's
De-Digivolve.
De-Digivolving. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Vulcan Palm. Yeah, Comet Hammer would de-Digivolve, which would be a threat. I don't think, though, that any of those option cards are in Billy's deck because he spent so much room on those gain 2 options like the Venom.
Yes. We see Palmon and we see a Pyildramon.
And then here, I think it's just as simple as Digivolve into Maruki. When Digivolving, we're going to stand back up. And then, now important to note that Maruki wouldn't be able to do this on its own because Maruki's ability only attacks Digimon, but Dan and Yuki will allow the Maruki to attack any target. So attack the player and finish the game. Now, Ben giving Billy a little bit of a taste of his own medicine with these long combo tools. But of course, that was built over the course of multiple turns.
Correct.
That wasn't I've pulled my Digimon out of raising and I'm doing all my combo pieces.
Combo.
Yeah, of course that is possible in the Time Stranger deck, but it usually takes more turns of setup to get these tamers on board, to get extra memory value in order to go from 0 all the way up there. Whereas Hootie, usually its game plan is to kind of build from an empty board.
Do you think Billy extended too far with that initial play just to draw more cards, or do you think he should have waited a little bit more?
It's always hard to tell because when you have enough to start your combo, it's scary to sit back. I think at that point in time, he didn't have any more search cards in hand. So you have to ask yourself as a player, well, if I'm not starting my combo now, which does allow me to draw cards and potentially see further into my deck, but I don't have any search cards off the top in my hand to play to find those pieces right now, what am I waiting for? And if you just hold back and then you don't draw what you need off the top the next turn, am I just waiting again until the Time Stranger deck just goes off?
I think Billy took a gamble and said, I have some of the pieces to start the combo.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll draw into them.
If we saw a single Shakuamon, I think the game is entirely different. And off of the ability to draw for Digivolving off of the Hoodimon, draw for the play effect of the Angemon, draw for the when attacking effect of the Inheritable on the Hoodimon, you have multiple ways to get additional cards, and I think just seeing anything there would be beneficial. So
I think that's also why he specifically sequenced Seadramon.
Yes.
Because of the Alliance lets you draw. But Angemon also on play lets you draw. I mean, so
it's you know, a dealer's choice. I think sometimes it's better to use something like the Seadramon in that position like he did, because the Angemon can also get the Wind Digivolving or on play later. So it could be beneficial if you have to, you know, tuck the Hoodimon back down. Not usually what you do, but possible.
yes. So Billy and Uncle Ben both going into this 1-1. Who do you think is going to take? Who do you think is going to go first?
I think because Billy just won that game, Hoodimon is able to, or because Uncle Ben just won that game, Billy's able to send Uncle Ben first. I know, as you know, the Time Stranger decks usually prefer to go second. They did choose to go second in this last game, and as Hoodimon, I don't mind forcing my opponent first, going second, because I also have search cards that I want to use as well. So I would rather my opponent be on the back foot that way. And we saw we need multiple combo pieces to really get going.
Yes.
We saw Billy get punished for not having the proper combo pieces in hand when we went off. I would like, as the Hoodimon player, to go second in this position. Which is antithetical to everything that I believe as a Digimon player, which is I love to go first and play cards immediately, but that's the Ukomon in me.
Yes.
I love to get in there first. I do think that it might be, though, sending the Time Stranger player to go first in this position and kind of react. Hoodimon also, just as an archetype, is totally fine if the opponent builds a board first, because you're going to absolutely tear it down while you build your own.
Deep you reduce, and it's not even deletion by like effect, it's game mechanic. That's another thing.
And that's pretty difficult to deal with, so it looks like we are getting started. Digital Gate open, and it is sending Time Stranger first. Uncle Ben going to start with a Patamon in the back. Now that's a good card to see.
It's a really strong opener.
And we are going to see the Elecmon getting the search. I believe Uncle Ben is actually running quite a few more of the searches than he is the When Digivolving effects, because I believe all of these promos are not Iliad trait.
Correct.
So they don't get hit on your searches, and they're not as powerful with Minerva, who I believe only plays Iliad traits. So that's a deck building decision that where it's really easy to tunnel in and see, okay, I get free Digivolution, this is the best thing ever, but good things in moderation.
Yes. Firing back from Billy's end, we are seeing a searcher of his own, adding Terriermon. Actually,
not adding
grabbing the Seadramon.
Yeah, grabbing the Seadra instead. Do we have another rookie to put in the back is the question. Because we would have loved that Terriermon. It looks like it's going to be another Gatsumon.
Probably drop Yugo here.
Yeah, that would be nice to set up for future turns. You get a little bit of a search and then potentially tuck it away for a cheap play afterwards. I think the debate here is either going for the Yugo or potentially trying to go for the Ankylomon that he's eyeing in hand to get rid of this Elecmon, kind of prevent the ability for Ben to go for a Sylphimon play easily, you know, without passing the turn. Because if you Yugo here, and then Patamon Digivolves for free, we potentially have 2 swings on Ben's turn before even going to a Sylphimon. That is 4 damage right away while we're clearing the board, and then that is not even to mention the potential, you know, after that.
Yes.
To set up a Minerva, to build a heavy board, and then Billy has to answer all of that on low resource. But if we're able to go into the Ankylomon here, we're forcing
eliminate a
Ben.
body.
Exactly. You eliminate a body. You're eliminating 1 potential swing.
Yes.
You're eliminating, you know, the opportunity to go, you know, get our free
called
gamers.
it.
I think that is a big decision to make, and that is a huge difference between playing for your own individual game plan and playing against the matchup and understanding what your opponent is capable of doing. This is something that was really prevalent early on in Digimon, where how much memory do I give my opponent mattered a whole lot. Now the memory swinging is a little more bombastic, so you
Yes.
don't always see, oh, if I chuck them to one, they can't do this or that. Instead, it's what resources do I prevent them from having? And here we're seeing, the Garurumon came out for free. Very easily could have been 2 checks with jamming or with a barrier off of Aegiomon if the Elecmon was still on board. Here we're still able to swing with the Garurumon.
Oh, are we crashing?
I would.
Oh, wait, no. I think we have a.
Oh, the Patamon has the DP minus
Yes.
effect on the inheritable, I believe. So that is why we are going to be able to swing cleanly over the Ankylomon.
We're going to play in between theater to reveal top 3, and we decide to add the Gato. Now we have basically full combo in hand.
And now, if Billy pulls out a raising next turn, I don't think that the Garurumon's going to make it. But there is the chance that we're going to. Oh, we're swinging. Just for the Yugo here. So we are going to see no pull out of raising. The Garurumon makes it to the next turn. That's going to be another free check. We have 2 extra memory to work with here, so we could play a Gatomon and maintain turn.
Second Patamon. It's kind of gross.
Yeah, that is really difficult to see as Billy, especially, when you have your Gotsumon in the back, it's not your favorite. Gotsumon doesn't necessarily enable the same cool tricks off of your DNA Digivolution because it doesn't let you de-Digivolve, but
Correct.
it does let you play more Digimon off the inheritable effect. So there is a chance.
It just
Overslow
increases
the
your alliance targets.
Yeah.
I think right now what Billy needs is either Digilab to be revealed. Uncle Ben kind of slowing the game down a little bit by just, finding more pieces, developing the board.
Yeah, and a really important decision here from Uncle Ben, even though Garurumon is primed for a free jamming swing, to not check Billy's security, because from the position of Uncle Ben in hand, he might not have a way to answer a body that gets played off something like Chitose. If you hit certain memory tamers, or even some of the gain memory effects off the options that Billy has, have a security effect of adding to hand. You don't want to give Billy more resources if you know that next turn you're able to fully clear. And a lot of those options that you hit in security, or rather tamers that you hit in security from Hootie, aren't that deadly to stop your going for game.
Yes.
But they will be very deadly if you just chip a little bit and give them something for the next turn.
Because Tropical Venom, Gravity Crush, Blinding Ray, all don't have security effects.
Right.
But it's the tamers we have to be careful about.
Exactly. I think Billy may be debating a little bit of a head shake. We don't really have a lot of pieces to search for more. I mean, at this point, maybe you just want to Digivolve in the back so you have a level 4, but you really hate to Digivolve over this Gotsumon who can't go back down and then go into a Hootie. If we don't have Hootie in hand, which I don't think we do, and we don't have a search card, I'm not sure what Billy's going to be able to do to find his way out of this position. It might end up being something like a Yugo to play an Angemon just to draw and hope you make it. Or it looks like we've got Chitose in hand, so we can at least set up a favorable position. I think we have both Angemon and Seedramon in hand, so
Yes.
we could just drop the Angemon for a draw and then potentially hold the Seedramon for the Hoodimon combo if we're able to see it.
I thought we added Hoodie earlier.
It would be possible. In that case, evoing Hoodie in the back is another debate that you might have, because it does have the powerful wind attacking effect. You don't mind missing the wind, did you?
Because we have a Tropical Venom too, right?
Hard to see from this position. 'Cause if we have the Tropical Venom, Hoodie evos for 4, we wouldn't be able to keep turn, would we?
So we're bottom decking you, go to play the...
Chitose for 2.
Yes.
And here we are going for the Angemon to draw. Just try to find our pieces to go off next turn. I think next turn is the now or never time for Billy.
I
Because
agree.
Ben is just building up an army on the other side here. Patamon going to get that free Digivolution.
Yes, Uncle Ben has the free Evo here, and we know there's a Gatomon already in rotation.
Yes. So now we're going to be seeing a little bit of DP minus, not going to be a huge deal on the Angemon. Are we going to go for the DNA Digivolution here? I don't think there's a reason to. We want to get the free check off the Garurumon first.
If you're super greedy, you'll even attack with Gato, but I don't think you attack with Gato here.
No, I mean, if we have... I don't think we have a good reason to do so, but we are going to get the free jamming check.
We go for the Shakua play probably here.
Let's see.
Ooh, Maruki in hand as well.
Yeah, and
That's it.
And we have the +2 memory off of our
Yes.
off of our
between
delay tamer
there.
in between theaters, so we do have enough memory to go into Sylphie, swing 2 checks. We go to Maruki, stand back up, swing 2 more checks. We could even go to the Maruki prior to, because it has both when attacking and when digivolving effects.
Yes.
So it's the safest possible way, and that's what we're going to do. Gain some extra memory, go into the Marukimon, swing 2 checks to restand. It will still have that sec +1 from,
Yes.
and the +5k from the Sylphimon.
So it should be huge.
Even if we hit a D-Digivolve option, which, I mean, at this point we know that Ben knows Billy doesn't play that.
Yes.
It's an open deckless format. I don't think there's a single thing in the security here that can stop Ben. I think, if I remember right, there might be some memory tricks. There might be the ice wall that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
That can still turn, and I think that might be the only thing. It looks like Neptunemon, same deal. You swing and
Yes.
restand. I think it's only ice wall that can keep Billy in the game here. We've got 2 more checks. What a classic it would be if we saw an ice wall swing things all the way back to the EX1 era, right?
Yeah.
Such a powerful card when it was initially released. Very quickly changed the game.
Second check.
This is our last opportunity here to turn things around, but it's just a tamer,
that's it.
and that means Elecmon gets the swing for game. Uncle Ben taking a Hoodimon out of the bracket. I believe there's only one more Hoodimon potentially left, also playing against a Time Stranger deck.
Correct.
On
It's a
the-
mirror on the upper brackets.
On this same side of bracket.
Yes.
So the winner of this will play the winner of a Time Stranger Hoodie matchup.
Correct.
And then the lower end of bracket is an absolute
It's all unique decks.
smorgasbord.
Correct. We have Ben still on rocks.
Yes.
We have a Styrakomon. We have Digishon 37, I believe.
On Master.
Mastermon.
Yeah, and then the final is Jesmon.
Yes, Jesmon also returned as well.
Yeah, so 2 decks that are red decks doing their game plan with powerful anti-meta options like Crimson Blaze. You have the rock deck that has its powerful OTK potential with the option of Congo to
Yes.
try to prevent some of the big decks. And then you have Mastemon doing whatever it wants to do at the end of the day.
Bottom line, we have a guaranteed unique deck in finals. That is
Absolutely.
not TS or Hoodie.
Yeah, it's not going to be a mirror match, and it's not going to be any of the big guys that you expected to see. So it's going to be a very interesting finals. I do want to point out that the stream schedule that we've been showing might be a little bit variable. I know that everybody wants to see Gundam finals. That is happening. Just when it happens will kind of be up in the air, so we're going to figure that one out as we go. Multiple tournaments running at the same time means that time is a little bit fluid. You're going to have to, stay with us with that.
We're also joined again by our fellow casters. Introduce yourselves again.
Hi guys, my name is Steven. Some people know me as the True Champion Steven, and I am one half of the amazing duo casting the One Piece events this weekend.
My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious, and I'm the other half of the One Piece card game casting this weekend.
Just like CS, we are also a dual tamer in
That's
the deck.
beautiful.
Dibs on Dan. Okay.
But yeah, for Digimon, that was quite the matchup where, we saw CS, we saw TS. These are 2 of the, archetypal decks that you typically can just mesh any of the cards from their particular sets. One thing that's very beneficial about BT22 and BT23 is that you don't really need cards from previous sets, from like BT1, BT2, BT3. If you're playing blue, it's like, oh, I need Davis Motomiya from BT3.
From all the way back in the
all
day.
the way. Or you're playing Greymon decks, and you're like, I need this Agumon from this set and this Greymon from this set.
Yeah, decks that have been gaining a little bit over time
Yes.
are a little bit harder to keep up with, but something like these, like you mentioned, out of the box, it takes
Right,
me
it's
all the
all
way
there.
back to BT12 when we had a Restrodramon coming out, and I was only playing BT12 cards in that
that
deck.
was the
Does it say
best
Hunter
thing.
on it? Okay, we're good.
Exactly. I think one thing that I would like to see mesh together, we saw the Time Stranger, we saw the Hoodie mesh together. I would like to mesh together our schedule to see really what we are working with coming up here because, like I said, it's a little bit fluid. We can figure it out eventually. But
Well, I know upcoming pretty soon we have the Union Arena panel with the
Union Arena panel
Yep.
coming up very soon here,
Coming
as
up
well
next.
as we have Union Arena finals right afterwards, Digimon finals, One Piece finals. I know we are all very excited to see those. And then, as we have mentioned, time subject to change, but we will see the Gundam card game finals as well. Rest assured, Bandai card game is going to get some glow today.
the machines are going to be coming out. It's going to be great.
So I'm personally happy to hear it. I was very excited to see the Gundam start the day. I would love to see more Gundam as the day moves on.
Yeah, that was a really impressive matchup between blue, purple, and green, white. Really nice to see green, white kind of get that upset, given I know it's only I believe the only one participating here in day
Yeah,
2. Hopefully
one
he
of
can keep
one.
it up.
One of one and could be the one at the end of the day. I know, Wing being something that dropped very early on. First set of Gundam still rocking it, despite there being some new boys on the block. So that's always cool to see. I love when, when new cards come out. The first thing you're thinking is how powerful are these new cards and are they going to be better than the old ones? The first thing that I like to think of is what cards weren't so good before but are good now because of these new cards that are going to be dominating everybody's attention.
Yeah, the key and lock type decks. What unlocks this strategy is always a really fun thing to look at. I think we have some fun things like that happening over in the One Piece Top Cut, right, Jake? I know you were watching those games really carefully. Anything fun you're noticing?
Yeah, I have been locked into the top 32 cut of the One Piece card game, and the distribution has been incredible. You've had 8 Dracula Mihawks, 6 Emus, 4 Ace. Typical, of what everybody thinks, especially as we walk into this event as some of the most dominant decks ever. But we have multiple copies of Purple Yellow Rosinante, something that we showed at the beginning of yesterday, at the beginning of the tournament. You've got multiple Boa, Yellow Luffy, Purple Doflamingo, and 1 copy of Red Green Luffy, which I know Rickmaster Flash has been killing it in the last couple months with that deck, and good to see him in the top cut of this as well. And Promo Nami, the errata Nami that was originally banned right from OP03, brought back in with a errata version as a promo, and is in top 16 right now, which is incredible to see because a lot of people, including myself as someone who played a lot of Nami before it was banned, didn't really expect it within this tournament, especially before EBO3, and lots of other unique decks like Green Bonnie, Black Yellow Gecko, Blue Jimbei as well, and a UP Luffy. So my prediction wasn't too far off earlier.
Yeah, they're still in contention. It's still definitely one of the most powerful decks you could be playing in this current format. And I think this kind of harkens back to what we were kind of saying yesterday is like, as long as you're confident with your strategy, there's so much wide openness in the One Piece format right now that really anything can perform very well.
I would love to see how it all ends up. Before we get too deep into the One Piece world, I think we could take a look. First of all, if you're here at the venue, you're enjoying some One Piece card game, you could also enjoy some One Piece figures, exclusive figurines available at retail now. We've got figure arts, as well as some the beautiful Yamato, as well as some wonderful Luffy figures. And not represented at this current event, but represented as a Bandai or a Bandai IP is Dragon Ball, of course, one that not here currently, but the Battle Hour is something that we should be pay attention to.
Yeah, I know it's definitely something that's really exciting, a really cool ways to kind of gather all the different games that celebrate the Dragon Ball IP.
Yeah, I'm personally excited for Battle Hour when it comes out so that we can see some more of that Dragon Ball. And then, of course, after a quick break, we will be back with more Bandai card games today. So I would like everybody to stick around and stay tuned. One Piece, of course, is going to be excited to see coming up, but I believe next will be the Union Arena panel and then more exciting things after that. So stick around. We're going to be coming to a quick break. We'll be right back.
ガンプラ45周年を記念してパーフェクトグレードアンリーシュドからニューガンダムが登場します。
ニューガンダムでは初めてのスケールでのガンプラ商品化となりますが、さまざまなこだわりを詰め込んだ自信を持ってお届けできる商品ができたと感じております。ユニットごとにフレームを組み外装をつけていくモビルスーツを建造する体験を味わってほしいです。
今回は設定再現とガンダムが実在したらの両立を目指しデザインや造形を決めていきました。そして今回60分の1スケールだからこそ実現できた意味のある構造体ごとに手元で組み上げられる究極のユニット構造を実現いたしました。それがアルティメットユニットシステムです。もしガンダムが実在していたら機体の中には多数の動力機構が備わっているはず。本物のガンダムを組み立てるような楽しさやワクワク感が味わえる商品を作りたいと考え、内部構造を突き詰めました。
単なるガンプラのパーツではなく実在するガンダムの部品だと思って、外観では見えない部分に緻密なデザインや加工を施している箇所もあります。60分の1サイズだからこそ実現できるディティールにご注目ください。
今回のこだわりポイントの一つ、フレーム。本物のガンダムはフレームにさまざまな素材を使用しているという解釈のもとで多色のランナーを使っております。それによりフレーム状態でも非常に高い密度の情報量となっています。
そしてニューガンダムを語るのに大事なサイコフレームについてもこだわっています。作品本来の設定通りコックピットの構造体に集中配置しています。ニューガンダム最大の特徴、フィンファンネル。今回より新規の連結方法を採用しました。ファンネル全体が湾曲になり表情付けが可能です。また専用台座によって安定して飾ることができるようになっております。60分の1というスケールも相まってファンネルの存在感を最大限に引き出すことができたと思っています。もちろん劇中戦闘シーンのようなパネル展開やガンプラオリジナルの展開もできますので、完成後も楽しんでいただける仕様になっています。
逆襲のシャア冒頭の格納庫でのニューガンダムの印象的なシーン。そこではツインアイに保護カバーがされています。組み立て工程の中で頭部にシールを貼る、そして完成間際にそれを剥がすなどの工程も楽しんでもらうことができます。これまでのガンプラではなかった劇中イメージの工程を加えることで没入感を楽しんでいただければと思います。
さらに今回の商品にもハッチオープンギミックが搭載されております。多色となり情報量の増したフレームを除ける仕様になっています。一部走行外しも可能ですので、劇中の格納庫にあるシーンを想像しながら再現していただければ嬉しいです。
さまざまなポージングができるよう体育に柔軟性を持たせています。各部位が連動してパーフェクトグレードアンリーシュドだからこそできる可動性能になっています。お気に入りのシーンを再現して組み立てた後も存分に楽しんでいただければと思います。
随所にこれまでの知見と技術の細かなアップデートを詰め込んでいますので、迫力のあるニューガンダムが組み上がっていく楽しさをぜひ感じてほしいです。
バンダイスピリッツホビーが送るガンプラ45周年の集大成商品、ぜひお楽しみください。
Hello and welcome back for here day 2 Bandai Card Games Fest here in the beautiful Las Vegas, and it is time for the Union Arena panel. Again, my name is Kazuki and I am joined by Akari, the global executive producer of Union Arena.
Hi guys. Hi. Thank you for coming and watching the stream for today. I'm Akari Fujimoto, the global executive producer for Union Arena. And first of all, thank you to all your support. Now we have over 20 titles in Union Arena English version, including upcoming releases. Thank you so much for always enjoying Union Arena English version. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone here at the venue joining the championship final at the Bandai Card Fest Las Vegas. I watched your exciting battles yesterday, and today's finally we have the final match. But before that, we have latest Union Arena news for you, and don't miss it.
Yeah, so Union Arena's momentum is really amazing that we've seen. From the newest series to classic fan favorites, titles just keep joining one after another. I'm always so hyped coming up on the stage. We get to share the most exciting announcements. And one of my favorite part is the cards really capture the world of the anime and bring them to life in the card game itself. So I'm sure everyone's excited to hear what's coming up next. What kind of news do we have for today?
So we have so much news for today. World first reveals about upcoming titles, event information, new title announcement, and more. You won't want to miss any of it. Here's today's lineup. Please enjoy until the end.
First up, let's start with the latest product updates. We've got world premiere reveals and plenty of brand new cards to show you today. Here's a lineup of titles being announced. I see we also have the latest news on the time I got reincarnated as a slime and 100 girlfriends that were also announced recently.
So first, let me introduce Kagurabachi, which releases in less than 2 weeks. Please watch this video. So Kagurabachi is the first manga original title for the UA English version. The powerful scenes and illustrations from the manga are featured directly in the cards. It releases on February 27th, and we're also hold release event at the local game stores from February 20th and to February 26th. Price information will be announced on our official social media.
And this is really cool. It's the first manga original title that has not been adapted yet into an anime. So some cards were revealed at Dallas last time, but today we're revealing a SR triple star card. Here is the 3-star Chihiro. Looks gorgeous, looks gorgeous. This is so powerful. The coloring has such depth to it and richness. And could this illustration be a little special? It's something unique.
Yeah, that's right. This is an original illustration drawn by the creator Takeru Hokazono sensei, even though he's so busy with his manga serialization, but he drew this special illustration just for Union Arena. Now, let me also show you some old art cards.
Yeah, these look absolutely gorgeous. I love the cool Japanese style. With all the gold foiling, these really pop out well.
So we intentionally kept the Japanese text on the cards to make the design look so cool. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is Union Arena's first booster using manga illustrations, so please make sure to get them.
Also, for everyone watching this panel, we're giving out booklets at the venue where you can try reading Kagurabachi manga. If you haven't read it yet, this is a great chance to start reading the manga today. This is provided by Viz Media and includes other information as well, so please check out Kagurabachi.
So next up is solo leveling, which is all Union Arena players have been waiting for, so please watch this.
He was known as the weakest hunter of all mankind, until everything changed. Solo Leveling joins Union Arena. Experience him leveling up through cards. A deck that recreates Jinwoo's level up progression. Lead the Shadow Army and aim for the top. Hunters step into Union Arena with special exclusive illustrations. Foil stamped autograph cards signed by the English version cast are included. Serial numbered AP cards, hand signed by the English cast, are finally here. Get Triple Star, Jinwoo, and Cha-Hain. Union Arena Solo Leveling Booster Pack releases on March 20th.
Okay, you just saw the world first reveal of this promotion video. The super popular series Solo Leveling will finally be released on March 20th. And guess what? The English version will be the first release in the world.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been really excited for this title in particular, as Akari just mentioned. We're going to get it here first, so that's also really exciting. And we have a ton of special news to share with you today.
So first, let me reveal the triple star cards that appeared in the video.
Yeah, I really love this silver foiling design on these. Just really shows the overwhelming power of the S-rank hunters.
And check this out too. For the first time in Union Arena English version, the triple star card and the double star cards feature foil stamped signatures of the English dub voice actors.
There are 6 types of English dub voice actor signature cards in total, and this is the first time that they're being revealed, and I absolutely love the way that these look, and I really want to get one of them, each of them, for myself.
Yeah, that's not all. Check this out. So these are the first ever AP cards with the hand-signed autograph from the English subcast. We can finally reveal the actual card images. Literally, each card is hand-signed by the cast members one by one.
And today, we have a special message from Michelle Ross, the voice of Cha-Hain. And please take a look at this.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle Rojas, the English voice of Cha-Hain. Hello to all the Union Arena fans out there. As many of you already know, Solo Leveling is coming to Union Arena in March next year. I've heard that many characters, including Cha-Hain, whom I voice, will appear in this set, and I'm also excited to see all of them come to life in card form. There are so many amazing cards included in this product, but do you know which one is the most special and rare of them all? That's right, this time Solo Leveling will include a limited number of cards featuring the actual hand-signed autographs of both myself and Alex Lee, the voice of Sung Jinu. This is the first time ever that something like this is being done in the English version of Union Arena, so I'm sure many of you are looking forward to it. And guess what? I actually brought with me today the real hand-signed action point card of Cha-Hain that I personally signed. And here it is. How gorgeous is this? It has a shiny gold finish, looks super luxurious, and the design is just stunning. Take a look here. Each card is hand-signed one by one, and there's a unique serial number engraved in the top right corner of the card. That means every single card is one of a kind, the only one of its number in the entire world. If you're lucky enough to pull one, congratulations. Be sure to grab a Solo Leveling booster pack and take your chance at getting this incredible card. The long-awaited Union Arena Solo Leveling will be released on March 20th, 2026. Don't miss your chance to get it. See you all next time. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you, Michelle Ross, for that amazing message. And I believe Kari brought us something special, so I get to actually show it off here. We have the cards in person of these wonderful hand-signed foil action points.
Yes, these are the signed cards by Alex and Michelle. It will be included in packs, so if you're lucky, you can get one. Can you see the real one?
Yep, it's coming soon. And I absolutely love the way these look. It makes me wonder how many cases am I have to open to finally get one of these. But of course, looking forward to these in the Solo Leveling set. Now let's reveal some of the Solo Leveling decks. First up is the Purple Shadow Army deck. This is a deck where Sung Jin-woo summons a Shadow Army and attacks the opponent with full force. Next is the green Sung Jin Woo Level Up deck. This deck keeps leveling up Sung Jin Woo to deal massive damage to your opponent with overwhelming attack power. You can experience the level up world in Union Arena too. Both decks are powerful, so look forward to building one that suits your playstyle.
Solo leveling will have many in-store events coming up. Plus, we're planning to have promotional events at venues where you can get exclusive cards. We will share more details in the events section later, so don't miss it. And the next title is Tokyo Ghoul. Please watch it. The Tokyo Ghoul Starter Deck and Booster Pack will be released on April 24th. The release event will be held for 2 weeks from April 17th to April 30th, so don't miss it. And let me introduce some first reveal cards for Tokyo Ghoul series. First, here are the Triple Star Ken Kaneki and Heisei Sasaki cards.
This is even more new original artwork for Union Arena. That's so exciting.
Yeah, that's right. And we also revealed more to double star cards with original illustrations. Here they are. And every card captures Tokyo Ghoul's dark atmosphere so well. I really love them. And now let me reveal the limited AP cards with serial numbers. Each card has a serial number, making it the only one of its kind of the world. This don't include signature, but there will be 2 types featuring Ken and Toka. And next, let me introduce Sakamoto Days, released on May 29th. We'll also hold a release event for this title, so don't miss it. The release is still a bit away, but today we'll reveal a lot of cards as a special preview.
And first up is this. The 3-star Taro Sakamoto, in addition to Slim Taro Sakamoto powerful attacks, the effect to call out the other Sakamoto store characters is also really strong. Next, let's reveal all the 2-star cards at once. Each character's image color is so colorful, it really makes you want to collect all of them. I love how these cards pop out with one another. But we have the order cards too, and all SR double star cards feature a signature as well. And let me introduce the other order cards too. They're all unified in black, which really gives off those cool assassin vibes.
We're not done yet. Next up is that time I got reincarnated as a slime, Tensla. The story of the Rimuru who reincarnated as a slime in another world, meet various companions and build an ideal nation. This releases on June 26th. And this one is different from usual booster packs, so it's the product called Special Booster Pack. Let me explain. In Japan, this was released separately as Volume 1 and Volume 2, but for the English version, we've combined them into one product, a literary special booster. It contains all 188 types of cards, so you can build decks from all 4 colors right from the start.
And this is great because it gives you so much more deck building opportunities and really lets you experiment with everything up front. And, well, it means even more alt arts too, which is always really exciting to collect. So let's talk about some, right? Let's reveal the cards right now. First, here are 2 types of SR Triple Star Rimuru, and guess what? The green Rimuru SR Triple Star will have a signature that was not included in the Japanese version.
Yes. This is an English version exclusive, and plus we're also adding English version exclusive autographs to the SR double star cards. And when you purchase a box, this time the box topper pack is a special version. If you're lucky, you can get an English version exclusive design Rimuru SR art card, so please get a box. And next up is the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You, a title that many fans have been asking for in English version. The day has finally come when you can buy it in North America. This releases on July 10th.
Now, the release is still a little bit away, but today we'll reveal some cards as a special preview. So, here are 2 types of triple star cards. These two cards actually connect together to form one picture. It's a special design, so it really makes you want to collect both of them to connect them together. Next, here are the SR 2-star cards. They feature the 6 main characters from Season 1 of the anime. They all just look so cute.
And let me introduce these two. In addition to the new original Promotional illustrations you just saw, there are also cards featuring the girls in school uniforms and like swimwear. Plus, this also comes with a special promotion pack as a box topper. Normally, it contains random foiled common cards, but this one includes special design new old art card at a low pull rate. Then next up is another super popular series, Chainsaw Man. The release date is July 31st, and there will be the release event too, so don't miss it. And first, let me introduce the special original illustrations created just for Union Arena. If you've seen the Reze Arc, the movie, you will love these illustrations. It's Denji struggling to choose between Reze and Makima. You will want to correct all 3 cards as well as a set. And now let me introduce the double star cards featuring original illustrations. These are special foil stamped signature card by the voice actors. And first up here are Denji and Chainsaw Man. It's still in development, so we can't show the text yet, but please look forward to it. And next up, here are Makima, Aki, and Power cards. And there's more. Here are Himeno and Kobeni-chan card. And now here it's Reze card. And that's not all for Reze. Today we'll also reveal a world first card. Here it is.
This design is completely different for the cards that we just saw, and it features an iconic scene from the movie.
And that's not all for the world first reveals. Here they are, Chainsaw Man and Bomb Devil card.
The Devil Form designs just look so good. The R single star and SR double star cards with a set design that looks like their battle is just about to begin.
Today we introduced the card designs, but we will keep updating in the information, so don't miss it.
And we have some important announcements here. First up, Attack on Titan Volume 2 has been confirmed for release.
It's currently in development, so please look forward to the latest update.
And even more up next. Bleach Volume 3 has been confirmed for release. Many players have been waiting for this announcement, wondering if we would get it in the English version as well, right after it was just announced in Japan. And yes, we will be getting it too, and this is going to be the first Volume 3 for Union Arena.
Yes, Union Arena's first Volume 3 set, Bleach, with its new anime season, starting in July this year, so it will continue to heat up in UA. Please stay tuned for more updates.
And we got even more. Up next is Goddess of Victory. Nikkei Precious Booster Pack has been confirmed for release.
Let me explain about what is a Precious Booster Pack is. A Precious Booster Pack is a luxurious pack where all cards of every rarity have a shiny foil finish. All cards included are made with brand new text. And today, let me introduce the Nikkei illustrations created for this precious. Yes, here they are. Even the common cards are shiny, the rare have textured foil, and the SR and AP cards have one more thing. Yeah, AP cards have gold finished stamp designs.
So all the cards are so shiny in the packs that you're going to be getting. What a luxurious. I just have so many questions that we're going to have here. Like, how many cards do we get in a pack? How can I get more of these gold foil designs? So we'll have even more to show here later. But we've shared so much exciting news that I can't wait for their releases. And we'll continue to share more product information on our official website and other channels, so don't miss it. But up next is event information. First is the North American Finals information. The finals are coming up a little bit later today, so let me introduce the top prizes. We do have the gold cards and play mats, and these are going to be on the show floor, so we're going to show those a little bit later as well during the trophy ceremony, so definitely look forward to that. And we have our finalists who are getting ready. I know they're in top 4, I think, right now as this is going on, but definitely look forward to our finalist match that will be streamed. Second is the other information. If you participate in the stamp rally at the venue, you can get the exclusive promo card for the stamps and get the limited Nikkei and Kaiju number 8 action points. We're also holding demo sessions at the venue where you can learn how to play Union Arena. Participants will receive an exclusive solo leveling AP card and be the first to get this solo leveling demo deck, so please check it out. As we mentioned earlier, we're also giving away the Kagurabachi trial manga, so make sure to pick up that as well. Also, at the entertainment zone, if you follow Union Arena, you'll get an exclusive Kaiju number 8 action point. So you can get one for just following, so make sure to stop on by for that as well.
And next is Championship 2026 to 2027 information. Please take a look at this. This is a roadmap to the finals. Wave 1 will be held from April to July, and Wave 2 from August to December. And today we're also introduced the Wave 1 prizes. First is the participation prize. All participants will receive an exclusive design AP card and a special promotion pack. And for the top winners, we will present special design AP cards, and the champion will also receive a special design playmat. These are prizes you can only get in Wave 1.
Next is a Union Arena Rare Battle. Information. From March 13th to April 12th, events for Evangelion, Kagurabachi, and Sword Art Online Volume 2 will be held. Here are the first card designs revealed for that round. We look forward to your participation. Next is Store Tournament information. We'll reveal the prizes for Store Tournament 2026 Volume 2 starting in April 2026. First, here are the winner cards for top 3. The titles are Soul Leveling, Tokyo Ghoul, and Sakamoto Days. Plus, all participants will receive these new BP counters and markers. BP counters and markers are placed under cards on the field when BP changes or effects are activated during the game. This makes it easy to tell the status of a card effect at a quick glance.
With this, you can battle more smoothly. There have been many requests for markers like these in Union Arena English version, so you will have to participate in store tournament to get them. And now let me introduce the solo leveling promotion that we briefly mentioned in the product information section. We've prepared a lot of events and prizes with the hope that you will invite your friends to start playing Union Arena through solo leveling. To celebrate the release of Solo Leveling, we've prepared a special promotion package where player can level up little by little. It's called Level Up Quest. From demo deck events to the championship, participate in each event and get promotion items. Let me start by explaining the demo deck event. So this time, we hold the demo event using the Shadow Army deck. The event period is from end of July to March 19th. Learn the rules with solo leveling and start playing it in Arena. After the experience, you will receive solo leveling demo deck and an exclusive AP card. Please participate at your local game store. And we've decided to hold a special release event. In addition to the regular winner cards, the participation prizes will give you a Sanjinwoo card as a gift. Plus, the participation event pack contains all 4 types of out art cards. If you're lucky, you might get a special gold foil stamp card. The release event starts on March 20th, the same day as the product launch. And participate in the event and aim to correct them all. Details on store tournament and Union Arena Rare Battle will be announced later, so stay tuned.
All right, everyone, thank you for waiting. We have always so much news to share, and well, this is my favorite part. So up next is the new title announcement.
Yes, it's time for our new title announcement. What title will be joining this time? Please watch this video. Here it is. Shimon, the boy living underground, meets his bro Camila, and together with his their friends, they pilot giant robots in the surface beyond into space. A story of fighting against destiny with the power of the spiral and breaking through all limits. Gurren Lagann is joining to Union Arena.
This is so great. Famous titles just keep joining one after another, and this is just another classic, and I cannot wait to see what's next.
Yes. So today we revealed one title, but of course there are still many more new titles planned for the future. We might be able to announce additional title in the near future, I think. So we're working hard on development each title, so please stay tuned for more updates.
So let's check that release schedule once again. With the addition of Gurren Lagann, the Precious Booster, and more announced today, I'm sure everyone's excitement is growing. We'll keep sharing information as it becomes available, so please stay tuned for future updates. Well, this stage was packed with exciting news and new reveals, and honestly, again, this is just such a wonderful time to get up here and showcase new titles, and as Akari mentioned, I think even more to come soon. So hope everyone's excited, and of course, if there's other Union Arena titles that you want to see join, make sure you fill out those surveys that are always available on the official channels. Those definitely help us pick out the new ones that are coming next.
So thank you again to your support from all our fans. Union Arena English version continues to grow with more titles joining, and the excitement keeps building. We've also been able to bring many North America exclusive product bonuses, like many events and more separate from Japan. I truly care about all the fans who are enjoying Union Arena, so we're preparing ideas for both newcomers who have been with us to continue having fans. So please keep enjoying great times with Union Arena. Thank you so much.
And one more special announcement here right at the end before we close things out. Akari will be doing a first look at Kagurabachi product in the entertainment zone next to the stage immediately after this panel. So, as always, the latest Union Arena news will be updated on the official Facebook and X, formerly known as Twitter, so don't forget to follow. And coming up next, we have some more gameplay and more exciting finals for you, but don't forget, we'll be having the finals for Union Arena up here shortly at the venue. So whether you're online or here in the venue, make sure to not miss that. And of course, we'll have those trophy cards and more to look forward to. So that's going to do it for now. The Union Arena stage ends now. And thank you, Akari, for joining us once again.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, everybody.
See you soon. Thank you.
And that was really exciting to see. I think one of the best things about UA that I always like to hear about is whenever the new stuff drops. Whenever the new IP gets added to the game, more different avenues to explore. I think that's always really cool.
Oh yeah, and all those announcements for the English exclusive voice actor cards and the solo leveling is going to be really exciting for players.
I'm most excited about Chainsaw Man. As a big Chainsaw Man guy, since the manga was first translating chapters in English, I mean, I'm ready to open a case of that.
Oh, nice.
I think for me, we always have, all the different IPs. We saw Bleach, we saw Sword Art Online, and now with Gurren Lagann, this is another like oldie but a goodie, kind of deal where, nostalgic fans have a chance, an opportunity to dive into a Bandai card game from something from there.
Yeah, that's the big one for me. It's a different tool than the chainsaw. I like the drill that could pierce the heavens.
Yeah.
That's a throwback, but it definitely oldie but goodie. And kind of, we like to throw it back with the anime. Let's throw it forward to the schedule to see where we're moving in the future. We mentioned earlier, that the schedule is a little bit rolling because we have so many different tournaments going on. The structure will change, but up next, we are going to have the Gundam card game finals as well as the trophy ceremony coming up very soon. After that, we're going to have the Union Arena finals and then trickling down to Digimon and One Piece to finish the day. Again, time subject to change for some of these because it is a bit of a rolling schedule, but Gundam is expected to be happening right after a break coming up.
We are in the end game now of the Bandai Card Game Fest here at Las Vegas. Champions will be crowned, and it's going to be very exciting.
We've been hearing a lot of different things. For Digimon specifically, we have literally top 4 with every unique deck. We were right on the money when it came to like what was going to be represented a lot, but we couldn't anticipate that the bracket would pair them against each other, ultimately leading to more uniqueness.
Yeah, very, very exciting top 4. And personally, I'm excited to see who made it to the top 4 of the Gundam event. So we are going to cut to a quick break so the players can get prepped and ready, and then we are going to come back with some of that finals action very soon. So please stay tuned.
Oh, I like that little glitch they did for Digimon going into that. Oh, cool. That was a good transition.
And welcome back to day 2 here of Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 in the beautiful Las Vegas. Of course, I am Cosmic. I was just running back from the other stage, joined by Div, Aspira, and UniX, ready for Gundam Finals. And look, we read your chat. We know you guys are asking for it and excited for it. So yes, we do have the Gundam Finals to talk about today. And well, it sounds like it's going to be a mirror match, and not just an archetype mirror match. We're talking a dead 50 mirror match between the two players playing the blue-purple Tekken. That was a showcase. So Spira and UniX, give us your thoughts on kind of how the event has been going and where the meta, finally ended here as we get into the finals.
Yeah, I think this is one of those, seeing the moon come down to the earth where we can see it coming. Blue-purple, far and away the most popular deck in this tournament, of course, an aggressive strategy that has a wonderful suit of removal tools to be able to keep applying pressure in a means that is very tempo-oriented. The deck is very strong. It is the most represented deck in all days of this tournament, from the LCQ to the Swiss to now Top Cut here at 11 decks, representing the top 16 decks here. So no wonder that the deck, extremely powerful. A lot of players have locked in on this being one of the most powerful strategies, and of course it has paid off for these players here in the finals, with the third place match also happening, where it is another blue-purple Tekkanen versus red-white control. So that is our breakout of our top 4. Of course, the breakdown for the blue-purple deck, the Barbados first form here in combination with the Mikazuki, providing a great way to apply damage, draw additional cards, with the blue half of the deck kind of making that critical mass of ping between the Ankshas, the gun tanks, and of course the Amuro Rays with the RX-78 to be able to break bases and make their way over into a game-winning position.
Yes, when it comes to this, as I said before, consistency is what gets through a large event. And when it comes to all the decks you could play coming out of GDO3, the purple-blue Tekkanen list covers the most ground. It has a curve that can be incredibly aggressive. It has enough ping to cause removal to low to the ground bodies or finish off bodies that have already chumped your cards, or even soften up bodies for trades with your lower bodies. So either way, this game can play in the early stages of the game, it can play in the mid points of the game, and then at the very end you have the Lupus, which is able to come down and clear up bodies that are still on the board. So with this being said, you have a deck that can operate in more stages of the game than any other, and that's why it's this prevalent. But looking at the second place prizes, we are looking at this Gundam card. It's the STO1LR, and it is majestic whether you have it in silver or gold. But I bet both players at the table would be shooting for the gold. It's just preference.
Absolutely, and both of these players also qualified to represent North America in the World Championship, as well as those who have contested in the third place match as well. So we were talking earlier on today about how there's 2 missions today for players. First off, let's qualify for Worlds. Locked in. We got that in. And now with this finals, all right, which one of us, though, is going to the World Championship as the North American champion?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Like, it is definitely going to be bragging rights, and you're always going to have that trophy, and you're always going to have that accolade. But it's just got to feel good to already be at that stage where you can go to Worlds to earn these prizes. We have a trophy card with, it looks like a serialization on the bottom.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. In the top corner here, the gold, silver, and bronze RX-78 champion cards, second and third place for those in Worlds. And of course, just for participating in Worlds, you have this gorgeous silver trim alternate art Char's Zaku 2 with a finalist stamp on the bottom. And you guys already know that if this looks gorgeous in digital, oh my God, does it look even better in person.
I know the word is overused, but that Char Zaku 2 actually looks like the definition of aura. Like POV, the last thing you saw before Char sent you off.
And of course, you will be able to catch the World Championship, where every region will be sending their representatives over to Japan to compete to see who will walk away with the world title. It'll be happening on March 15th over at 7:30 JST. Times, of course, are subject to change, so you guys will definitely want to keep up with that. Watch along live with the broadcast and see the crowning of our inaugural world champion.
And it's pretty cool getting to this particular stage. A lot of people have been seeing the rise of Purple Blue going to this event. And realistically, like I said before, operating in the most stages of the game, the early stage of the game is the most vulnerable for many decks. Once you see your first 5, you may mulligan if the hand isn't stable enough. And when it comes to that, decks like One Year War, decks like this Green-Blue Dynamis, decks like this one in particular, they can take advantage of those early game stumbles. So a deck that can operate many stages of the game, but also take advantage of any mishaps in terms of your opening hand or draw, just has kind of like a keen edge to move through this event. And now we get to see them versus each other, which, mind you, I think an aggro versus an aggro matchup is an exciting matchup, because all of your offense that would normally go face now has to become your sword and board. Whether you're going to trade for bodies, whether you're going to try to like mitigate their board presence while splitting your own tempo to do damage, there's a lot of micro decisions that are going to influence how this works out. And the ping thrown in is going to be crazy. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a new type of mentality. So naturally, going into Top Cut, you have to think about the games differently, not only in best of 3, but because of the added pressure that comes with being in a Top Cut position versus Swiss. And now you're in this very strange position in the finals where it's almost like there's a relief there, right? We're both we're qualified for Worlds. At this point, we're playing for a title. The title's very important. It's very honorable. It's very prestigious. But there's almost like this, like, oh, I can breathe moment now. I got to this position. I am here now, and I can put myself, like, no matter what happens, I'm a winner. The titles are fantastic. That's what we're going for. But now it's like, okay, let's see how these players can play now that they're a bit looser. The shoulders are a little bit looser. They know that it's not make or break, that they will have another opportunity at Worlds. And now here we're just playing to really just go for who comes out with the prestige. As we do fire it off into the gameplay here, again, this is a mirror match. Both players on the exact same 50. Ahmad here on the left and Blaine here on the right. Blaine having gone second with that EX resource to the right, as we see a tempo gun tank up against a Graze custom.
And I don't want to be the doomer, but when you see the tempo gun tank come out, you kind of know what type of hand was kept or mulliganed into, because there are many better just bodies to put out and units to put out, such as the Hyzak or the Graze. So he's trying to put bodies on board so when the EX base is cracked, we can make some forward progress. And we are seeing the Graze custom come in to deal 2 damage, and then the Corsica base coming in to get that card from Shields, making the token. Yes, Ahmad is making his assault. Building it up right now.
Yeah, the early Corsica base being one of the most represented cards actually here in this top cut. Extremely powerful, comes down with a body in the late game, comes down with the 2 bodies, which helps you close out the game. Doing that early, knowing, you know what, I'm gonna lose my EX base anyways in this next set of swings. So I can just take this draw, establish a big beefy 4-2, and kind of go from there as Blaine kicks it off with the Barbados first form, linking with the Mikazuki ping. 1 damage there on the Grace custom. And here we're going to go ahead and swing, crack that base, get our draw. And now we're in a position to be able to clear out the Grace custom if we want to, or just apply more pressure.
Yep. And this is one of those things where, ooh, that's going to be a huge card. But this is one of those things where, like I said, he set up his board wide enough, to be able to crack the base and then go in with that damage. He did indeed catch a Mikazuki to his opponent's hand, as well as the Corsica from Shield. So, yes, he made a lot of momentum, but it's not like his opponent didn't capitalize off of it.
Yeah, nice gun tank there to also keep the board clear. And actually, you know, most times hitting a base off Shield, you're like, man, gives them additional draw. I almost want to sigh a relief if I'm hitting a Corsica off the base, because they didn't get the bodies, right? So it's just like, it's one less Corsica I have to deal with. It's one less that my opponent's gonna have to see. So that's huge here. And I think Blaine has done a fantastic job of keeping the board clear here. He's got body advantage on board. So now Ahmad is kind of in that back foot of like, now I need to board control. But it's not only that, Blaine has put Ahmad down to 2 shields.
Yes.
So like, we're in a position where I have board control and tempo control. And even if you press against me to clear out my board, it's probably gonna cost you your board, and I still have the ability to establish board first. So it is a very tough position here on Ahmad's side.
Yes, and with only 4 resources going into this turn, there is not a terrible amount that he can do to this board. Moreover, a singular Mikazuki or Amuro in Blaine's hand could allow a route to break this Corsica base and have the rest of the bodies go through. So I know this is probably the most crucial turn of the game.
Yep, I think I see triple Mikazuki here in Ahmad's hand. Specifically the special edition Toyotaro art ones, which is my choice of pilot here. We do see the secondary adept here to get that additional ping, clear out the Barbados first form, and self-ping there. And it looks like we are just going to go ahead and take a clean up there, take that gun tank, and that looks to be all that was written for this turn as we pass it back over to Blaine.
Yes, and as I was stating before, this was a really tough turn for Ahmad because all he could do was try to clean up the board. There were simply not enough resources. 2 more resources, and he could have had a full clear easily. But with this amount of resources, he just has to kind of tidy it up and hope he can weather the storm. Now, luckily for him, it doesn't look like Blaine has an amazing hand.
I think here we're looking for a Gramps Link potentially. If not, maybe we're in a position where we're just going to do some cleanup damage with that gun tank and see if we can do something about that base. But our own Corsica is definitely something that we can do.
That's a very, very good drop right here. I was noticing his earlier draws were just kind of like multiplying the options in his hand. Show of Resolve is an excellent pickup, but not when you've used all of the resources needed, because he might not get that gap turn for a couple turns. The more resources that Ahmad gets, the more, like, his hand has gas in it. He has the Mikazukis, he has the abilities, but we are going to get rid of the Tall Geese token while making more bodies. constantly setting up the board for a threat. The moment your Corsica base is gone, so are you. That is what Blaine is setting up on this.
And that's why we're holding back these bodies, saying that's fine. The chip damage on the base right now won't matter too much. We're going to wait until the next turn where I can do something with this tall geese potentially to be able to crack the base and then swing 3 damage. So technically right now, with any pump on board, potentially representing lethal damage here, but we do go into the first form Barbados. Ahmad here with the teched out deck. All of these alt art super shiny here. We do have the Mikazuki Link. We are going to ping the 1 damage here on the tall geese, likely representing an additional ping oncoming soon as we do go for the swing for the Corsica base. Get that draw clear, and just a massive hand here on Ahmad. So many options. Blaine can draw at some point, so thankfully he does have the tempo on his side to do that, but it does look like the second Mikazuki is going to do that cleanup of that tall geese.
This is going to be a little scary. We got some clean sequencing here, hitting with the weaker adept to make sure. But this is swinging in. You have to put Blaine on the clock, but you have to also hope you don't give him a pilot that maybe he was looking to top deck. But yeah, you have to. Ooh, that's a Fatal Strike drawn in the hand, which is an excellent pickup right now. Actually, no. Yeah, it's an excellent pickup because we have the Barbatos.
Cleanup here. You know, we lost an RX-78 in those shields, so a little bit less there, but we still have the opportunity to percent tempo. It's just right now that base is really tough. We can clean up just about most of the board. So the biggest thing is what can we do after that? And it does look like we are going to clean up the Barbados there, which is very good. You can't give your opponent those additional draws. You could show of resolve here, though that's not an amazing position to be in.
A show of resolve, it doesn't necessarily, with that many cards in hand, you could just die after using show this turn. So he has to get rid of one of these bodies. That is the unfortunate part, but that Corsica is the wall standing tall right now.
Yep, so there's the Hyzak with that additional ping from the Adept there to clear out one of the Adepts, and then we're just going to keep going wide. Base still representing trouble, but we are representing a 4-card board. It is 1 draw. You know, if one swing here from Ahmad to give Blaine an Amuro in hand, maybe a top deck RX-78, or even just any link really, puts Blaine in a really comfortable position to be able to close out this game in this next turn. So we'll see how Ahmad responds, how much board control he's going to do versus how much pressure he needs to do versus Blaine's 3 shields.
Yes, this is really the crazy part. And yes, even though he has, I believe, 6 resources up, providing 2 links is an ask. That is an ask. So it is likely that Blaine's going to survive this turn, but the question is how much of his board survives into the following turn. We were just talking about it earlier, but Adept was doing work being able to soften up things for just chumps, and they're doing a pretty good job at taking each other's boards. All
right, so first swing, gun tank in. Reminder, of course, this is the best 2 out of 3 in an untimed finals. So there'll be an opportunity to bounce back for however this game swings here. But does look like after the first swing, we've got the Hyakuren here, and then the follow-up Alex, I believe?
Well, that's you got the Gundam new type NT1, and that's a huge body with the on-pair effect still there. So later, there could just be a Mikazuki that comes up. We see a show of resolve in his hand still. He has a Gundam RX-78. He's got gas. If he finds another pilot, he's in the money. And next turn, I do believe he has enough resources to play show. And if he draws the Amuro, he's got the Gundam as well, and that would be lights out.
Yep, so Blaine here just thinking through what can I do? Opponents representing lethal right now. How much do I have to board control? At what point can I press damage? Does look like we're going to start with the show here, so be able to draw 2 cards. 3 resources still open. We are just kind of looking for a pilot here. We draw into 2 RX-78s here. Then we're going to go ahead and pay the 2 to play another Adept here, get another ping damage somewhere on this board. And does look like we're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup to try to hedge us dying next turn. We're going to go ahead and swing and make that trade there. 4 bodies on 2, but like you were saying, Ahmad is just 1 card away from being able to guarantee a lock in here no matter what happens. So we'll have to see what he top 6 there. 1 more resource here left for Blaine. I don't think he has any additional options with that, so it's just do I go and swing like 4 damage here into this Corsica base? Is that really what I want to do here? And potentially bait my opponent into being greedy?
It's really scary because there is a world where turning his board sideways like he is right now puts him at a weird position of just getting his board blown out while he has a severe lack of hand compared to his opponent. But like I said, going up to 6 resources is enough to play Show of Resolve and anything he gets off of it. The Fatal Strike as a top deck, no, it's okay. It's getting rid of a gun tank, and that's not really too optimal. But I think it's just the show of resolve. See what you get, play out what you get.
Yep, we'll have to see where it goes here. Ahmad has so many options. But technically, depending on how aggressive he odds to swing, and depending on what those shields are looking like, Blaine could actually be in a good position. But nope, Ahmad playing it a little bit slowly, saying, you know what, we're going to board control here, so swing in on the Adept to clear out a gun tank as well. Could just go with the Fatal Strike here, get rid of additional body. And now you're in a position where you are really kind of securing your position.
Yep.
You feel comfortable, you still have your base, you have 2 shields. The opponent is in a much more top deck heavy position than you are, right? Like I think Ahmad has 7 cards in hand currently to Blaine's 3. So we are going to go ahead and kick it off with a RX-78, pay an additional 2, drop another Hyakurin, and then pay an additional 2 to Fatal Strike that gun tank, kind of securing your position. You know that you're incredibly, incredibly unlikely to lose out here. That repair massive in these matchups because it's just that ping damage just becomes kind of irrelevant. So Blaine in a very tough position here as he's kind of just drawn units. Another Adept. You can make something happen here, but very tough board to try to make a comeback from. You we talked about this, you know, in our earlier round where you got to play to win. There are definitely plays here that can buy him maybe another turn, but to play for that win is a very tough position at the moment.
Yes, and we are just 3 sets into the Gundam card game, but body tempo, unit tempo is a very, very important concept in this game. And right now, Ahmad has not only made sure his field is stacked, but he's also eliminated all of Blaine's options. So this turn, Blaine, without 2 pilots, couldn't go for game if he wanted to. And now we're sitting here with the best he can do, like Aspira said, is clearing up the board and trying to survive next turn. But with more attacks than he has shields, it's not looking good, especially with Ahmad going up to 8 resources and still having that show of resolve in hand.
Yeah, now we're pretty much in prey territory. We're hoping that this last 2 things. 1, opponent doesn't have a link, and 2, this last swing here, is it a base? It is not a base, unfortunately. Ahmad going for that swing here, taking the first win in this finals. Ahmad up 1 in this Gundam card game finals. A blue-purple mirror, just huge amount of advantage. And I think that's one of the things where in the Gundam card game you try to get so much out of value out of each individual card because it can make such a difference. And if you're in a position where you've just outcarded your opponent by like 5 cards in hand, that advantage will show itself incredibly quickly. Just one deck having many more options. We can see here in this game that our player on the right here unfortunately did miss out on a lot of links in this game versus his opponent just being able to mount a very unsurmountable board, which just didn't give him the finishing power he needed. 1 link would have changed everything. That's just the power of link plays here in the Gundam card game.
Yep, and especially in the mirror, multiple Mikazukis in the same hand. Like how Ahmad, I believe, had access to 3 Mikazukis that game. Every Mikazuki Adept is 2 damage to something. And in a game where you're playing these Hyzacs, these GMs, these Grays customs, that's a kill spell. That's a point and click right there. And every time you can take out a body without even needing to attack into it is a time where you can attack into shields, you can attack into a base, you can clear another unit. And so Ahmad seeing those 3 Mikazukis that early really allowed him to never lose tempo. And in the mirror, tempo is everything.
Yeah, 100%. But of course, this is a best 2 out of 3 players will have the opportunity to be able to make a swing back at it. We did see in our last match this going to game 3, and there's a lot of openings there for players to kind of see one thing or the other. Thing is here, being not only a mirror match, but an exact 50 mirror match means that both players are going into this matchup being like, I literally know exactly what you're doing, right? I know what your options are. I know what you're looking for. I know what you're trying to do in this matchup. So it's more so just about, can we see what we know we need to see to make this matchup a win, and see if maybe one of these players, more versed in the matchup, something like that, can find an edge up on a play here and there. But I think we are going to see many more opportunities here where the discussion of today has really been, how do I make the plays to win? A lot of plays are going to be force your opponent to have it because I need to apply pressure now or else I'm not going to be able to close out the game here as players set up in this game 2.
Now, yep, and we do see that Ahmad is in the process of mulliganing, whereas Blaine is already set up. Don't know if he mulliganed or not. But yeah, we're looking at least the Hyzac in Blaine's hand. So he has a turn 1 play if he takes the EX resource. The EX resource is on Ahmad's side.
Yep, so here Blaine opting to go first. And do you go first or second, Uni?
In this particular matchup, in the mirror. Now, like, people may flame me for this, but I think the quicker you can play Mikazuki, the better, because it will allow you to, the moment you get to level 4, you can play Adept with Mikazuki, which is likely just ruining a body while providing a forward press, and I think that's very, very important.
Yep, so here we do see the firing off of a double Gundam there, and there's primarily just there as an additional 2-2, as here we do have the Hyzak and pass here from Blaine. So double 2-2 representation on the board here as we go to Ahmad's level 3 turn swing here, get 2 damage on that EX base, and then pay the 2 here to go into a Hyakuren, big 4-3 stat line, before passing it back over to Blaine for their 3rd energy turn, and quite a few options from the looks of it here on 3 resources.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in the tank. I did see a gym in hand.
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity here to maybe go, it could go Corsica base. That is something
Corsica, gym, it's a little hard to see his hand.
Looking like the play here might just be Barbados first form and a gym.
Get the board wide and set yourself up for an adept play, which can push forward into draws, and there's a lot of good momentum that he can spawn here. And just like you said, just going wide. Now, his opponent does have a Fatal Strike, and that is curtains for that Barbatos.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate here. Blaine opting to go for some board control here, and that's the thing. Things like Fatal Strike, like you're saying, the plays of the Adept plus the Mikazuki here, that could potentially take out that Barbados first form. We saw how important hand advantage is in this matchup, and if you can deny your opponent those free draws, that one card pays multiple cards with the dividends as we go into the late game. So we'll see what options we have to here. The only trade-off, of course, being that, like, if you end up going for the Fatal Strike, you're maybe not really establishing your board beyond that. You can swing with the Hyakuren. Maybe the gym goes into it, and you leave that open for something like a gun tank or something like that. So it's trading off board for board and then giving Blaine potentially the opportunity to be able to swing back. But it does look like we're just oh, you know what? Link ramps, pretty good instead.
yeah. I mean, he said, wait, why not clear the Barbatos and make a body? But realistically, whatever way you choose to do it, you have to get rid of that Barbatos before it turns into 2 cards, maybe even 3 cards. Not generally in this mirror match, but yeah, you can't allow your opponent to get into more resources. And that is the first step. Now, when it comes to putting down Gundam with Amuro, especially in this matchup, it gets very hard. You have to almost one-shot the Gundam, or you're not getting rid of it. Because right now he has one window, a singular window of getting rid of this card before it kind of gets out of reach. However, he is crashing, putting more damage onto it, and then he just needs one more piece of damage. There we go. And so, hey, handled expertly, but that was his window.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the kind of pressure that Amuro RX-78 do. It's like, if this stays on board for more than 1 turn, I am losing so much value. In previous sets, it was almost like, okay, I have to commit my Link swing into this thing, lose out 2 cards on it, because or else it just kind of runs house. The repair's a big deal, especially in this matchup where ping damage is so important. You do just kind of need to, especially on curve, commit an entire turn to just say, I'm going to deal with this threat before I can go ahead and resume trying to do my game plan.
Correct, but it is nice that he dealt with the threat while still making bodies. I find it funny that despite all the discourse about Amuro, this is powerful, that Amuro wasn't really used in the first game, and in this game, Amuro Gundam just immediately got pushed off.
Here we're giving Hyakuren an additional stat to try to help to keep it on board, I presume. Or I could rest for like a double gun tank type situation maybe. So there's the Adept for the ping damage. On the undamaged Adept. And then 1 to go into a Mikazuki, get that additional ping.
Okay, so now it has 4. So we can get rid of the Barbatos. We can get rid of the Barbatos Adept that's already there.
And then swing. Okay, so we're playing aggressively. So we're just saying, no, I just
setting up damage. And
I just want to keep being damage, and this additional stat should make it a little bit harder for you to deal with this Hyakuren, which means you're just gonna have to commit more to playing defense. Whereas I just want to keep applying pressure. But that's a lot of cards. I mean, like, we're down to 2 cards in Ahmad's hand versus Blaine being in a position to very much get back control of the board.
Yeah, it is kind of one of those points where he's like, I'm up on shields. I still have my EX base. I'm pressing into his shields, and I have the bigger body. So he has to react to me. I think that generally is a good position to put your opponent on, especially if your hand is starting to dwindle or be weak. However, at the same time, we all know this deck is extremely good at dealing out damage without having to sacrifice their board tempo.
Yep.
So this is one of those positions where he's probably going to clear most of his board. Well, he's going to clear one body without needing to attack onto it if he has like a singular gun tank. I can't quite tell in his hand. It might not be. See Amuro,
it's a Corsica, and I'm not sure what that last one is. But we do see the ping there with the rebake, and then looks like we're going to just do some cleanup with the trade there. So just a Amuro paired Hyakurin here on Ahmad's board, while Blaine has the rebake as well as his own adept. One resource up left. I guess could potentially throw Amuro under and then go into the Hyakurin. That is an option that's possible. But no, looks like we are just going to save that in our back pocket and pass here. Draw here looks like potentially an Amuro. So that's going to be a first swing here. Does have the ability to block if he wants to. Thinking about it.
Thinking about it hard, actually. He's like, am I ever getting this card back? Like, you have to know.
Yeah, so it does look like it's going to be a block there. 3 damage on the Hyakurin. Does survive with 1. And then that's just a pass, opting to not play the Tempo Gun Tank. And then I think it's just 2 pilot. No, it's a Fatal Strike and then the Amuro on Ahmad's hand. So Blaine here does it. Oh, with that show of resolve. This would be a huge opportunity to be able to do that right now. Get that refresh. Your opponent is struggling on cards. You can use this opportunity to be able to go up on cards and then do some massive tempo swings on the subsequent turn here.
And we are at 6 resources?
I believe so.
No. Oh, we were.
Yeah, so there's the rebake.
And this is good. Establishing a blocker while getting rid of your opponent's card. Excellent. And if he ends up serving it back to a Blaine next turn, we have a perfect time to Corsica and show of resolve in the same turn, which I thought was potentially going to be the play this go, but this does really work on getting rid of that. Now we are seeing another Gundam in Amuro. We are seeing another attack, and that's light work for this. Taking 3 damage to repair 2.
Yeah, sitting at 1, like you're super comfortable. I mean, just the perfect top deck here of the Gramps. But I think, this is one of those plays like you kind of have to do it, but because now you're forcing the onus, but the card advantage, that cost us 2 cards, and we only had 4 cards in hand. If Blaine has like an elegant way to be able to deal with this, we're still back to being in an uncomfortable position. Pay the 3 going for the Corsica base here is going to be able to set that up and get the draw. I think we just drew into another Corsica base, but here we will get, I believe, the Tall Geese. I think this is our first one here. So we have 4 resources left. Could go show of resolve and maybe like a gun tank or something, but we'll have to see because we do want to deal with this Gramps. That is something that we want to deal with right now, just because if we deal with this Gramps, opponent's going up to 3, Ahmad's going up to 3 cards in hand, you're in a much more comfortable position. And it does look like we go for our own RX-78 here. Going to get that pump. And we're going to play a little aggressive. Okay, and then we are just going to go for the trade. I like this quite a bit. Yeah.
Getting rid of that EX base while you can, getting rid of the trade, because at the end of the day, that Gundam means a lot more to Ahmad than it does to Blaine.
Is that just another Fatal Strike? Gets rid of tokens, I guess. I mean,
it is, but
going 1 for 1 here when you're the deck with no cards in hand is just not where you want it.
Not even the Tempo gun tank. You just had to use it, and this is an incredibly good place. Like you said, you like that play. I like that play. He really said, you know what? You have nothing past this Gundam. I'm pretty sure. I still have a whole hand.
And then just making sure that we have a resource for turn. Show is pretty good here. Just kind of digging our opponent down at advantage. And then we got the draw of the Hyzak as well as the Mikazuki here. So swing, and now it's really on Blaine to be able to apply pressure. Ahmad in a tough top deck position, maybe with the right pilot or 2 hit on those shields, can amount a comeback, but it is very tough in this position where he has no cards in hand.
Yep, and I saw the disappointment when that show of resolve was flashed. Ahmed shook his head like he has 2 cards. His opponent just drew 2 cards. Like it's going to be rough because at this point, he's hoping to see cards off the top of his deck, and it's not even like he has a pilot or a linkable unit in hand to draw into. He's just oh no, another
fatal strike. I mean, it is fatal, that's for sure, just maybe not on one way more than the other. Very tough position to be here for Ahmad, just not drawing anything, and Blaine just running away with this game, drawing his own double fatal strike turn after turn, but had put himself in a position to just have the stronger board to be able to clear out the game. We do get the Mikazuki draw. That makes things very possible depending on the top deck here for Ahmad. If he can get a Barbados first form, be able to clear some board, get an additional card draw, could make something something happen. But here we're just going to see the deployment of Corsica base doing what Corsica base does, draw that additional card, get those 2 Leos on board. I believe Corsica base actually being one of the most represented cards here in this top 16 cut. So very powerful. I mean, the 2 bodies for 1, you get that card draw, so you get the card back in your hand. Absolutely massive.
Yes, and we are at a position where even though he knows one of these Corsica base or one of these Leo tokens can easily be removed if the Mikazuki gets to drop, he still just has so many bodies. In this pack, over double the bodies that his opponent has shields. It's looking grim.
Yeah, but technically not over. We can double Fatal Strike. We can get rid of the token.
Mikazuki.
Get the Mikazuki here. We can do a little bit of cleanup. If that lasts, if we got a shield in here, technically possible, but of course Blaine, depending on what the, oh, never mind. The Mikazuki kind of locks that in here. So it's just going to be another Mikazuki drop. But here we're just going to go through the procedures. Last swing here, Blaine taking it back. 1-1 both sides, Ahmad and Blaine. Giving it their all here, very much a forceful strike here. We can see once again another game advantage. Game 1, we had over on Ahmad's side 7-card hand to like a 3-card hand. Here on Blaine's side, not as much of a hand disparity. We were looking closer to being at about 5 or 6 cards to about 2 to 3 cards in hand. But again, you're just so stuck in a position where like, okay, well now if I'm going 1 for 1, we do that 2 or 3 times. If I'm the player with 2 or 3 cards in hand, I've got nothing. Whereas my opponent still has 2 to 3. Those are units that could represent multiple swings into shields, and it just puts me in a very tough position to crawl my way back.
Yes, sir. And this is a game where the main function, the main draw, linking, that mechanic, it's a 2-card requirement. So once you start going beneath 4 cards in the hand, your options are fairly limited, and you have to try to figure out what you're getting from your burst. You have to see if you can get into your cards like Show of Resolve, like your cards like Overflowing Affection. But we have seen 2 different games where the tempo was fairly well placed on one side or another. I'm hoping this 3rd game is that back and forth.
What was that? 3rd game? Man, isn't best of 3 so cool?
Oh, you know what? Now that you think about it, I think it is. I think everybody could see. It's looking pretty good. This is how I like to play the game.
That's very exciting. And again, as a reminder to everyone at home, this will be also very similar to the format for the World Championship. The World Championship in March will be a best of 3 with a 10-card sideboard. If you guys want to see more of how those tournaments play out, the replays for the Japan finals that also happened this weekend would be a great place to see how those games played out. As both players here get ready, get their initial draws, we do see here Blaine setting up his shields, and then maybe Ahmad thinking on mulligan here. So we'll kind of see where he lands. We do see a 0-0 in hand, so maybe just keeping it to be able to get it aboard. We got the fist bumps. It looks like we'll be jumping right into this matchup, as we do have the EX resource here on Blaine's side, who will be going second and going into this first turn. Let's see if he's got a turn 1 play. Looks like a no. 2, no. I thought I saw another 0-0 in there. It seems that is not correct.
Not sure if he mulliganed or if he just knew the hand was amazing.
Ooh, Rizel, very nice here. So there could be a world here where when we were informed about the same 50, it's like, oh, Hyakurin is the same thing as a Rizel. The 0-0 is the same thing as a Hyzak. We do see here the early Corsica base, get that draw, get that 4-2 body on board. And the biggest thing that it does is it sets up future Corsica bases. Now you're in a position where what you really want are the 2 bodies, and if you get out an early Corsica base, you're in a position to be able to kind of deal with that. And also, Rizel now doesn't deal with the current base on board. So yeah, Rizel would have been able to get rid of the X resource, but it's a very similar position here where you're kind of dealing with a 5 HP base instead.
And I see that there was a gun tank in Blaine's hand. Not sure if there's another card that will be able to follow up with ping. Because clearing the O gun would be good if you didn't have to touch it, and then you could at least put some damage on Corsica.
We do see the RX-78 here, but presumably no link. I don't even know if this is like a super fortuitous link. If we wanted to go for it, you could clear the Tall Geese, you could clear the. Well, it does look like we are going to opt for it. So we're going to go ahead and use burning that EX resource, go into the Amuro Ray link with the RX-78 here. Rest mode down the token, and it does look like we're just going to go face. And the question is, are we going to deal with that token or not? And we will take 4, but then we'll be able to repair
2.
So it'll ask Ahmad to potentially have to do some damage here. So it does look like we're going to go down that route, down 4 HP here, but end of turn repair, we'll build that up to 2. With the 2/2 on board, that means that Ahmad just needs to find 1 damage.
Exactly. And we're going up to 4, level 4, so just a singular adapt. It looks like I see 2 fatal strikes in his hand.
Ooh.
And now we're returning.
I was like, you know what, that play was so cool. I'm going to do it myself, and this is devastating because here, this does allow, with the RX-78's BP bump, or AP bump, to be able to clear out with the 2/2, and then we go into our own RX-78, clear out the Rezel, and now we've got our own beefy stat line. And like we were talking about last game, this is a must-answer threat. Every single turn that the RX-78 stays on board, it just demands so much more from you, and it takes away so much more advantage.
Yes, and we do see the Mikazuki in his hand. I'm just not quite sure if we can spot any card. Is that a first form next to the Mikazuki that you shuffle around?
Can't tell from here. I mean, we've got the Mikazuki, we've got the gun tank. You just need to find 1 more damage somewhere in there.
Yeah, and if it is a first form, I think you just rip it. You get the Gundam off the board, you get your draw.
You get your draw replaced.
And you just call it a day, because that card, like we've been saying, the moment he passes back, that card becomes not invincible, but it's definitely going to be annoying to touch, period.
Yeah, so we're going with the 3 here. It does look like we have our own RX-78 once more. And then are we leaving it at that, potentially? Pay the 1. Gun tank. Interesting. So what this effectively does is, like, next turn, even with your repair 2, you're going to be down to 4 HP. And maybe that lines up my next turn, whereas the 5 HP threshold is a little bit too much for what I have lined up here. Oh my!
Yeah,
this is devastating.
This is a blowout.
Here. Another RX-78 link. I mean, we've been saying since the early sets that this is the most powerful turn 4 play. Turns out it could have an argument to be one of the most powerful turn 5 plays in the game here. I mean, this is huge. They both heal. They both go back to 4 HP. It's a must-answer threat. And then we wrap it up with a tempo gun tank.
Yes, this is, in this particular mirror in general, there's not a crazy amount of cards that get over this, like, just naturally. And this is, you would hate to see this if you were Blaine.
Turns out linking's really good.
Linking is very, very good.
All right, here we go into Blaine's next turn. Considering on the Mikazuki again, this is a very tough position. Usually, in this kind of board state, a linked RX-78 would be demanding almost your entire turn worth to try to get rid of. And that's only dealing with 1, which once again, is a must-answer threat. So now we're in a position where we have 2 that we need to deal with. That is a lot to demand out of a hand, especially when you're only down to 5 resources here. So we are going to go and decide to aggro Mikazuki in Ahmad's hand. Ahmad just drawing everything here as we go into our own first form with Mikazuki here. We're going to get the ping on the gun tank, and presumably here we're just going to go offer up the trade, get an additional draw, so at least we're staying up.
Ooh.
Okay, well, we see a gun tank that could do something a little bit after. Presumably here we're going to go for like an adept or something like that to be able to clear the gun tank. Or maybe that was just the 1 damage that could stick, knowing it wasn't going to repair away at the end of the turn.
Yeah, it looks like this is one of those games where, unfortunately, variance is a factor. Your opponent seeing double Gundam Link, getting a Mikazuki from Shields versus you playing Hyzax. It is what it is, but this is every turn that we move forward from here is just a turn where more momentum is building on Ahmad's side.
Yep, I mean, Blaine had to spend 1 turn dealing with 1. Gonna have to spend another turn dealing with another. This is a free, with the Fatal Strike, keeping the board clear. This attack was free because of the repair 2 at the end. We get the Hyakurin on board. We're gonna be able to get another 2/2 on board. Now we're representing 4 damage going to this next turn. And now we have a full, healthy STO1 Gundam. Here we do see the draw of the rebake. We have the gun tank. So we can clear the gun tank for essentially free. We have a block, which might help us stabilize. Still have 5 shields, so lots of room to be able to get some advantage back, but Ahmad is clearly setting up for a big rush into the shields as opposed to chipping away at them, and then potentially kind of going for a closeout turn after that. Ahmad's hand starting to slow down, though. We see, I think, double Mikazuki here. So really, really solid pilot draws here from Ahmad, and then I think a Fatal Strike potentially in the back. So if Blaine can position himself to deal with this board, might be able to make a comeback here.
We could. We definitely could. He's got to deal with half of this board this turn. to be able to put himself in a position of stabilization.
Yep, so here we go with the rebake. It's going to go ahead and clear the gun tank. Now, unfortunately, we might be pressed to make some tempo plays, which is rough. At least the 3-attack blocker. Nope, we're just going to pass. The 3 AP blocker here could at least, you're not dealing with the RX-78 here, but at least you can deal with the Hyakurin and preferably the O Gundam, so at least you can go ahead and block that. But we'll have to see where that is, as we do have double Mikazuki, Fatal Strike, and another O Gundam in hand.
Yeah, the thing that would be crazy right now. He said trade offer.
Yeah, I think you just take this, and then if they remove it, fine. But
half of his board gone. He can take 2 shields away from you. That's fine. Hopefully, you get something from him if you're Blaine. That's what you're hoping for. It's like you said, Ahmad is potentially going to run out of steam, potentially. But we are looking at this position. Yeah, he had to readjust the damage because of Gundam's little buff.
Yep.
And ooh, an adept going to the trash.
So here you could play the Ogum. You could just throw a Mikazuki on there to get rid of the rebake, and that does look like what we're going to do. Put the 1 damage on the RX-78, get that repair at the end of the turn. And just every turn, Ahmad having a means to say, your board is not something I have to be a concern of myself with. Whereas Blaine is trying to crawl back here. I think we see a draw of a Fatal Strike. So not a phenomenal. I mean, the Fatal Strike on the O is actually pretty, yeah.
Or it gets rid of either one of them.
Yeah.
They're both the same stat line right now.
Yeah, that is true. So at least you can deal with that. Ahmad doesn't have a hand that does much of anything. You're still in a position to maybe come back. It's just the problem that the bodies that Blaine has access to don't do a wonderful job of dealing with this board, especially a repairing RX-78. That if you just don't deal with it right away, these are the kind of board states we were talking about. It does look like the option here for the Fatal Strike will be the O Gundam here, as we do play out a gun tank. And then potentially looking like we're just going to play out the Alex. Does look like it.
All right. This, I mean, he's still not out of the game yet, even with a top deck link.
The Corsica top deck.
Look. Look, I don't know what you want me to say here. That was
so good. I mean, Ahmad's solid setup of draws here. The Corsica going to be able to deploy 2 Leos, get that additional draw, so it doesn't even cost you a card in hand. You want a base anyways, as we get the swings here and try to set up for lethal.
Yeah, when your opponent's burst is gas and your burst is not, that's gonna hurt. 2 adepts coming from the shield area.
Yep, there you see the Corsica. I couldn't see what the draw was there, but the double Leo's on board now, representing 4 attacks to 1 shield. And then does look like we have another body that we can put down, so just a tough position. We do see our own Alex here on the other side and just saying, Blaine, do something here.
You know, it's kind of rough, but not even a Lupus could save us right now.
I believe we drew RX-78. I think I saw Amuro in hand. So maybe we have a link play here. So there's a lineup where, like, if this last shield is a base, maybe.
I mean, all he could really do right now is try to run over a couple of cards, and he would still be leaving, like, the Leo tokens on board. This is rough.
Yep, here's the RX-78. Here's the one for the link into the Amuro array. Unfortunately, a little bit late, but we'll see what the target is. The target is the Alex. And now I believe with the AP bump that we have, we can do a board clear here. So we're going to go ahead and swing the Alex, probably going into the RX-78, presumably.
Get set up.
And then we've got the linked RX-78 here going into the Alex. And now Blaine is just hoping for the best. So pass turn here, no cards in hand, hoping that his shield is able to save us. Double Leo on board could represent lethal. We'll see what Ahmad ends up drawing into here to see if we can finalize.
Fatal Strike burst.
Would be huge. So there are a couple of options here that keep Blaine into this game. RX-78 here on board. Gonna go ahead and play the Mikazuki here to get that ping on the Gundam. Gonna go and take the hit here, and it is a Mikazuki, and unfortunately that swing here, Ahmad walking away as your North American champion, taking this down 2-1 in this blue-purple mirror.
That was great. That was great. Look, we saw a bunch of heads-up plays from both players. We saw pivots, we saw momentum and tempo, and say what you will about the purple-blue dominance at this event, but we saw a masterful game right there, and it was good to have that as our final game for the North America Finals.
Yeah, 100%. Both players played excellently. You love to see it go to a game 3, that pressure, that tempo. And we can just see the power of this blue-purple deck. And of course, the power of link plays, right? Being able to align those pilots with those feature mobile suits as we see the handshakes here of the homeboys on the center stage. But, you know, just the ability to be able to extend and push your plays, get that tempo, and the power of the RX-78 to be able to repair, stay healthy, clean up the board. And if you get that back-to-back, well, this Game 3 was a wonderful demonstration of just how back-breaking that can be.
Oh, yes, especially in a matchup where your top end doesn't necessarily, like, your top end is almost essentially the Amuro and Gundam. So when you're not running these wing zeros, when you're not running these, like, big, like, bodies, you're not really clearing it once it gets down. If it gets up to full health, it can be really rough. So that was pretty cool. We saw a lot of good play there. And we're looking at the top 8. And at the end of the day, yes, the sting of defeat may be sharp. But remembering that you're both going to Worlds.
Yeah, 100%.
That's a bit sharper.
Both of these players moving on as we look here into the top 8 representation here. 5 blue, purple, pink decks break it out into this top 8. And then we do have, I believe that is the potentially like the blue-green lock-on deck. We've got Wing here in there, as well as the red-white control deck in top 4. So big representation here, BP. Boogeyman, justified Boogeyman of the format here in this representation. Across the board, this has been the representation in the LCQ, in Swiss, and in this top cut.
Yeah, I do think something very interesting to note is that going into the top 16, there were 11 purple blues and there were 5 of the nons. And the fact that going down into top 8, 3 of the 5 non-purple blue decks converted. And you can kind of tell that they had a good run because they anticipated this meta shift and preyed upon it. And so I think that's pretty interesting for everybody looking at the saturation of purple blue and being like, oh man, just understand there are a lot of decks that can combat it. And we saw the translation well going into top 16 and going to top 8, because by far I would say that close to 50-60% of the field was purple blue. So the decks that did make it all the way to the end that weren't those, they made it there for a reason.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it's just, again, a great time to see anytime a new format launches. Aggro always takes the spotlight, right? It's a new format. People are still trying to figure it out. So that's where we really got to see Blue Purple take the spotlight. But of course, we got some trophies to award. We got some celebrations to have on stage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, heading out some quick trophies and celebrating the end of the Gundam card game for this weekend. So we'll be right back.
Iconic characters from hit series gather beyond their worlds. Union Arena. Experience the ultimate dream battles. And that's not all. New titles join the battle. Unleash the power of heroes within the cards. Union Arena.
everybody, and welcome back to the stage where we'll be crowning our champions and finalists here for the Gundam card game NA Finals.
How'd you guys like that last game?
So here we're going to go ahead and be kicking it off with our third placement player, Jeffrey.
And next, coming out at second place, we have Blaine.
All right, Blake, so that was an extremely exciting final. Where did you have to put your headset when you're thinking like, okay, how am I gonna go into this final and face it off in this mirror match?
I mean, if you want me to be honest, man, we are 50 for 50 cards in our decks. It was literally the same deck. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it was pretty coin flippy. I got pretty greedy keeping the hand I did in game 3. So if I could redo it, I'd probably throw that hand back. But besides that, I think we both played well and did good.
Absolutely, and you still get another shot at that title over in the World Championship. So congratulations here. And then we've got our finalist, North American champion for the Gundam card game, Ahmad! All right, Ahmad, the North American champion for the Gundam card game, representing North America as the champion going into the World Championship. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I can't put it into words. It's like my stomach's all in my throat. You know, the matchup was 50-50. I got lucky with the armor links. You know, it's how the cookie crumbles. But I'm very excited for Japan. Yeah.
100%. I mean, once again, you're going to be representing North America as the champion. You're going to be leading the charge here with your other competitors. Do you have any words for the world out there as you make your charge over to the World Championship?
Watch out for Blue Purple from North America.
That's it. Let's go. And once again, your third place, second place, and first place Gundam finalists. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. And we'll be jumping into the UA finals in just a moment. You won't want to miss it.
And welcome back here to the caster side of everything. And we have a couple more people joining us. So we got Two Champs even back once again, and Jake, or you can call him Atrocious if you'd prefer. But that is all for Gundam card game this week. And I hope everyone's really enjoyed. I'm glad we were able to get the finals up there for everybody. Blue-purple finish, really great to see people going to Japan, going to celebrate, represent North American for those big tournament. Of course, we can watch those live as they mentioned, but we're going to be setting up the stage. And coming up next, we're going to have the Union Arena Finals. And I think I heard it's going to be Red Kenshin, and we're going to have Purple Ava. So the boogeyman of the old format versus the boogeyman, or the anticipated boogeyman of the new format. So that is pretty exciting. But of course, we do need a couple moments to swap out the stage, get the players ready, and get things excited and get the audience ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a quick moment here at Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 in Las Vegas with the Union Arena Finals. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 here in the beautiful Las Vegas. I'm Cosmic, joined once again by Div, 2-Tram Champion, and Atrocious Jake. How's everyone doing out there? We are getting ready to jump into Union Arena. So tell us, how have our predictions gone? I know we have some graphics, but I'm excited for Purple Eva, but how about everybody else?
Well, not to brag, but Cos, when you mentioned that Kenshin was in the finals, me and Jake here were pretty happy because I think we both had that on our radar. But you, of course, had Purple Eva on your radar as your #1 pick. Nice to see you being right about that.
Yeah, very excited. Obviously, biggest player of the field, but also just the most hype coming into the tournament. A lot of people really excited for Eva Galleon's release. And gotta give a shout out to the Japan format. Red Eva just won over there. So we're not gonna see Red Eva here in the finals, but we do have Purple Eva in the finals, which I'm excited about. But hey, Div, what happened? We gotta talk about that.
I know. I was like, when are they gonna throw it at me to see? Well, I got my predictions wrong, but you know, I'm always rooting for the underdog, and that's what I'd like to see. But here we have the top 16 breakdown. We had a lot of Purple Eva Spear running. We had Red Kenshin, 5 of those deck representing 32% off the field. We had 2 yellow Evas, 1 purple Eva, the Willy variant, which kind of was running across LCQ. The winner of LCQ was actually running the Willy raid, and we had 1 red Eva, which, as you mentioned, won in Japan last night, and we had 1 purple Kenshin. So pretty good spread across the 2 IPs, but pretty dominant with Eva and Kenshin in the top 16. We can clearly see the 2 strongest IPs coming out of this Nats here. And the deck highlight here is Red Kenshin, one of my favorites. A lot I've played with the deck. We have the main raid, which obviously lets you attack twice, and the draw when you raid again. So pretty powerful. You have the raid Kenshin of starter deck that pushes back and has impact. So really threatening card when it comes out of her life. You have the main energy engine, which is Karu, also protects your Kenshin. So pretty powerful combo here. And then finally we have the 4-cost 2 AP Kenshin that basically makes it available so all of your Kenshins will now kill. Because if Kenshins attack, they do not kill, they just get pushed back to the energy line. So very good deck, really disrupts the energy line and keeps board pressure. And moving on, we have the other side. So Kaz, take us through the Purple Eva deck.
So Purple Eva, right, just the spears, a lot of spears running around all weekend long. And we love our Boss Monster style decks. And the 7-cost Eva is just so great because it's a great closer, right? You have impact, which is really key for making sure your attacks are always connecting for damage. It has 5,000 BP, which of course is really great for kind of stonewalling the format because a lot of the decks usually go up to only 4K. And then it just has an ability to dig you through the deck, make sure you're recycling your cards, playing them for free, going into the Shinji and kind of leveling them up to make sure that you can play the 5-cost one. That becomes a 4K and also has a Nullify Impact, which was relevant actually in the top 16 that we saw quite a couple times. But I always got to give a shout out back to the Wunder, the last raid on there, which is a 4K body. But it's a forced removal. It gets you to draw you extra cards once it gets removed. It really is just a key piece that brings it all together and finds you the Event Spear, which is going to give you the free removal as well as drawing an extra card. So when we think about consistency in Union Arena, it always goes back to the purple and blue decks. And really, that's one of the main reasons why Eva was such a strong showing this weekend and getting us all the extra, attack and removal. But of course, we have some prizes to talk about here at the top 16 playmat, as well as the action point cards. And I was actually able to go back there, and I was really excited the players were able to share this with me. The gold foiling on these is gorgeous. I was not expecting this to be as wonderful as they were because we have like the normal gold foiling that we see on like the double star and triple star style of cards, but these really got a special treatment. And Div, what are your thoughts on the trophy cards that we got for the third place through the champion?
The trophy cards look amazing. They are something that players will cherish for their memories for a lifetime. We have the silver trophy being shown on screen right now. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm telling you right now, the pictures do not do justice. And this is what the champion of North America, Union Arena, will be getting. The champion's playmat and the first place action point card. Amazing for anyone who's a huge Union Arena fan, as well as someone who has crushed it all the way to the finals to take all of this home. I cannot believe how beautiful this looks in person.
Yeah, and of course, during the trophy ceremony, we'll definitely get a look at this, but also getting all those extra action points is really nice. So up first now of our finals for Edward on the purple Ava on the left, and we have Seth with the red Kenshin on the right there. So, Div, talk us through this match. Kind of, what are your thoughts going into this? The boogeyman of old versus the boogeyman of new here.
So definitely, it definitely depends on what they draw initially. Obviously, the biggest thing about Kenshin is they need to be very aggressive early on, because sometimes Eva can take a second to set up their board, but you can't throw Eva out immediately, because most Eva decks are built in such a way that they can get to their 6 or 7 energy by turn 3, their first full AP turn, right? So the key pieces here will be to see if the red Kenshin can really pick out that Karu as we get into the game right now. Best of 3 to crown the North American champions for the first time ever, and a huge early start. 2-0 cost Kenshins on the field for set, ready to be aggressive. We do see Edward starting it off with a 0 cost Karu that basically you can rest to gain an extra energy, which is a really cool touch that I noticed in Edward's deck, right? Most people run the Mari with the 2K Mari, kind of be more aggressive, but I think Edward has chosen to be more energy efficient in this choice. But as we move on to the next turn, Edward is thinking on what to play. He does play out the Misato, 0 cost, and the Shinji double energy. Look, as I said, right, turn 2 already at 4 energy, turn 3 will be at 6, so already to a great start.
Yeah, the Karu really being able to give you that kind of double energy cheat for a turn is really helpful for making sure that you're getting your 7s online, because again, we really don't want to have to deal with Kenshin pushing things back, and we were talking about the energy disruption yesterday being such an impactful thing, and Kenshin can definitely get there against the decks that have the double energy in the back. So it looks like Seth is actually just going to do a double promotion here, realizing that he wants to be more aggressive. Looks like his hand is a lot lower in the cost. So we are just going to see 2 very quick attacks coming over from Seth's side with the Kenshin. So just the Shinji there with no trigger off the first one. The second one is the Karu again, so no trigger help for Edward's side of the board. But again, Seth really saying, hey, we are getting aggressive. We have a low-cost hand. We just have the 1 raid, it looks like, in his hand. So just going to try to take the early damage route, which was really key in the Bambi matchup yesterday of getting those early points of damage to be able to put themselves in a winning position. So we're going to see how Edward plays out his turn, and how fast can we get online for the removal? That's the real question.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think Seth could have done anything better that turn, just because optimally you want to see at least the 2-cost Karu at this stage, so that you can set up your energy board. But because he didn't have that, he was like, let's move on to the rush. I see Edward has an empty board, let's go through. But now we see Edward playing out the turn, pushes the 500 BP Misato up, plays the 1-cost Misato in the back, uses an AP extender, a final, this early in the turn, but we already see he's at 1, 2, 3, 4 energy. So can we see a wonder trade?
There we go.
Trade? Yes, a wonder trade. Again, to remind everyone, force block, and when it gets sidelined, you can search the top 5 cards of your deck to pick out 2 cards that are 5 cost or more, which also lets you pick up the event card and plays the Nullify Impact, which is very smart for Edward, right? Because Edward knows that if Kenshin swings, I block, I just move this double energy backward and I'm set up.
Yeah, that's a very key, very nice heads-up play here by Edward in key play, knowing that Kenshin just has to push things back to the energy line. So it's just a free block, really, from Edward's side in this case. And, this is kind of the give and take of Union Arena, is that, yes, you can take those early promotions and making sure that you're being as aggressive as possible, but with only the 2 energy on Seth's side of the board here, it can be a little bit slower to ramp up. So we're going to see how he extends out his turn. Of course, we do have just enough to go into double energy plus a raid if he wants to, but we'll see what he's going to do with his last action point here shortly.
Yeah, he does play out the 2 cost double energy that basically 3-cost double energy that basically gives another character 1k or takes a 1 cost from your sideline. So he does bump and he does go into the raid, a beautiful rare battle card, Kenshin. Raids and a special on the Nullify Impact. And remember, the key thing about special is basically it bottom decks the card. So if he would have used his special on the Wonder effect wouldn't have gone through.
Yep.
But we do see the first swing coming in and Misato is blocked. The second swing coming in, Edward thinking whether I should take or whether I should block, because again, Wonder doesn't die if he does block. So this would be a very key thing, but Edward does go ahead and take my life. We do see an active trigger, so the next attack is blocked as we move on towards Edward's turn.
Yeah, really great. And of course, this Wonder is still going to be a 4K body that's going to be able to attack through and hopefully pressure some life. You know, Edward already down to 4 life, but as we've seen yesterday, right, the purple Ava deck does take a little bit longer to get stabilized, get on board. But once you get up to those 5K bodies, can be really stonewalling your opponent out. It can be very difficult to get those last 2 or 3 lives from your opponent that you need. So really what we're going to hopefully see from Edward's side is more double energies just to make sure that we can curve out our turn. We do have a Shinji's there in the energy line to make sure that we have our raid fodder that we need to go into Type 01. You know, Shinji getting the robot. That's what we definitely want to see from Edward's side, but having a hard time. We don't always have perfect caster vision from our side, but it looks like he just have 4 cards in hand. We'll have to see. I don't think he has the raid just yet, but with purple Evangelion, there's a ton of draw filters. You know, there's a Masato that can help draw. The special can help draw. Obviously, once the Type 1 is on field, that can help draw and cycle as well. So looks like we are just going to see another Promoted, maybe an AP, not an AP draw, but just the Mari going here to the back line, helping us get that double energy that we were just talking about of needing to go a little bit taller.
Oh, and a Spear special coming out, just giving the draw trigger. Cause as you mentioned, right, there's a lot of filtering, right? So Edward trying to filter, trying to find those pieces. The Mari in the back puts him at 5 energy now, potentially 6 if he cracks the Kwaru in the back. The Mari is also really cool because it can give one of the characters, if you don't block, I get to draw a card. So Edward also trying to fill his hand. Set's hand is, as I noticed, only 1 card, and Edward knows this because we just saw him ask how many cards, right? So Edward knows that I am at a card advantage right now. If I do pressure, if I do set up my board right now, I will be more consistent in this game and maybe can ride it out for the win. Even though I'm at 4 life, that doesn't bother me. I'm going to fill up my board, I'm going to get ready, and does play the Shinji draw 1 trash in the front line, potentially Kenshin swings, block it, move it back. But now we go into the activate main of the Mari to swing 4K. He does take the extra draw because Set doesn't block. Set takes the first life, and it is an active trigger. So we do have to pass the turn on to Set.
Yeah, really interesting play there by Edward, actually noticing that he did discard a 7-cost raid there. So looks like he has 1 more Mari in his hand, but you know, losing kind of one of his big boss monsters. But as Div mentioned, right, with you only having 1 card in hand from Seth's side and not having the Karu on his side, the draw trigger, right, you kind of struggle to build the hand that you ultimately want with Kenshin because it does have some discarding effects required. So it does, you know, need a little bit of help in its energy line to really get there. So we are going to see just some attacks here coming across from Seth's side for the getting to activate the double attack and see where he's going to go from there. So again, pushing the Masato to the back kind of as we expected. Looks like we're going to do a push and replace with the Shinji. Again, beautiful card. We need to make sure that our raid fodder is in our energy line. Of course, the Masato gets to the removal area, which this version of Evangelion doesn't really interact with. Other decks do, but now getting up to 7 energy. So if we have another raid, this is going to be a potentially huge turn for Edward if he's able to find that Type 1 spear to go into.
He does AP draw, and now I think he does crack the Kwaru.
And there it is! We are finally getting it online. The 5K BP, the boss monster that is the Type 1 Spear of Gaius, Evangelion. Let's go!
Super excited now. Now the decision is he does get to draw an extra card. Now, what is he gonna play? This card does come in active, so does he decide to fill up his energy, or does he go for a more aggressive mode and place the card in front? So that's the main decision, but Edward is really thinking here, what could be the potential? Do I place a card in the front, potentially use it for blocking to fill up my energy line? And he kind of does that because it is the double energy Mari, right? He does activate main, uses the activate main of the spear to kill it, to draw another card, to possibly play it, and as you mentioned, Cause.
Even better, right? We just get to go up to the Shinji that we want, which is also going to have a BP increase. And he has the Spear of Gaius to remove the Kenshin, get another draw filter here, and just put an amazing amount of pressure back into the red Kenshin player's life total. So again, huge impact that you're seeing there. Just getting to play the free body off of the Type 01 is so important that actually a lot of other green style of decks in Union Arena have been reliant on, because it allows you to just refill as you need. But we go into a raid immediately from the Kenshin, the first life that we're getting out of here, and getting the extra removal opportunity.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, this is one of the most devastating cards to be hit out of life, right? Because it does immediately push back the card, and we do see the Kuraru draw card. Unfortunately, it's not an add to hand, so it does go into the sideline. But again, Yuji back in wave 1, and now this Kenshin, really devastating cards when they come out of life, and you can have the energy required for it to raid. But now we see Seth coming back and seeing what he can. We do see a special in his hand. Will he use it on the Wonder? Because again, Wonder doesn't get sideline, gets bottom deck, so Edward will not be able to activate the when search ability, right? So it's a really tough matchup. Mind you, Edward was on 4 life for a long time, but now it's 4 to 4. Again, nail biter of a competition. Again, this is game 1 of a best of 3. We do see the Kawaru come on the field. He does not choose to activate the effect to throw away a card to make her active this turn. But this is a very critical point in the game. So every card draw, every situation, every played card matters. So he does go for a Kenshin just in the front to block it, goes for the first swing.
Yeah, and really important here, this is now the point where the red Kenshin player is able to say, like, okay, well, I can now match kind of your extra draw that you're getting to do. So looks like we are just going to go and probably preserve our life total here, seeing what we want to give up. So he's going to give up the Mari to push the Shinji back. Just being very careful with his life total. Now, again, we do have that 5K in the back, so that's going to free up a spot for us, because that is just a free promotion, right? We definitely want to push that back to the front line, give us the 5K BP up front. It has impact, so it's guaranteed for a damage, at that point. But we also do still have that Wunder in the back as well, meaning we really only have the 3 AP here to work with, 3 energy from Edward's side if he promotes everything that he really wants to here. So we'll have to see how he wants to navigate this turn, what's left in his hand, because it can be a very expensive, turn to try to bring the purple Evangelion back online once you do all these promotions.
Yeah, and we do see Edward doing another AP draw this turn, right? And obviously, as Kaz mentioned, they are going to push those 2 key player pieces up to, or wait, with a little bit of attention. Oh, he chooses to move the Nullify Impact up, which is smart because he might not have a way to remove the Impact Kenshin on Set's place, right? So he could possibly use it.
Yeah, very interesting. And I'm sorry, the 2 Shinjis are very similar. It's a double energy Shinji. For the other one that he has, it's a 2 energy variation. So 4 energy in the back line, it's a very interesting spot. Do I have, what I'm walking through as my play thought is, do I have another double energy that I can afford to promote these Shinji so that I can rebuild my energy line from there, right? Going from 3 up to 5, and then hopefully on the next turn line into a big 7 raid turn. But without having a full look at his hand, it's a little bit difficult to know what we really want to string through for our plays. But of course, we do have the Type 01 that's going to be able to cycle and filter a bunch of stuff while also getting Wunders when sideline effect. So we're going to get a little bit of tutoring, we're going to get a little bit of drawing, or should I say a little searching. A lot of options for us, getting double 5-stars. So a Spear of Gaius into it looks like another raid tucked away. So Spear of Gaius, absolutely huge pickup, giving us extra removal, extra draw filtering, and if he can find a final, this is going to be a big turn potentially for Edward to swing through and kind of reestablish his energy line, because again, we are staring down, all things considered, a very scary board from Seth's side. So we're going to have to see what he wants to replay off the effects. So we see another one of those double energy Shinjis that go up to 4K. We have another Masato going to the back line, getting our extra draw, and then probably just a Spear. Oh no, another Wunder going to the front, which is going to be a forced removal. Hey, that's as good as a removal card play here, right?
Yes.
As well as giving us a very nice when sideline target for the next turn, showing that, hey, we got double removal now lined up from Edward's side.
Yep. Also, you're not going to kill my Wonder, I'm going to kill it myself and take advantage of it myself, right? But here we do see Edward swinging in with the Wonder, and we saw Seth block it off because it was a first block. Edward swings with the 4K Nullify Impact Shinji to see another Kenshin double attacker raid. Seth chooses to add it to his hand because to do a more explosive play for sure next turn, and we do see the Impact swinging in, And we do see another Kenshin raid from life. Wow, there were 3 Kenshin raids in his life, 2 of the double attackers and 1 of the impactors. He does choose to raid this one, draws into another Karu. So Seth looking really strong with his hand right now. Is it now we gotta witness it? Does he have what it takes to actually execute this and take the game away?
Yeah, and really interesting that he does have the special at hand, so we know that he can answer what's on Edward's board. And man, just seeing that double attacker when we only have the 4 life left, it's a very scary spot to be in. I mean, Seth's board is going to, if he can draw, I feel like I said this for both players, but like if they draw a final, you're going to see an insane turn from both sides of it. But as we mentioned, the Kwaru on the Seth side is being kind of a key energy pickup place for him. He's now drawn 2 of them, but 1 is already on board, and that's exactly where you want to be. So Seth having a number of raid options to consider. I can't really make out the rest of it, but it might just be like a double raid special turn, perhaps? What do you think? What do you think, Div, for Seth's side?
Yeah, I think he does have the raid and a special 2 raids, so potentially he could swing 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 times this turn, right? And he does push the 0 cost up, right? So we got to see. I don't think he has a Kenshin base to raid on, though.
Oh, you're right. It might just be all raid fodder, which, hey, in that case, you can sometimes just play them as is, right?
Yes.
Their 4K attackers can still be good if you know they can close out the game on the following turn.
We do see the special coming out on the big Eva.
Yep.
Spears just setting it out, bottom decking it again, doesn't sideline. And what is Seth going to do for his last turn? Just set up his board to do a draw 1 trash. He does see the base Kenshin, so he does take out the Kawaru because, you know, I don't need one. Is that a double raid in his hand? Oh, now he does have the double raid in hand.
Yeah, this is a very scary turn for sure. So again, we're going to be having the push effect that's going to be playing a role here, but we still have a very scary board that we are going to be going through our life, and, you know, hopefully there's color triggers, there's active triggers. If we're able to keep something on the front line, there's special triggers. So we'll have to see what kind of help Edward is going to get here from his life, but we are just going to take the double blocks early and then probably just hope for a special or something coming out of the life.
That's the draw
trigger. Next life is... Oh, the wrong spot for that final. We're going to go down to our second life. Karu is not going to have a trigger. So just down to 1 life from Edward's side, and a very impressive board from Seth's end. And again, important to note here is that we do know that he does have the raid support. So even if Edward is able to find a window where he's able to get the extra removal and kind of disrupt what the Kenshin side is looking like, if he can find a fodder or just line up, you know, the right sequencing, Seth has a very explosive turn when Edward is only have one single life left. But again, losing our impact there, absolutely huge. But again, a very close game, back and forth of anyone's game still of how this might go. And, you know, really want to give a shout here again to Kenshin Special, which is very rare to tuck a card instead of removing it to kind of shut off Wunder's when sidelined ability and getting rid of a lot of the value that Purple Evangelion really wants to climb in with. So very interesting. I mean, we are looking at the last 2 turns of the game no matter what here. So we'll have to give a moment. And then, of course, hey, there are still 2 more games, right? We are playing a best of 3, so I should say potentially 2 more games. But right now, Seth is commanding a very, very scary board position from Edward's side. Again, knowing that our top end is very expensive. So once again, as we talked about earlier, seeing that backline disruption definitely played a key role in this matchup, you know, giving Seth a little bit of the edge.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that Seth hasn't seen his color trigger Kenshin because the color trigger Kenshin does have nullify impact, right? So there isn't a nullify impact on Seth's side. In Edward's hand, we do see he does have a final in hand. Can he possibly do a double spear raid this turn and fill up his board? He did discard 1 spear very early on, and that could have been the choice that could have mattered this game. But honestly, at that point, it would have been hard to discard the other pieces because he was trying to set up his energy, right? But really critical to see. We have seen players come back from the depths to clinch it all. We saw the Bambi player last time. No one thought he could do it. He did come back from that disadvantaged slope and rise to the top. Can Edward do the same thing? Can Edward really fill up 2-7 energy, perform a possible double raid, possibly find another spear, because I don't think he has one in his hand at this stage. Meanwhile, Seth is really thinking because Seth does have 2 cards. One of them is the Impactor. So Edward staying at 1 life, he does need to end the game because Seth does have the Impactor. And Edward knows that Seth has the Impactor because it was added to hand from his life. And we do see a push of the Nullify Impact on top to the front line. We do see him setting up his energy. And folks, this is the turns that take a lot of time because it involves a lot of sequencing. It involves a lot of critical plays. One wrong move and can really disrupt the board. So we do see the final come out, extending that turn. We have 3 AP to work with. What can we do at this stage?
Yeah, and playing the Shinji in the back there, that provides another energy if he's active. So unfortunately, a turn slow from what we want to do, but we are able to still find our 7-drop going into, again, all those wonderful plays we talked about earlier, get to play an extra body. It is a 5K huge blocker when we really need it to. It's going to have impact. And it looks like we are just going to be playing a Shinji for the cycling. So draw 1 and discard 1. We'll see what he's going to do for his last action point. Of course, we could still use the Wunder for the Wen sideline if we really want to look at the top 5 option here. We are going to, okay, there's a sacrifice, as we mentioned, just for another draw and cycling. So if he just kind of knew he wanted to get rid of that other body. And we are going to go into the Asuka action, which is another draw card. So really here you see the combo coming together of all the extra draws, trying to find potentially a extra final to extend out the turn, hopefully find a special, and really just line up all these 4K attackers beautifully when Seth is only at 2 life. So it looks like we are going to find the Spear here to draw a card and get a removal. So now pressuring to say, hey, we have a impact body. You have 3 blockers. We have 3 other attackers. You have to respect them. You have to respect our last attack being an impact. So Seth is going to just either gamble on that first life or just kind of clear out his board, and we'll see how he wants to block out this attack.
He does. I think it's going to be a full blockout, or is Seth going to gamble for an active trigger potentially, or a special? Nope, he's thinking really hard. Honestly, I don't blame him.
It's a very rough spot to be in.
It's a very rough spot. Do I gamble, or do I lose my friend board and potentially can come back next turn, because he does not have a Kenshin base to raid on in his hand right now, right?
Yeah,
so
I think you really got to gamble on that first life early on to make sure you still have the 3 attackers. You have the double attack that you want to try to set up for the next turn, but again, very close game. Getting the extra draw there from Edward's side, still being able to pressure with 4K attacks, right? As we talked about before the game started, 4K attackers are kind of like the threshold of the format and why they're so good, that especially when you have a 5K on your side of the field, you say, hey, this is now my guaranteed blocker. My homeboy is holding it down. Shinji got in the robot and is able to get up to that 5K BP threshold, which is so good. But, you know, Seth just kind of counting what's in his sideline, trying to understand, okay, what combination do we have? So here it is. Oh! And it's a special from the life. Oh, my God. He's going to remove the 5K. That, oh, my God. If he would have gambled earlier, I mean, that would have locked it down. That would have completely closed the game for him if Seth just would have taken that first and then close out every other attack. Wow, what a big, big opportunity here for Seth.
We do see a Kenshin base.
Oh, he's speeding. He knows that he's good. You got the removal. You got the double attack. That's it. That's.
Oh, it's the final!
Oh my God, the final from the EVA side. Okay, that would have been crazy. We already seen 2 finals at that point. There was no way the 4th final was going to be the flip there. But we are going to see Seth take an extremely exciting end of game 1, going to red Kenshin with the insane life flips back to back. Wow, that was a great way to end that first match.
That's why I enjoyed this game so much. A nail-biter finish till the end, taking the gamble working in your favor, swinging, seeing the final, but it did not matter because he had another impact swing. Truly phenomenal of a first game. Obviously, Edward knows that this was a well-played game. There was nothing I could do at that stage. Both players played magnificently, played very well. I don't think any of them made a mistake, played amazingly well. And now we're on to game 2 with Seth taking the 1-0 lead into game 2. Well, does Seth have it to take the North American champions? Or can Edward still be a barrier to stop him from getting to the pinnacle of the North American Union Arena Championships? It all boils down to this penultimate game of the tournament.
But Seth really just, doing it for the viewers at home. That's what it was.
Yes.
He's like, I want to create a little bit more excitement in this matchup. Let's see how this goes, see what we can really rely on. So masterful play there in terms of giving us a little bit extra action there in the end of game 1. So Div, now of course we are going to have Edward having the choice here if he wants to be on the play or the draw for this game. So what do you think here? What do you take if you have the option for play versus draw in Union Arena?
So a lot of folks actually confuse that EVA is more of a ramp deck, but I don't think it's more of a ramp deck. It's more of a setup deck, and EVA players like to go first just because to get that early start, because if they see their double energies, cool, we'll set up in the back. If we don't, we push up for early aggression. So I think Seth should take that away from Edward. So Seth should go first, really set up that board, because Kenshin does have in its play the zero-cost stepper that you could play directly up into the front. And I've done that multiple times, right? Just play it up in the front, just show your opponent being like, okay, let's see what you got, right? And if you don't got anything, cool, I'll move it back to set up my energy board right after, right? So I think if Seth really wants to take it home, he should probably choose first this game, depending on the dice roll. We do see them setting up life. We do see that none of the players actually mulligan this game, right? So both players are very happy with their hand. We are diving straight into game 2 of the Union Arena North American Championship Finals. And this is it. We do see Edward going first, playing the Misato zero cost. We do see Seth draw. We do see a very strong and very healthy hand. 2 zero costs directly on board. One of them are 3K, one of them, well, actually both of them are the same cards. That's just an alt-art. Beautiful alt-arts, by the way. Gotta mention that, right? The rose petals and everything. We do see Edward draw.
AP draw. That is a rough spot to be in, potentially, depending on what the rest of his hand is looking like. So Shinji getting us another draw there. But, what I was going to add, too, is, I really love going first for the Purple Ava deck. Just getting to play the Wunder early and get the extra removal from it can put a lot of pressure on your opponent. That can give you the extra time to find those pieces and eventually lead into your bigger raid targets. Oh, the double. Seth is coming out hot this game. This is more of what you want to see as the Red Kenshin player.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, right? Seeing the Karus early, not just seeing one, but seeing both the Karus early, he does have a final and a special at disposal in his hand as he ruffles them super fast for me to notice, for us to notice.
Another AP draw from Edward's side. That is not a good sign of what is in his hand at this point. Definitely cannot usually afford to take the double draw this early, especially when the Red Kenshin player just showed you the perfect setup from their side. And it's going to be all gas from this point. And maybe, hey, that's probably why Seth loves Red Kenshin so much, because red in Union Arena is the more aggressive color. And you're about to see how aggressive Red Kenshin can get over the next, 2 turns technically after the next one. But this is a very rough spot for Edward to be in with the double AP draw to start things.
Yeah, if Seth does see a double attacker raid on his top deck draw, this could be really, really detrimental for Edward. But Edward really thinking on what to discard, because again, in Union Arena, for folks that know, the maximum hand size at the end of the turn is 8 cards.
Yep, so unfortunately it looks like we are just going to see a pass from Edward's side. So unfortunately the double AP draw could not help us out, and we might be in for a blistering fast game 2 here in Union Arena, especially when you're not able to set up that energy and you're not able to progress your board. You don't have much time to set up against any red deck in particular, but Red Kenshin with those double attacks really cut down the number of turns that you're allowed to have access to.
I think one of the good things is set for Edward, and it's a final as the first trigger, and a Wonder add to hand. I think as I was saying, one of the good things about for Edward is Seth hasn't seen his double attacker Kenshin raid, so Edward still kind of hanging in the balance. But we do see with that expression might not be the case.
It was really nice here that we did see a Spear of Gaius drawn for a turn, which again is a really great removal card. Can help dig you into the right pieces, but unfortunately not having a way to kind of curve out here for the energy, we are going to be a little bit limited. Now, we can't push these up because, again, Kenshin's just going to push them back to our energy line, so it is a bit of a free block there, but I mean, sending our Spear to the removal zone never feels great. Now, there is still a chance here where Edward could have like multiple finals in his hand, and as soon as he finds that third piece, he can combo off into a really big play and potentially come back. But removing a special in 2 raids there is definitely not a good feeling.
Yep. And we do see Seth, obviously, you know, going aggressive, push all 4 of the Kenshins up, playing another Kenshin in the back, and using the special, double special on...
No board left now from Edward's side.
We do see the swings coming in. Misato draw trigger, a Kenshin. Spear, okay.
Hey, we got a special.
Yeah, we got a special.
We can remove something, all right. We got a little bit of help from our life here, but still none of the extra like draw or get triggers. But again, looking at a blank board here from Edward's side, you know, we're only gonna be able to play a couple zeros, potentially to the front line to act as some blockers. But of course, we do see another special in Seth's hand, and just truly having everything he wants for this game to kind of quickly close it out before Ed can find the pieces. So we're gonna have Hikaru go to the front line as a good blocker. Scanning through his hand here, looks like he has multiple finals there too, and multiple Masatos, but I don't believe we have another card here that can be played to even give us a blocking opportunity. So the red Kenshin player really just having all the pieces that he wants here. And of course with Edward's stumble, being able to capitalize on that with being a very aggressive start and finding those specials, which again prevents them from the cards on Edward's side going back to the energy line to hopefully, you know, give him another turn. But unfortunately, the red Kenshin is going to, most counts, close out this game on this next turn.
Yeah, we do see him push the Kenshin up. We do see him special again, and Edward's board is now empty. We're going to do the top 3 Surge with the 1-cost Kenshin. Obviously, put all of it in the bottom, because there's nothing he really needs at this stage, right? He does use the protection.
Much respect here to Seth, just going through his turn, still making the optimal plays. And that is going to do it for Seth, your 2-0 North American champion with red Kenshin. The boogeyman, you know, even Galleon's been defeated by, well, the previous boogeyman, right? And red Kenshin, after having a dominating place in the season, is going to take it all here at the finals.
Congratulations to Seth for winning it with red Kenshin, and kudos to Edward too, right? To fighting it all the way across, becoming second, which is no small feat, right? A huge round of applause to both players. We can see that, we can kind of hear the crowd applauding. And obviously, you know, I saw both of them play in the top 16. Very sportsmanlike, very nice, very, very humble. Both of these players are, right? So seeing both of them at top table truly gave me a lot of pleasure, right? As we do see them setting up for the trophy ceremony upcoming soon. But congratulations again to both of these players, as red Kenshin still is the dominant deck for Union Arena National Championships.
Yeah, really excited there. And I got to give credit to Edward, too. Just the big smile on his face. He kind of did one of those, what are you going to do, right? That is card games at the end of the day sometimes. A little bit of the variance and how it can all come out. But as I mentioned, we are going to be going into the trophy ceremony very, very quickly. Devin and I got to run back over there. But don't go anywhere, because, of course, we still have even more Bandai card games coming up with both One Piece and Digimon. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the Union Arena trophies.
All right, and welcome back. We're now here to talk about some championship winners, and we are so excited to crown finally the North American Championship for Union Arena and all three players. So, how are the games? Did everyone enjoy watching some Union Arena this weekend? And before we get introducing to our players and talk about the top three, Akari, I know you want to talk a little bit about the games and just your experience this weekend. So, did you have fun coming out and celebrating the games?
Yeah, it was so exciting, and everyone did a great job.
All right, so diving right in, at third place, we have Joey. So, how's your weekend? I know you had a fun event, lots of games to be grinding on, and I know that you had a big weekend of just lots of games. So, what was your favorite moment from this weekend? You know, be it a particular deck that you played, or just one game that you just keep thinking about that was the most exciting?
Honestly, the weekend was great. Honestly, just spending time in Vegas is probably the best part of the weekend. But all my matches were great. My opponents were all very nice, and I hope the game grows more, man. It's so fun.
All right, and I'm going to ask everyone one question. What title do you hope that would come to Union Arena in the future? If you could pick one, which was going to be your favorite?
So I've only started playing this game because I wanted Haikyuu. I don't know where it is. Yeah, come on, let's go! But yeah, I want Haikyuu Volume 1 and a Volume 2 if they can make it.
Perfect. Again, everyone give a round of applause to Joey, our third place finisher in North American Finals in Union Arena. And we can grab a trophy here.
Congratulations.
All right, and in second place, we have Edward. All right, so we saw that last match. Like game one, super exciting, a lot of fun moments. Game two, a little unfortunately, but you know, man after my own heart. I love Evangelion, I love Purple. That's what I would have played this weekend if I could have played. But again, you know, kind of same thing. What was talk about your tournament experience overall? You know, what kind of led you to bring in Purple Ava? Was it just your favorite? You know how strong it was. What was your leading factor of deciding to play that deck for this tournament?
I have a history of bricking. So the deck that could come back the most was that deck, Purple Evangelion. And if you see my deck list, you notice I run a whole bunch of Zero Nagisas, that double gen in case I brick. I just didn't see it that game. But yeah, whole tournament experience was great. I played through LCQ, got second. Finals, got second seed here. Got second seed time today too, so it was just as well as it is. But all my opponents played out of their mind. It was amazing. Every match was best, like went to overtime pretty much. We played for all our outs. It was amazing.
Absolutely, and again, congrats for making it this far as well. It's a huge accomplishment to get second place here. And you know, same thing as always. If you could pick one title, what would it be? What are you looking forward to most joining us in Union Arena?
I am so excited for Bleach Volume 3. I heard it got announced today while I was interning. Bleach!
So congrats once again to our second place finish for the Union Arena Finals. And then, of course, your champion for this weekend, Red Kenshin, dominating another tournament with Seth. All right, Mr. Boogeyman playing Red Kenshin once again this format. For those of us who played in Union Arena all season long, everyone was waiting for Kenshin to come up into the format. Everyone saw just an extremely powerful performance. So, you know, were you always a Red Kenshin player from the very beginning, or did you just really like the matchup in particular with all the disruption leading into a weekend full of Evangelion?
So from the start, I've been a really big Lancelot player. And then when Kenshin came out, Lancelot matchup's really bad in the Kenshin. So I swapped over, been playing the deck ever since. I just love how it matches into the meta. Just being able to be so aggro, so consistent, being able to match up into purple, yellow Ava, being able to come back when I'm down like so little life. As soon as I see two finals or a final, I can just spam out bodies and raids. It's just overall, couldn't ask for a better deck.
Yeah, very explosive finishes that we saw here. Once again, congrats. And same, you get the last say of the weekend now. A lot of pressure. What IP do you want to see join us in Union Arena?
Ooh, what IP do I want? Maybe a lame pick, but I would love to see Haikyuu come in as an English set.
All right, the people have spoken this weekend. So once again, congrats to your North American champion, Seth, with Red Kenshin. Let's get a trophy and get a picture.
Congratulations.
And once again, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here for Union Arena all weekend long. But of course, we have even more games to look forward to, but that will do it for us for today on the stage. And thank you again, Akari, for joining us. But for everyone at home, let's throw it back to the caster's booth and talk about even more Bandai card games.
And what an exciting finals to finish it off. Union Arena, of course, quality game. Can't wait for more Bandai card games coming up, but I mean, you love to see a trophy handed off. Dreams were made.
Dreams were definitely made. Up next is the Digimon card game. And then following that, we've got One Piece to round it all out for the end of the day.
I believe in both games, we had a stunning turn of events where top 4 was 4 unique decks.
Yes.
Which is very impressive, very cool. So, yeah, like we were mentioning, upcoming next will be the Digimon finals, and then after that will be the One Piece finals as well. This is where dreams are made of. This is where the trophy finally gets to be held high. I'm not sure about your event, but currently our third and fourth place match is actually already concluded.
Oh, wow.
So we know who came in third place and is going to be, guaranteed representing us, as well as both of our finalists here. So that's going to be pretty cool.
One Piece, a lot of stuff still up in the air right now. The top 4 matches are still going on to this point, so do not have any information of who our finalists are, but I'm on the edge of my seat. I've been itching, trying to find out the information as soon as I can get it.
Oh, I know. Everything for all the different games, Day 2 has been so exciting here at the Bandai Card Games Fest, and I think it's going to end in a really exciting fashion as well.
Absolutely. I think it's really cool. I mean, we can talk about Rox ended up finishing in third place.
Wow.
Hootie was 4th place.
Hootie was 4th place. And in a stunning turn of events, Hootie not showing up in finals either.
No, it's not.
Highest placement being 4th place. Now, we expected to see quite a bit of it. It did show up in numbers. However, being, the big dog, people were prepared for it. Time Stranger being the new kid on the block, relatively speaking,
Our tournament bracket was actually very interesting because in the top 16, the upper half of the bracket was primarily TS versus Hootie.
Yeah.
Or Hootie versus Hootie, or TS versus TS.
So they were knocking each other out.
Correct.
Exactly.
And
11 out of the top 16 were either Hootie or TS. It was 6 Hootie, 5 TS, and they were all on the same side of the bracket knocking each other out, while the entire other side was
bracket,
every rogue pick imaginable fighting each other for the right to make it to the finals.
We had something similar in One Piece where Mihawk was clearly the best call for day 1. 8 spots in the top 32, but throughout the rounds today, they've just been getting knocked off one by one, and by one special deck in particular.
It's crazy. Red, Green, Luffy, Rick, Master, Flash has been going on a tear in here, but in top 32, he faced Dracula Mihawk. Top 16, faced Dracula Mihawk. Top 8, faced Dracula Mihawk. So it's definitely a favorable matchup, and he's been chewing through the ranks right now, fighting for a spot for the World Championships.
And it's really cool to see these rogue decks kind of take it all the way to the top, and especially because, the people who are playing these types of decks are the people who are willing to really put in the hours and become like one-tricks, very proficient with those decks. Meanwhile, on the flip side, how do you prepare for that if they're the only ones doing it at this kind of a stage? And one question that I got in my head is, how do they prepare for this situation? How are we going to prepare to watch it all happen, But I think we might need a little bit of a time for that, so we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back with Digimon Finals pretty soon here. Man, I am just stoked to see some Digimon coming up after this. I am excited for some finals to be happening. Just finals in general are some of the most exciting bits of card games because you really see everybody lay their whole heart on the table. You can feel the excitement, and you can also feel just the genuine joy of playing the card game. I know in the last finals we just watched with you, both of the players were laughing and yucking it up the whole time. It's the best part of the card game.
Players have had weeks or months of testing up to in preparation for this day specifically, and even we've had our own predictions on what's going to be in the top 4, top 16.
And what's nice too about specifically the Card Fest finals is that both these players here have already had an amazing event. They're both already going to Worlds.
Exactly.
They're fighting to see who's going to have a great event, which is a great place to be.
It feels good to have all the pressure off.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that first place, but you know you've kind of already achieved goal number 1,
That's
which
right.
is you're going to go to Japan. You're going to go play
You're going
for
to go
the
to Worlds. Yeah.
You know, it's very cool. But yeah, we had our own ideas of who was going to end up coming out on top. We made some predictions, some closer than others. But first, we got to check in the World Championship to keep locked. What the players are playing for, their right, to be here. What they've earned thus far, rather, is playing on March 15th. Time is subject to change, of course, as time moves on, but they are going to be fighting for these trophy cards in the World Championship Series. Again, the coolest thing about these Digimon trophies is the fact that they are written in Digicode.
Yeah.
I cannot stress enough that all of the Bandai games are so flavorful and so very good at representing the source material where they come from, and it is really, really cool that we get to see just the Digimon language represented here.
And this looks like the Fenri Lugamon Takumi Kazuchi.
And a very fan favorite,
yes.
At this point, Digimon.
There was a lot of speculation back when they first revealed Alphamon with the Oryu Blade.
Yes.
Then we also got, were we going to get somehow Lugamon and Alphamon combined at some point? But no, these are the prize trophies that we're going to get. This is the top 3 playmat. We're also going to see, the Tamer packs, the Event Pack 8, new prize support that's going to be, reprints with alternate arts of cards that players will want.
Right, you get to upgrade the rarity in your deck, make it a little bit shinier, and it's always nice to see, when some of the strongest cards in your deck have had that white border for so long, you finally get to add a little bit of flair to it. They really represent how strong they are. That's very cool. Of course, we're seeing the first and second place being these, again, beautiful Digicode prize cards. We have the top 3 playmat, of course, is going to be for both of these players here. And in first place, you get all of the glory. And speaking of all of the glory, I think at least one of us has maybe the glory of being correct on the finalist here. Now, both Panda and I did miss the mark on claiming that Hootie would be the one to take it all. However, Hootie did make it all the way up to 4th place, not going to be represented in Worlds, or that player, rather, is not going to represent us in Worlds.
In our defense, though, the way the brackets played out, Hoodies and Time Strangers all played out in the upper brackets. They did represent about 11 out of 16 placements, and then the remaining 5 were completely rogue decks.
Yeah, now you do have the Neptunemon there
Yes.
representing Time Stranger.
That
who
is one of our finalists.
Going to be in the finals. I chose Gallantmon kind of as a representative for the red deck that goes fast and has access to Crimson Blaze.
Which is good.
An incredibly potent tool that you can see right next to that Medusamon down there, for example. One of the strong tools that red has access to, this being the breakdown we were talking about in top 8. After everything is all said and done, there were 2 Hootiemon remaining, 2 Time Stranger, then you have Medusamon, Mastamon, Jessmon, and Rox. And the way that the bracket shook out, it was Hootiemon and Time Stranger, all 4 on the top half of the bracket, whereas the other 4 decks, all of the unique ones, were fighting it out to see who would make it to the finals for them as well.
Our 3rd and 4th place match is already concluded. We know Rox is going to be heading to Worlds as well, and that's where Hoodie came in 4th place.
Exactly. The Rox piloted by Ben. We got to see earlier on stream this weekend already, so we know, very, very powerful player.
Yes.
Very cool and well represented, was able to show off the things that Rox are capable of doing. And I think showing off some of the tech, we got to talk about it a little bit when the Rox were on stage, but It's a deck that is strong in its own right. It has its own powerful game plan that is able to finish whether it's playing against the expected meta or not, but it also has the tech of something like a Congo, which will prevent Hootie from popping off on its turn or slow down the Time Stranger pop-off as well. So that's kind of why we got to see such a powerful tool. But now we are going to finally get into these last games between Jacob and Troy. We've got the Time Stranger deck that is usually it's kind of like a Minerva toolbox primarily with a couple of pick your favorite others as the rest of the top end. Of course, both Neptune and Maruki are very strong for removing boards and KOing, getting the final hits. You have some protection and prevention from your board being cleared within Venusmon, but on the other side, we are starting off first with an Ukomon.
Yes, this is unconventional, but this is one thing that I noticed in the list when we first looked at it. Remember, everything is open list, so players know what everyone is playing. I noticed that the Medusumon player, Troy, plays Ukomon in the deck. And it's not a bad choice because you can also find tamers, you can find pieces, and this also accelerates your win condition here.
This Gatomon is a one of Gatomon in the list, so it's really important. We're seeing it very early on in the search right next to the Sylphie, and it looks like both Sylphie and Gatomon going to the bottom in favor of the Venusmon, which might be very relevant for staving off the pressure from Medusumon. Very good start from Jacob to set up this tamer next to the Patamon. It is going to be, not a lot of pressure until next turn we see because, it's the Ukomon promoting.
Yes.
But it is going to be a good search for, I believe, the Starakomon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Troy reveals the Medusumon, Lamiamon, and Elizamon, and opts to add the newest BT24 Medusumon. We raise a new egg, Gigimon, and then we Digivolve into Elizamon in the back. This is the new one that lets you trash a Liberator, Reptile, or Dragon Contrate Digimon to draw 2.
Perfect, and now we're going to see what Troy's able to set up for a following turn. Usually decks like this will want to set up some number of boost or training. That way they're able to really pull out a raise and do everything at once. Now that said, not as necessary when you're able to get everything set up so that you have your level 4 in the trash so that you can go into the Lamia and full Evo, usually for 1 memory after all effects are said and done. But it looks like just a hard play of the Lamiamon.
Here's the thing, the Lamiamon's effect is also when attacking and when digivolving, which means that when you attack, what's going to happen is Jacob is going to have to take a card from his hand, place it to the bottom of his security, and then trash top. That will trigger both the effects of the Gigimons under Uko and the Elizamon should Troy promote up.
And the big deal here is because we gave 5 memory to Jacob, we weren't able to trigger either the Tamer or the Patamon for the free evolution. So if you haven't watched Digimon in a while, you might be wondering why so much memory was given. Did Troy brick? Probably not. Actually, it's more likely a very intentional play in order to prevent Jacob from getting a couple of free effects that trigger when they have less than 5 memory. Here, just naturally paying 2 to Evo into the Garurumon to suspend the Lamiamon. And it looks like
we see the Abyss Sanctuary Throne Room come down. This color requirement can be ignored because we have a Digimon with the TS trait. Doesn't that go to the bottom of the security?
Yes, but the way that his security has been laid out, it looks like that's what he's representing as the bottom, because he takes the bottom security and then replaces it with that card as well. So it's basically like a big security bomb at the end of the game, lets you play a level 4 whenever it's hit.
Yes.
These 4s do have some pretty potent effects to kind of stave off a game shot.
To fully resolve the Abyss Sanctuary, we then play Elekmon, and that's what gave us the search for Garuru and Neptune.
Yes.
So now we're going to add the Garuru and Neptunemon, and then slot the in-between theater to the bottom of the deck.
Neptune, of course, being an incredibly potent tool, especially if your opponent is starting to go wide like this.
Yes.
Here we are going to swing. When attacking, use the trigger of the Patamon to minus 2k. To that Ukomon. Red Scramble doesn't have any target in trash, but it does go to hand.
Yes.
So we know that Troy is going to have the ability to evolve for cheaper, essentially by 1. It's kind of like a Hammer Spark Light, if you think about it.
And we already see in Troy's hand that there is a magical card in there that's kind of gross to already exist. It is the Crimson Blaze that we were talking about earlier.
The reason that I put Gallantmon as my second pick is kind of just representative, as I mentioned, of red decks that go fast, have their own game plan, but also have access to Crimson Blaze, a very strong tool against both this Time Stranger type deck as well as Hootie. really, really powerful meta call if you're able to utilize that. And especially in this deck, when you're able to get some petrification tokens on the opponent's side, it becomes a very cheap Crimson Blaze and very profitable as well.
Yes, and now with the Minervamon is going to play down the Homeros. Homeros effect is going to now trigger to reactivate the Minervamon. Minervamon plays out the Tapirmon, and we're just building wider. So right now, this Crimson Blaze next turn is only going to cost 2 memory.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I think Jacob doesn't really even know what's coming to him. Surely Jacob knows what's in the list, but just hoping that that Crimson Blaze wasn't looming around the corner. We have a lot of memory to work with. We still have our level 5 on board.
Do you Digivolve, or do you instead activate the Crimson Blaze first, wipe the board, attack with Lamia? Lamia's effect triggers that will push the Abyss Sanctuary up 1, and then trash top, and then Geekymon's effect will trigger to let you Digivolve into Styraco for 1 cost less.
It looks like choosing to
Oh, sorry, we don't have the Owen out yet. We don't have the Owen out yet.
Right, we do need the Owen to get some of the utilization of these effects. It looks like we're going to start by using the Scramble to go into a Medusa.
Unfortunate, because that's the only card in trash, so we whiff on the Petrification token. It would have been more beneficial to Crimson Blaze first, then Medusa on the attack with Lamia.
I think just correcting the game state there really quickly, the Garurumon should be stood because of the reboot.
Yes.
Off of, given by Medusamon. It looks like we're going to attack with that progress with Raid as well.
Yep.
Going straight into the Minervamon, and the printed power of that Medusamon is not the only thing you need to be looking at, because it also does gain power based on how many Digimon are on board when Digivolving.
We have blockers, so we can block with the Elec, and then we'll still pierce over because the Digimon was deleted by battle. We see the Asuna Shiroki, so that's going to come down. We'll trash a card. I'm guessing we'll trash like a level 4.
Yeah, usually you would like to. That way you're able to get your the best of your effects.
And keep in mind, we're still under progress, so anything else that triggers at this moment wouldn't affect the Medusamon.
Okay. Right.
It's better for you, to be honest, because then you see what I play. I'm not trying to.
Looks like we're not able to trigger the effect of that Tamer.
Ooh, so Dimetro, do we have an Owen? We do have an Owen. Oh, that's glorious, because this will be able to end of turn attack with piercing.
Yes. And we still have a lot of memory to work with as Troy. I believe you could go into Styraco here for 4, stand back up when Digivolving, do a lot of damage.
Yep.
I think just choosing how to properly resolve our egg would give us the ability to get that Digivolution trigger before we are able to go and activate the Tamer to trash and draw.
I don't think we have another level 5 is the issue here, but if we do go into Styraco, it'll cost 4. We can trash Abyss Sanctuary because it is the revealed security that we can target.
Yes.
We can then delete Medusa. I think...
Paying 2 for a scramble for no effect, just wants to get it on the board, and then going for the Crimson Blaze, still leaving the Minerva on board, but not going to be able to utilize its effect to play out more Digimon.
Yes.
And even with the 2 memory given to Jacob, not going to be able to utilize the effect of our Tamers to play free Digimon again, because that Crimson Blaze effect, very powerful.
Correct.
6 cost option, reduced by 1 for every Digimon on your opponent's side of the board.
And I believe that DP buff on Medusa persists through your turn.
Yep, represented now by the dice so that there's no confusion about the game state.
We also have blocker with the Dimetromon that has no sources underneath it.
For any reason, if they leave for any reason.
Now Jacob considering there really doesn't seem to be a good reason to swing Medusa, maybe just try to bait out a block.
I think we could have won last turn. Truthfully, I think we could have won last turn.
All depends on, the cards in hand.
Well, so the Crimson Blaze would have definitely wiped up enough
Wiped up a
bodies.
lot.
You would have created 2 petrification tokens.
Yes.
Which then would have let you Digivolve into Elizamon Digivolve into Medusamon for free. And then you would have been able to create 2 petrification. That's the thing, the main thing that I'm looking at here.
Yeah, the petrification tokens are definitely a big boon for the deck. Because once you're able to clear those, they're kind of just sitting ducks on the opponent's side. But once you clear them out, they do make your life a lot easier because you're able to, when they're deleted, trash your opponent's security.
Looking like right now, we're trying to figure out how to resolve next effects. We evoed Patamon in the back.
One thing that Troy has done well here is presented multiple bodies that also have different amounts of sources. So it's not going to be easy to just slam something like a Neptune to fully clear.
I was going to say, is that the plan right now, to slam Neptunemon down to spin back the Elizamon?
Yeah, we could possibly slam Neptune just to get one more body off the board. I wonder if it would have been correct to swing with the Minerva, see if Troy does block it, and if he does, then your Neptunemon might be targeting this Medusa. Oh, but it looks like, of course, the Homeros trigger was able to actually get both in one go, so not even having to worry about that. Now, that said, if the block did go through, Homeros would allow Neptune to fully clear the board. But in this position here, still leaving...
The scramble with Lamiamon is going to be huge this turn.
Yeah.
We Evo into this for 3, but because we're going to activate the Wind Digivolving effect, Jacob is going to be forced to put a card to the bottom of security and then trash the top security.
Yeah, so we've got one, funnily enough, under the option that we tucked in there. Very rare outside of Bs that you'll see a security that looks like this.
Then because a card was trashed, or because the security was removed, this will trigger the effects of your Elizas and Dimetros.
Gaining back memory before we spend it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this Dimetro is additional protection, right?
Yes.
It's kind of like a lightning rod to removal. So maybe playing it extremely safe. The Cyclone Mon as well. Maybe just looking for more ways to not give Jacob less than 5. We don't want to trigger those tamers to play out for the Digimon.
We also don't have Medusamon. That's the issue, because all that's in hand right now is Styraco.
We didn't add it back with a scramble?
Well, there's no Styraco. Well, we added the Lamia.
We added the Lamia.
Yeah. So there should be a Styraco in oh, that's the only card in Troy's hand, Styraco.
We are so low on cards. That is a rare thing to see in this card game.
Well, red decks tend to not have draw power is the only thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think it's Styraco. I think it's Owen and another card.
We are going into Agio now here on Jacob's end. Does have the opportunity to return the top security to play out another tamer.
That
got another Homeros.
Doesn't have the same name as something else, so Dan and Con and you can come
right.
down.
And we're not restricted by Crimson Blaze at this point, so, you know, Medusa looking quite lively. We have 4 memories still to work with, potentially a Sylphimon play, because a lot of these 4s do only cost for themselves. We're going to suspend the Eliza.
Yep.
We do have the ability to swing over it. I don't believe there's any more blockers.
There are no blockers, so at this point, if you attack, you would go 1 with Minerva, 1 with the Neptune, 2nd with Neptune. I think that's just game right here. Yeah, that's game.
We've got the Sylphimon trigger to give one of our Digimon security attack +1 and 5,000 DP. We could choose any of these Digimon here. Looks like we're going to choose the Neptune.
Yeah, because Neptune can go in for 4 checks alone.
Yeah, because of its ability when it suspends once per turn to stand back up.
Oh, there's Owen. 2nd check, Styraco. Too small, though.
Yeah, we've got the +5,000 DP from the Sylphimon. We're going to swing 2 more checks.
Another Styraco.
And that's just going to be it, straight through. Not able to find the 2nd Medusumon.
Good cleanup.
Really was tough for Troy. It seemed like if we were able to, like you mentioned, go for the Crimson Blaze first and set up some of those petrification tokens, possibly even just set up for a 2nd Medusa on the next turn, there was a lot of trouble where you just had to hard play Digimon.
Correct.
And it didn't quite work out with the curve.
Because I feel like he was at 6 memory at that instance. So Crimson Blaze would have cost 2. He would have wiped the board of the Tapir, the Elekmon, and the Garurumon, if I recall.
Yes.
Which leaves only Minervamon.
Yes.
Now you would attack with Lamia, because you had the Elizamon still with the Gigimon egg underneath, which means Lamia's effect would now trigger on when attacking. You would then trigger the Gigi's effect to Digivolve that Lamia into Medusa, so now it's bigger, and it would also delete the Minerva. And since your opponent's under Crimson Blaze, they can't play anything through Minervamon's effect of deletion.
Then you don't have to worry about the blockers on the following turns.
Correct.
You don't have to worry about reactivating the Medusa once the Crimson Blaze is gone.
Correct. And then you would have 2 petrification tokens. So then it'd just be open hunting season at that point.
Now, that said, even if we get that far, if we do still lose the board, you lose the Medusa, it'd be pretty difficult to capitalize on those tokens. So
Correct.
That is the
We did have the raid.
difficulty.
We did have the raid Cyclone Mon, so that was also going to be another
A way to clear the tokens.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true. Seeing on this next game here, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like, considering the mulligans, but I believe it would be Medusa forcing the Time Stranger to go first.
Mm-hmm.
That has kind of been the consistent plan, is to make the Time Stranger player go first, give you a little bit of options to set up your response to their first push.
And typically, Time Stranger's going to give you more memory than you'll give them. So.
Right. Worst case scenario, they're evolving in the back for 2.
Yes.
And in that case, their board's not very threatening because they haven't had any tamer set up. The 4s kind of don't do anything by themselves unless they're hard playing Gato. And there's only one Gatomon in this particular list, so you don't have to fear that nearly as much.
Low key, I'm a huge fan of Medusamon, and I'm really excited with what EX11 brings.
Yeah.
In the current set.
Absolutely. This is a deck that, made it all the way to finals, and here is getting more support in the future.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to highlight, I don't know if you knew this, Ben. This player playing Medusamon was earned the right to play via the LCQ.
Oh, that's huge.
Not only that, they were the 32nd place player in the LCQ. They were the very last player bubbling in the smallest margins of difference between 32 and 33.
And grinding that entire Friday into this. Yeah.
So they worked so incredibly hard on that Friday, playing one of the hardest tournaments of all time to make it qualified into the next day, then finished second in Swiss at the actual national event, managed to make the top 16 and all the way to the finals off of an LCQ that you squeaked in at 30 seconds.
Yes.
That is an incredible story.
That is in itself an accomplishment already.
Can you imagine making it in as the last LCQ qualifier all the way to first place? You'd have to, overcome the odds.
Mm-hmm.
You're down a game here.
Mm-hmm.
But what sets up a better Cinderella story than that?
It's not Cinderella, it's the dragon.
You're right, Central is the other.
You're right, yeah. So we see Eliza, then we're going to go see an Owen. This is for the BT21 Owen, I believe, the one that gives piercing and the plus memory at the start of main.
Also has the ability end of turn to allow one of your Digimon to attack, a very important ability for Troy to finish off some of these games.
Jacob using in between theater reveals Sonic shot I want to say Gomamon and a Dan and Kan and Yuki.
It's like we want that tamer Dan and Kan and Yuki. We do have an Elecmon we can put in the back. I think we were hoping to find something like a Patamon instead, and there it is. Every single time, every Digimon player knows that feeling. I Digivolve in the back to my rookie, and then I draw the one I wanted to put in the raising area. But here we are just going to put that Dan and Kan and Yuki on the field, use its ability to play another search. We could grab Sylphie or the Maruki if
Abyss
we really
Sanctuary?
The Sanctuary feels like not the pick unless you happen to have both of these and you're really digging for a 4. But the Sylphie is kind of the playmaker that you want to make sure you have in your hand. So if you're missing that one, you absolutely grab it.
Troy's shaking his head. I don't know if he has the 4 is the issue right now.
You see another Owen in hand, and usually doubling up on those isn't a huge benefit.
Not really.
You might gain a little memory, but not if Jacob doesn't give it to you. It looks like we're just promoting a swinging.
Oh, I know why. He wanted it to be deleted. He has a scramble in hand.
Yeah, that would have been nice, but it looks like instead we're just going to be getting a search for Jacob off of the tamer. Troy setting Jacob up beautifully. This is the threat that you have when you are forced to chip in a little bit against these Time Stranger, Hootie, all of these better decks that you're seeing. Typically they have a lot of cards that if you hit them in security early, they can just boost their game plan exponentially. That's typically one of the strengths of red as a color, is you don't have to chip as much because you're able to fully OTK.
Yes.
In this case, missing the 4, as you mentioned, forces the hard play of a Lamiamon Means that we're not going to be able to get the trigger effect on our red tamer to play from hand.
Correct.
But that's still 5 memory for Jacob to work with here.
And at this point, Troy's hand size is also just steadily decreasing. Now, normally in the Digimon card game, you're supposed to Digivolve and draw, Digivolve and draw. You're gaining more resources and cycling through the deck as you do this. So far, Troy has Digivolved once with Elizamon on Kikimon, but then he's played Owen. He's played Scramble. He's played Lamia. That's -1 each time.
I believe we missed the when attacking trigger, inheritable of that Patamon, would have done -2k unless we chose to do it to the Lamiamon.
Potentially.
That is possible for a setup here. It looks like we're gaining some extra memory.
DNA.
DNA into Sylphie incoming. Yep, here comes the Sylphie.
So we're probably going to board wipe here.
Yeah, especially with the inheritable for the Patamon reset. We are going to clear both of these Digimon on board. We're going to have 2 additional swings if we so choose. And at this point, with nothing in the raising area and knowing that there's not a lot of rush options that Medusamon has access to. Now, Troy does have a scant few in the list. Exactly 1 level 6. But without that many options, you are kind of free to give them development pieces and not worry too much. I think just rereading the Sylphimon to make sure that we fully understand.
What's the red card?
I believe that's Cyclone.
Is it Cyclone? Yeah, it's Cyclone. Hey, I can play your cards too.
Yeah, both players on the Cyclone Mon. The only card I think that's represented in both decks.
Yeah.
You're right. I can make this attack.
What made Cyclone come out?
This is
I feel like I missed a deletion trigger here somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
So the whole board is standing again.
Okay, we're rewinding a little bit. Players are deliberating. We know for sure that the Patamon's inheritable effect can delete Elizamon.
Yes. And if it hadn't done it already, I believe it would have been a mandatory trigger to do -2 to the Lamia.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one. I can give something -5 and make something attack.
Because the inheritable of the Garurumon is when attacking, you suspend something.
DNA is set +1/+1. No, because we didn't get to this point. Yeah, we never got to there. Yeah, go ahead.
Players are still resolving this.
I think some of the confusion here is how did we get to the Sylphimon here without any yellow? So Sylphimon typically will need yellow and then either
Oh, we're not DNA digivolving.
or green. We
Yeah,
manually
okay.
digivolved.
We're not DNA digivolving. Oh, he has the one of. Oh my goodness, he had the one of.
Okay, this War Greymon being one of the only tools here that does have that rush ability here.
Yes.
But also can consistently clear a board because not only does it have raid, but it has the ability when you delete one of an opponent's Digimon, it restands.
Yes.
So one-man army reminds me all the way back to BT2, I believe, of that Black War Greymon.
Yes, it was BT2.
The secret Black War Greymon, beautiful Morishita art.
Yes.
By the way. But harkening all the way back to those days, I think maybe a debate on if we want to try to swing over the Sylphie. If we do, we will.
Do it. You do it.
When we would, I believe Sylphie is an eruptive, so it would play out this elect. No reason to go for the Garuru because you will stand back up anyway afterwards.
You've already used the restand once on Wargrey.
I don't believe it's once per turn.
I'm sure it's once per turn. I'm like 90% sure.
It is once per turn.
Okay.
It is once per turn.
My Greymon knowledge has not failed me. Okay, so are we going to Styraco here? Oh, yeah, let's do this. Now, the fun part, when this Styracomon would be removed, it's going to downgrade to the War Greymon.
A very rare situation. We do get to delete the Elecmon off the Styraco effect, as well as get that trash. Styracomon itself is a blocker, has that armor purge, and now has an Elizamon buddy sitting next to it. So it is somewhat insulated against Neptunemon.
Would you not end of turn attack here with Owen?
Yeah, you certainly could. I wonder if there's a reason maybe we're leaving the blocker up, but I can't.
I don't see a reason to, is the thing. There's nothing on board, nothing in raise, nothing has rush. So, like, a Minervamon is the only way to get rid of this Styraco.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be playing the Patamon off the Tamer effect. Bot deck here. Start our turn, draw a hatch, and then we can trigger the Patamon ability to Digivolve. I guess maybe if we're super duper worried about a Gatomon play into Sylphie, but even then, it's 2 damage.
There's the Minervamon, so Minervamon could come down right now and Digivolve. Styracomon, there's no Homeros yet, so we could only do that once. We're going to suspend the Styracomon with Garurumon's effect.
Yep, gaining the memory off the Yuki, I believe.
Gotta love start of main triggers.
There's so much to keep track of in the Time Stranger deck. There are situations where you can attack before you're allowed to unsuspend.
Yep. Do you think Jacob will slam down the Minerva?
It would be able to Digivolve 2 here, so we're able to take out all the way down to the Lamiamon.
And there's no scramble now.
No scramble, so we're not really able to recycle pieces. You kind of put Troy on better have another level 6, and we know that was the problem last time.
I think we are going to do that.
It looks like it's going to be the Venus instead.
Oh, that's kind of gross.
Yeah, we're stripping the sources, so armor purge not really relevant. And then I believe a form of stun not really going to let this Styraco make too many actions.
It can suspend for the attack now, which means you can't even use progress.
Yeah, I guess we'll also say
Can't suspend, can't activate when Digivolving effects. And because that's able to target up to 2 Digimon, that means this Elizamon on the board, or this rookie is not going to be able to do too much.
Ooh, we got a Dimetro though, but we're only at 1 memory.
Okay, we are able to evo for 1 off the ability of the Elizamon.
And that is the Mem fixer, I believe.
Yes, I believe you're right, because it's that 4 cost. Going into the Lamia, I believe this is forcing Jacob to add a card from hand to security and then trash the top.
I do believe we have the Medusa, so we are going to try to go full combo here because we can gain back 2 memory, then trigger the effect of Gigimon to Digivolve the Lamiamon stack.
Yeah, of course, Owen's going to be able to give us the ability to attack at end of turn as well, so
Yes.
even though the memory gauge is passed, we are going to be able to continue this combo.
Oh, that deletes 4,000 or less, doesn't
Yes, yes, that Owen deletes 4K or less. And then the second Owen will be able to end of turn, able to force the attack.
So I will attempt to put this in security.
What are we checking on right now, I guess is the question.
Not too certain.
Oh, and then when you try to delete something, Styraco's effect will trigger.
Yes. Styraco will be able to delete a Digimon on the board, even your opponent's Digimon.
Yep.
Which is an incredibly resilient removal effect.
There's the Medusa. So the reduction, it will be for 2 memory. We will delete Garurumon.
Place 2 cards from the trash at the bottom of the deck. Usually we want to grab the 4s so they can't be recycled off of the tamers. Now, I believe Jacob's list is only playing one of the purple tamer that can grab from the trash, so not a huge deal here. But
I feel like I would have grabbed the Patas. I don't want them to Digivolve for free. Here, my good man, have some petrification tokens.
Beautiful petrification box topper tokens, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So we got the 2 tokens. And now we're going to be able to trigger the end of turn attack.
You should be able to see 1 security trashed, 1 security pierced.
Because we're deleting that petrification token, it has the ability to trash that security, and then we have that progress. We're going to get some damage in. 1 check.
Here's the pierce. And then all effects have finally resolved.
Did we not raid into that petrification token?
I think that's what they did. Because Medusamen's when Digivolving put up the 2 tokens.
Right.
Then afterwards, end of attack trigger, end of turn effects trigger. So now Medusamon attacks. It raids into one of the tokens. That's where you get the trash and then the piercing.
That makes sense. Down to 1 security left on Jacob's end. Nothing to pull out of the raising. 4 memory that we're sitting on here.
I think Minervamon's the play here.
It might be the only option that you have to try to put up a defense.
If you play Neptune, that's a bad idea.
All it does is get rid of the Starakomon, and then you still have...
But then Starakomon's effect triggers.
Yeah. And then Starako would pop the petrification token, trash the security.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Neptune's going to protect itself.
Yeah.
So I feel like you have to put up a board of defense instead with the Minerva.
Minerva's your only good out here, I feel like.
Still is eyeing up the Neptune. Do we have the Minerva in hand?
We have the Minerva, we have the Neptune, and we have Baruki. There's the Minerva.
Okay, and Minerva.
We don't play
do we have
anything.
anything to play?
Oh, but if we don't play anything, we don't de-Digivolve, do we?
I believe
Okay,
we
we
do
do.
regardless. Yeah, it's you may play, and then you get the de-Digivolve trigger.
1 for each. Yeah. So Agio comes out.
Yes. I have no other effects. I'm passing on. Do not want to simply die.
So you have 2 blockers.
1 petrification token and a dream.
Now keep in mind, both players are for sure locked in for Worlds Japan. At this point, it's fighting for the glory.
We've got a lot of memory to work with on Troy's end.
Unfortunately, I don't think Troy's hand is really giving us any value here.
I don't think we have a rookie, or we probably would have just put it down to get the free draw to begin with.
Is that a Lamia? Yeah, there's a Lamia in the hand at least.
Okay, then we have a direction.
Yeah.
Here we go. So naturally, Evo's for 3. We're going to force Jacob to add to security and then trash.
Imagine if you put Abyss Sanctuary in there.
You certainly could. Troy removed it earlier.
I think it has to be face up though to actually like trigger.
I believe Jacob rightfully pointing out that Troy should be gaining memory off of that interaction from Lamia as well. Now going into the rookie in the back, get an additional draw.
We have the Styrako play.
Styrako getting rid of the Minerva would make a pretty simple solution, I think, to the end of this game.
Yep. Evo into Styrako here, trash last security.
Troy just taking his time because he doesn't want to make sure, making sure he hasn't missed anything.
Yeah.
And we do have the Owen on board, which means we are able to Evo the Styrako over the Lamia. It's just a 6 cost as instead of the typical 4 that you would go over like a Medusa or any other level 6.
Could have been 5 actually with the Lamiamon's effect. So now we delete Minerva or Agio.
Deleting Agio.
We'll attack here.
The only blocker possible is the Minervamon, so. It looks like that's just a concession from Jacob. He's going to block, but he doesn't have anything to play off that's impactful, and then Troy just gets to swing for the final check there. And that is a big turnaround from game one. Like I mentioned, it would be kind of a crazy story to make it all the way to finals, even losing the first game, turn it all the way around, coming from 32nd place at the LCQ.
Coming in with no idea like, how your weekend was going to go.
Yes. You come in with a hope and a dream, but no guarantees. And now already has the guarantee that he's going to be representing us in Japan. With a deck that, you know, I think many pet deckers have enjoyed and expected to be well, but not one that's been at the top of the radar.
Looking at Troy's deck list, there are a lot of one techs that I personally haven't been using.
Yeah.
Mainly because, you know, with PT24, it basically said you can build a pure tribal line.
Yes. And a lot of people do look at something like these Liberator decks and think, why would I put anything else in there? And I think that's a big strength that Troy's showing off is the flexibility in choosing which tech cards are right for the moment. You know, stuff like the one of Cyclomon.
The one of Wargreymon.
And that, you know, absolutely showing up so far.
And this also shows that Crimson Blaze is still probably one of the better options to run over like Raging Serpentine, although that could change as we move into EX11 with other cards like Vortex Dramon.
Right, absolutely depends on what the metagame shapes up to be. If we have to have that big kind of removal, I mean, everybody remembers, maybe not everybody at this point, it's been a long history for Digimon. I remember back when the benefit of running your red deck was that you got to play Gaia Force.
Yes.
And now, you know, we're not even playing the option that costs half as much but does just as much.
And with the, you know, dev panel from yesterday after revealing Beelstarmon and Flybullet, now I'm asking myself, when are we getting Wargreymon Gaia Force?
Yeah, that would be a very cool card to see. I wouldn't be surprised if that's in our future.
Yeah, I would not be surprised myself.
Shuffling up for game 3.
Ukomon is definitely an interesting pick for Medusomon for the consistency. It seems the deck was kind of tailored in similar ways to what Rocks and Minerals do.
Yes.
Because they also are like, we run our Cenorizas, but we also run Uko.
We have it now with Rocks, you really want to get 2 Tumblemons in the trash as soon as possible. Whereas with the red side of things, I feel like it's more so I want to see as many cards as possible to make sure that I have that consistency. You know, Rocks has a lot of inbuilt consistency, whereas in this, you know, the illusion of choice, in this deck, it's not as much. We saw multiple times where you're like, I don't know what Troy has in hand, really.
Yeah. Troy's opening up with the Elizamon, that's a Digivolution cost reduced from BT24. Does a training, reveals double Elizamons from BT18? No, it's first appearance 21. And then sends one at the bottom.
But Jacob's response is just a Homeros, no rookie in the back, no search card. And you got to imagine that that's off the back of a mulligan and not what you want to see.
Jacob's hand right now appears to be a lot of Olympus 12 Digimon.
Yeah, those big Digimon.
Yeah. Oh, we got the Tamer too. So we're going to see the Owen Dreadnought. This is the BT24 one that lets you spin the Tamer back.
Going into the Lamia for one off of the training. Everything is coming up beautifully for Troy right now. We have a card in the trash now for a target for that petrification.
At this point, Troy's basically just thinking, oh yeah, it's all come together.
Oh yeah, it's looking beautiful. We do have, I believe this Owen does also have the end of turn attack trigger if we wanted to go that route. But just swinging in with the Lamia, and now we have the ability to utilize the egg.
Do it? I don't think you do it. Because we don't have 2 cards in trash, so Medusomon fizzles here.
Oh, it does have to be 2.
And since we hit the option card, nothing happens.
Yeah, because that theater is going to be a delay option, it's stuck on the board. It looks like we are waving away and not going to go ahead and utilize that ability to Digivolve. We're going to get 2 off of this search here. We do have the Staracomon now. Elizamon hanging out, and honestly, when my opponent's turn 1 was Slam Homeros, I am not too worried about leading the Lamia here with the Elizamon.
I think Jacob's play is probably going to go Minervamon just to shut down the Lamia play. I think that's your best bet, just to stave off additional attacks.
you could build a little bit of a board with the combination of the Minerva and the Homeros. I think maybe debating if we want to gain the 2 memory before we commit to the Minerva.
I agree with that. Go up to 4 off of the in-between theater. Are we going to do it? Okay, yeah, so Minervamon comes down for the reduced cost.
Setting to 3 on Troy's side, we have the ability to play that level 4. We're going to go for the Aegeomon.
Add top security.
We had another Tamer. Do we have one to play?
We have a Dan and Kon and Yuki.
That's certainly one that I would like to see. That gives you an ability to chip away a little bit with the Minervamon.
Doesn't have rush, though.
That's true, yeah, not going to be able to get anything.
But we can de-Digivolve again. The thing is, if Troy has another Lamiamon, it's actually really funny. Because when you Digivolve off either of these Elizamons, you have a Dimetro in the trash already and Owen in play.
The Cyclomon does have rush.
That is true.
Which means that Dan will be able to give the Cyclomon the ability to attack, raid into this Elizamon and clean everything off the board. And of course, going to be able to utilize a Time Stranger option as well before attacking. And if I'm not mistaken, lets you spin or bounce a Digimon to hand that is suspended.
Correct.
So this is going to be a full clear of the board.
Correct.
And with no scramble, nothing in the raising area, this is a crazy turnaround from Jacob, despite being in a position that didn't look very good just a moment ago.
Yeah.
That's the power of Minervamon. I've seen a couple of other lists that want to specialize on one particular Olympus 12 member, but I think Minervamon really is the glue that holds them all together.
Why are we bringing Elizamon back out? Was there a scramble? Oh, no, it was the Owen. It was the Owen.
Yes, Owen.
The Owen is a pseudo-scramble.
Yeah, he allows you to replace himself with another Owen from hand, and then if you don't already have a Digimon on board, you are, like you mentioned, a pseudo-scramble, able to play out that Eliza. Now, will we be able to do too much with it? Unclear. Like we mentioned, there's only so few options that give us rush.
We need
in this
that
deck.
Wargray.
Yeah, Wargray would look quite good here.
I don't think we have the Lamia as the problem.
Yeah, and I don't think we have a Dimetro in the trash because it got spun back to hand to utilize a Lamia with.
So that has blocker and can spin itself.
And then, again, just clarifying the board state, the Cyclomon should be stood because of reboot. It's a blocker. Troy considering his options. What does he have available? Is he going to... I think the main thing he's asking himself is, am I going to lose next turn if I don't do something right now?
It's possible.
And it's not a far cry. It is a... You've got one swing with barrier. You've got one big, level 6 Digimon swinging.
And then the DNA.
You got a DNA for 2 more checks. You've got Dan and Yuki.
And the Marukimon's in hand for sure. We've seen it.
And that's as long as we have the Sylphimon, it's signed, sealed, delivered.
Yep. If you put Jacob to 4 memory, or 5 memory to avoid the effects of Homeros.
Looks like we're just going to put 1 memory over to Jacob. So that means we will have access to the Homeros at the end of the turn. Not forced to suspend it for the draw here.
They have Aegeomon in hand. There's Maruki. They only have 2 cards in hand?
Wow, yeah, just the Aegeo and the Maruki.
That is true. They've been playing cards this entire time.
Yeah, they did play a lot straight from hand off of the Minerva.
To Aegeo, to Dan, to Cyclone, to Option Tuck. I was like, wait, what happened to Jacob's hand?
It's gone. And I think that is part of what Troy was deliberating so much is, well, what are the odds that he has it with 2 cards in his hand? You can swing here with Barrier, although I'm not even sure if I would want to trigger Barrier when I've only got 3 security left staring at a Dimetron in the back.
Yeah. And Troy is just missing a level 5 for full combo.
And if we hit that level 5, we are gaining memory.
Yep.
If Jacob's best play is a Marukimon, then there's also going to be a lot of memory available for Troy. A scramble hit.
Oh no.
That's another search. That's the big deal, is we have a search off of this Elizamon. Do we see the level 5?
The double Owen.
Double Owen and a Cyclonemon, no 5, but this means we're 3 cards closer to the level 5
Correct.
that we need.
So we can add the Cyclone, we can add the Owen as our Liberator card. Really? I feel like I would have added the other Owen. Because the other Owen is like a pseudo scramble still.
It is. Although I think Troy's goal is to finish the game next turn regardless. Gonna get one.
Jacob feels a little pressure now, so I think he's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And
Yeah, we're raiding him.
Yeah. Troy's kind of like, I can't do anything.
Yeah, all these Digimon stand back up because of that reboot that Minerva gave access to, just passing the turn.
Oh, we're not even going to use Homeros' effect to play Aegeomon.
I think we want to hold on to it here.
Jacob's like, I got 2 cards. Troy's just like, I got this huge handful of cards. Like,
Which is such a far difference from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah.
The exact opposite.
I don't think you promote out yet.
If we don't have the 5, there's not a lot of reason to promote out here.
Well, because you don't have end of turn attack. That's my issue with this right now.
Okay, we are going to search for the 5. Let's see if we can hit it.
You find Medusa in a training.
I think Troy showing it all with his hands right there. Where are you, Lamiamon?
I'll give you a hint. It's in his security.
Every time you're playing Digimon, you look at the top
Always security.
15, 20 cards of your deck and you don't see the one you're looking for, it's in security.
Yeah, it's usually in security.
Okay, we do scramble into the Dimetramon here.
To play out the other Owen. Now you have 2 Owens. That's it.
2 Owens and a Dream. Jacob wasn't able to finish the job last turn. We'll see if we're able to do it this turn. The draw was a Garurumon.
I mean, we're just playing defense at this point.
Yeah, we're just trying to clear the board of everything. And fully committing your raising area here means next turn you don't really have a strong option. Like you mentioned, passing up on the other arm. We have a scramble, but we have such few ways to capitalize off of a scramble.
There's Medusa. Barrier?
Debating whether we want to. I think, we picked it up. We've committed. That's a barrier here. Cyclone gonna raid in to bounce. Yep, we were able to do that because we played the Garurumon.
There's
Not
one
raiding
level
in.
5.
Yeah, choosing not to go for the raid. Crimson Blaze! What a hit in security! The Cyclomon's still living because it is linked.
Yep.
So it is at 7K currently. Marukimon going to be on the board, has the ability to attack, and I think Troy realizing that's the writing on the wall, even though it was a Crimson Blaze, Marukimon's going to clear the final Digimon on board. You have nothing in raising, no way to really play out after that.
Wasn't there a scramble?
There was a scramble, but with no rush, you don't have really anything to fight back. He was still missing the Lamiamon.
But the scramble would have added back the Lamiamon to the top of deck, so he could have scrambled Lamia to the top of the deck, drew Lamiamon.
Yeah, there might have been wheels that he could turn, but I think at the end of the day, he realized it wasn't a wheel worth spinning.
Yeah.
He saw the writing on the wall and extends the hand. It's going to be Time Stranger that ends up sealing the deal.
Woohoo.
I mean, that board was so wide.
Yeah.
I think without having access to being able to attack as Medusamon with the Medusamon
reboot
deck,
blockers.
all the reboot blockers, all of them being big Digimon with some levels of protection or replacement effects, it's very tough to deal with. And next turn they just get to turn sideways.
Congratulations to both our players, though, representing North America.
Absolutely. Phenomenal to see that these players are going to play out in Worlds, have a wonderful time there, and really show that they are the best of the best. They came here for a reason.
Huge props to the Medusamon player as well for fighting through the LCQs.
Yes.
then taking it to a day 1 finish, and then doing top 16 today.
Yeah, guaranteed. Finishing in finals as well. I cannot imagine the level of relief that Troy must have felt after barely squeaking by. You know that if you made it in 32nd at the LCQ, that you were not guaranteed by record. You had to make it by your resistance. So the entire time his record was shown, he was stressed out, realizes he makes it in top 32, has to play the next day an entire event with other players that are at that same caliber who have qualified, and then finally at the end of this tournament, you make it to the top 16, still fighting against all the best players. You make it to 2nd in the finals, and you know that no matter what happens here, you are guaranteed for Japan. That is great.
We're still also seeing that older cards are still being played frequently, such as the case of Crimson Blaze.
Yes.
It shows up, and you could hear our reactions over here, but we could also hear the reactions all the way on the other side of the room going, oh.
As soon as it was hidden security. And that's one thing that will never change is, the amount of times that security will swing a game might change a little bit in Digimon, but man, whenever you reveal that security and it's a bomb that blows up, that is a crazy experience.
I think players at this point are more so scared when red decks will be like, oh, increase the DP deletion based effects on all turns, not just your turn, all turns. And then you're going to be like, okay, everyone's going to main deck Crimson Blaze now, just because if it's boosted by 2K now, it's like anything that's 8K or 9K or less gets deleted.
I'd love to talk about the potential of the future that may be happening, but even more so, I would like to talk about the now, and the now is going to be celebrating our top 3 placers at this Digimon event. So we're going to cut to a quick break so that we can then go to that award ceremony and show off the strengths of these players. Watch them get their trophies. All right, everybody, are we excited to talk about the Digimon players today who made it to the podium? In third place, winning the playoff third and fourth place match is going to be Ben. Ben, I've got to ask, many players, once they're eliminated from the tournament, it's over. In your case, you were eliminated from the tournament and still had to play one more match, third and fourth, to see if you made it at the end of the day. How did that feel?
Honestly, I learned once I saw that my last matchup, I was up against Hoodie, and that is my worst matchup. So I went in with zero expectations. But somehow, we did it.
Absolutely, you did. Congratulations, Ben. If you could go ahead and step up next to that trophy, and we'll introduce our second place Digimon player, Troy. And Troy, I've heard a crazy story about how you got here today. Barely making it through the LCQ on Friday, a grueling match, all the way up to finals with, I'm sorry, what deck?
Medusamon.
Medusamon? Can you please tell me the amount of relief you felt before you sat down for that final match?
More anxiety than relief. Holy. Just hoping searches go through. We love Ukomon.
We love Ukomon. That's true of me, and that's true of all of you as well. Thank you so much, Troy, if you could. And our number one at the end of the day, our finalist is Uncle Ben. Ben, at the end of the day, you did it with the Time Stranger deck. You know, the new kid on the block. I think a lot of people expected Hoodie. A lot of people expected to see Time Stranger too. What do you think made you different today?
I got first place.
Absolutely you did, and congratulations for that. You did a phenomenal job all day, and if you could step up to the plate. One more round of applause for our finalists today. And now, Murata will be able to hand off the trophies to our top three placers. They finally get to touch that trophy that they've earned. Now, Murata, do you have any words to say to the finalists here at the end of the day?
Thank you for showing me good battle.
Absolutely.
I will be waiting in Tokyo in March. Everyone is great. Thank you.
Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. And for these wonderful players, one more round of applause. And now that they've had their moment, we're going to throw it back to the casters so we can get one more finals done at the end of the day. Right back to the desk.
What a great weekend of card games we've had out here so far. We just saw Digimon wrap up. We had Gundam, of course, the blue-purple mirror match finals. And we also had Union Arena, where Red Kenshin won the entire thing for our North America Championship. But We've heard you. We know what you're waiting for. It is time for One Piece. So, Steven and Jake, tell us, what are your thoughts going into this match?
Thank you so much, Kaz. Well, we're really excited. Jake and I have been keeping a tight look on the pulse of the Day 2 event, and it's been so amazing to watch. And we have an amazing finals lined up for you. But before that, we do also have a confirmation as to who our third place already is for One Piece. And I'm going to leave it to Jake here to talk a little bit about him.
I am so happy to say that Rick Master Flash on Red Green Luffy ended up going 2-0 in the third place match against Purple Yellow Rosinante and B-Roll to take that third place spot heading into the World Championships. I know all of Europe and his community, his testing group, you think about that, North American player testing with Europe, some worldwide unity in here. It's been super exciting to see that.
I mean, when you have a tournament of this level caliber of players, you need to bring in all that you can to kind of give yourself as much of an edge as possible. And for everyone watching at home, you did not mishear Jake. 2 of our top 4 was Purple Yellow Rosinante as well as Red Green Luffy. Decks that we haven't necessarily been talking about, but definitely deserve our respect in this format. It just kind of adds to the overall story that we've been saying, which is the OP14 format right now is so wide open.
And that doesn't even talk about what the top cut was of top 32 in here. We saw Blue Promo Nami in the top cut as well as Gecko Moria. We saw so many cool decks within this top cut, and as it played out, just was so cool to see.
But like Kaz said, we have the finals getting set up for you guys right now. Once we get there, we'll talk a little bit about what decks you're going to be seeing and who those players are, as well as the stories that took for them to get here today. But regardless, I think it's going to be a pretty awesome match.
Yeah, so how did our predictions come out for the weekend? I know we're making it all the way here to the finals, so I'm not sure if we're going to have the graphics up in just this moment, but tell us your thoughts going through this weekend for it.
Well, like we mentioned, the top 4 was kind of a lot of unexpected things, but a lot of things throughout the top cut did make a lot of sense to us. Stuff like Ace and Emu were always in contention, and Ace, a little spoiler alert, is going to be making it to our finals, so my number 1 pick is there to see. Emu, which was Jake's number 1 pick, sadly kind of fell off towards the top 8 of this event, but still was definitely the deck of the weekend and was deserving of that first spot.
Yeah, I mean, had multiple spots within the top 32 top cut, and even our UP Luffy's that we had in there had an appearance in that top 32. And then also you see here Digipanda and Universe having Dracula Mihawk. Dracula Mihawk was the most represented deck within our top 32, the most populous. And as we've been talking about all weekend, Ace and Emu in the top 4 or 5 decks in this format. So definitely a lot of predicted meta that we had, but then these surprises that we've been talking about.
Yeah, the best way I can wrap it up is our predictions were very predictive of what would be here, but not necessarily of what would perform the best.
Exactly.
Great. So that's a quick recap. Again, lots to look forward to this weekend, but of course we want to see the grand final and bring it all home. So we're going to take a short break, get the players set up, and as soon as we come back, it is time for the One Piece finals. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to day 2 of Bandai Card Games Fest here in the beautiful Las Vegas, and we are just about getting ready for One Piece, and I know you guys are excited. Here, Cosmic once again joined by Div, Steven, and Jake. And before we get right into things, we got some prizing to talk about and also some graphics. So I'm just going to very quickly pass things off to our One Piece casters to talk about the event.
Thank you so much, Kaz. Yes, this is what both of our finalists are playing for right here. We have the second place prizes. There you see the second place Roanoa Zoro prize card. It's gorgeous, as well as the different event packs and finalist card sets that each of the players are already walking away with. But I honestly cannot believe that this is happening, because on top of all this beautiful first place prize card trophy as well, both players are going to be guaranteed an invite to Worlds, but the big difference is going to be the first and second place trophy.
Yeah, nothing says champion like having champion on the card, if you could say, right? So trying to fight for that title here, lots of amazing prizes on the line, especially when World Championships are already secured, and most importantly, those bragging rights.
Yep, it's like we've been saying all day. This finals is already a good outcome for both players, but they're fighting to figure out who's going to get the great outcome. And here are the stats that we had for our top 32. We mentioned them a bit earlier. The most represented deck was Dracula Mihawk, seconded only by Emu and Portuguese the Ace. And then we had decks like Boa Hancock, Purple Doflamingo, and Purple Yellow Rosionante coming out to round off our top 6 most played decks. But as you can see, these numbers don't exactly add up to 16. We had tons of decks in just one representation, but they were filling out the entire event.
It was crazy. There were a ton of one-ofs in Promonami. There was also Gecko Moria, Jinbei, as well as Red Green Luffy, as we talked about earlier. Rick Master Flash getting 3rd place in the championship for his spot at World. So definitely was a jungle of a field. But talking about some of our matchups right here, we got Doflamingo. So Doflamingo, one of the new leaders in OP14, has a very unique leader effect, right? Using that Dawn -1 to redirect an attack to one of his Don Quixote pirate type characters or leaders. So could redirect it into one of these characters or to himself. He's got Sugar for the early game to be able to search for any of those Don Quixote pirate type cards that he's looking for. Virgo, going to be really important in this matchup, right? As a protection effect, protecting your Don Quixote family cards from stuff like Jozu, Atmos, Red Rock that Ace is going to play, and Doflamingo is going to be really nice for that board swarm, right? Not only for the board swarm to be able to play one of those characters out, but also tap one Don to re-ramp one, fighting off against Ace. Ace, a very good deck, right? Heralded from a lot of people as one of the best decks in format, with 2 different leader effects of using any card in your hand to -2,000 power on an opponent's character or leader during a battle, and then that Dawn ×1 when a 6,000 power or more character would be KO'd or you take a life. You get to draw an extra card. Fits perfect with a bunch of blockers like Marco, right? Having that on KO effect of drawing 2 cards. Essentially with your leader effect, if you got that Dawn ×1, gets that draw 3. And Edward Newgate, right? Not having an on KO of drawing cards, but an on play of drawing cards. Draw 2, trash 1 is great filter, and you can cheat it out a turn earlier with the I Am Whitebeard event, right? And that I Am Whitebeard event also gives you a possibility of making you an 8,000 power leader through your opponent's turn. Not something that we see all the time that Ace players will utilize, but there are some specific matchups, right, especially more low to the ground decks that love to utilize that plus 2,000 power.
Yep, and I'm really excited to see this matchup here. We have Paul piloting the Ace deck that we were just talking about, and we have Nathan piloting the Don Quixote Doflamingo purple deck. Out of all the OP14 leaders or decks that were introduced, they all were very powerful. They all were very much respected, but Don Quixote Doflamingo has kind of been falling off in a lot of the top players' sort of wheelhouse, because in the beginning of the format, it was thought of as a really complicated deck to play against, and the better players can kind of take advantage of how strong some of the Don Quixote Pirates cards are in both consistency and power. But now it seems like people have kind of figured it out, but Nathan's like, no, I promise this deck's really good. I'm going to take it all the way to the finals, and here they are right now. This matchup, I don't think is going to be one that's defined by aggression, because both decks are very inherently defensive, but here we go. We have the finals beginning. Nathan has already gone first here, because I believe Paul had the ability to choose to go second in this final, and we are underway to figure out who's going to be our One Piece champion.
Yeah, so no one-drop Sugar or Dellinger is not something you like to see if you're Nathan over on the Doflamingo side. So now Ace, going into his first turn, is going to do a search of his own with Izo, trying to find a Whitebeard pirate type card, and finds I Am Whitebeard again. Like we showed in that deck profile earlier, one of the pieces of the puzzle, and just attaches one to leader and passes. You'll sometimes think that attaching the leader like that is a little strange, but if this Doflamingo leader decides to go ahead and swing at life, Ace will be able to draw an extra card if he so chooses to take it. But Doflamingo playing down the Violet, I'm sorry, a 3-cost blocker, and as a 5,000 power leader, can't swing at Ace.
Yep, and just a heads up, because this is an open deckless tournament, I can very much say that that Violet right there is a one-of in Nathan's deck, but it might be a very useful tool to him because it kind of represents what this deck wants to do, have powerful on-KO effects that we can maybe utilize later on in the turns to either protect our life or trigger powerful effects via our leader ability. We have the Marco being played down here from Paul, which is an amazing turn 2 play here. It's going to protect our life and maybe even draw some cards in the process.
And so now on Doflamingo's 5 Dawn turn, he's going to play down that Virgo, right? You want to play that as early as possible, especially with all the different removal effects that I mentioned earlier with Ace. Going to be able to protect them on the field and make sure that they stick. So Virgo also having that when attacking minus 2,000 power with the Dawn -1 could give a little bit of good stuff with this Marco, with potentially a Jozu coming later or a Yamato to be able to control the board a little bit. So we see that Jozu right there picking up the Izo, and he's going to attempt to remove the Virgo, and then with Virgo's protection effect, like I mentioned, do a Dawn minus instead once per turn to keep it on the field. You still like that if you're the Ace, just simply because you'll put a Dawn back from Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Nathan. So the strategy's still going well. Going down to 3 life now is more than likely here soon going to go into Nathan's turn, but decides to swing with the Marco, says, you know what, I'm still at 3 life, I got a good amount of cards in hand, relatively healthy, I might as well just go in and swing and see how Nathan reacts to this.
Yeah, I really like to see the way Paul is kind of pushing this Don Quixote deck because it is naturally very defensive, but it costs some things. And right now we don't have that many ways to get those resources back as Doflamingo, so we want to make sure that we make it to where Nathan's curve is set so far behind because this deck needs to play on curve. It needs to get to that 8 and 10 cost Doflamingo as soon as possible if it wants to amount any kind of pressure that Paul really cares about.
And so Nathan already taking the first 3 swings within this match, right? Already at 2 life. Ace still sitting at 3. Now has some Dawn to work with. He's thinking about playing 5, I think. It's a couple different 5 drops that he could play.
It's going to be the Monet here.
Monet going to be able, with that on play, to ramp in active Dawn, and now the Virgo coming in is going to do that when attacking Dawn -1 to minus 2,000 power. So for the rest of this turn, Marco would be a 4,000 power character. Lets that attack go and only draws 2 because there's no Dawn attached to the leader, so no extra draw. Now using one of his 2 Dawn left to go 6,000 power at lead, and now try to command a card out of this Ace's hand. Ace has a couple different 1Ks like Yamato and also the Izo that we saw. Just taking a look at that Monet, remember Monet has that on KO effect of being able to draw 2 trash 1 and ramp 2 up to 2 rested Dawn onto the field. So could be very nice to get Doflamingo to ramp into this game if he redirects an attack into that Monet later.
But there we see the leader ability of Ace, discarding that Iron Repeater event to minus 2,000 power of the leader and stop that attack from going through. We want to make sure that if we're taking damage, we're drawing a card in the process. Going to get rid of this event that has no counter to make sure that is happening.
That 1-drop Dellinger on the field could be a great redirect target for Nathan, right? Having that on KO effect of looking at the top 5 for a Don Quixote Pirates type card, adding it to the hand, and then re-ramping a Dawn. Fits perfectly with your leader effect, essentially making it a free search.
Also, here we go, seeing the Izo here. That is our 8 Dawn turn, so we're not going to be able to activate an Iron Viper at this turn because we probably didn't have this 10 cost Edward Newgate in our hand, but now thanks to this Izo we do. We saw us discard an Iron Viper earlier, so if you're Nathan, you can assume 1's going to be played on the next turn. If not, that 10 cost is going to be coming down.
I kind of like this play from Paul, to be honest, especially because I think he's going to try to play something around like Yamato on this turn, right? To draw some extra cards, go a little bit wider on the board, and have some threats that can go in at stuff like this Virgo, right? More attacks, especially when Don Quixote Doflamingo is going to go ahead and redirect an attack with his leader effect. You want to have more the merrier, as some say. So going with another Izo to just find another 10-drop Whitebeard, right? Perfect card to play in the coming turns. We'll see how he decides to move with the rest of his 6 Dawn. And there's that Yamato that I was talking about. Yamato, if you have 3 or less life, you draw 2 and give a rested Dawn to your leader. It's perfect for the Ace deck, even though it's a Land of Wano type card. And we just see this raw draw, especially because Nathan does not necessarily have any hand disruption in his deck. It's going to be really nice for Ace to stack up this hand with counter.
Here we see Paul kind of analyzing all of Nathan's resources. He wants to maybe do some math here to be like, okay, if I attack and you redirect into the Monet and you get your 2 Dawn back, how much are you going to be at next turn? I believe he'll end up being at 8 if he uses the Dawn -1 of the leader to redirect. Maybe 9. Yeah, because we're currently at 5 after using the effect. It's going to go into the Dellinger, though. With the on-KO effect of the Dellinger, we're going to get 1 Dawn back, as well as search for the top 5. And now we're seeing kind of how this deck for Doflamingo is maybe different from other decks you've seen in the past. The searchers are not on play, they're on KO. And you get more value out of them by stopping your opponent's attacks, as well as them adding to your consistency.
And I like the redirect into the Dellinger on this turn, right? You want the Monet to have pressure, especially as a base 6,000 power character. You won't have to commit any Dawn to try to swing at Ace and leader. So he's going to be looking through this top 5. We see a couple things. I think there's an SP Sugar in that hand. The 1-drop Searcher that we showcased in the deck profile.
And yeah, something to note too about maybe trying to maintain those 6K bodies in play is that Dofli is famously a deck that likes to play on curve, but usually that means there's no extra Dawn for you to attach to your characters. And because you're a base 5K leader and Ace is base 6, you kind of blank one of your attacks every single turn, which is not going to be what you want against this deck that famously has a gigantic hand size that you need to fight through if you want to win the game.
So is thinking about attaching 1 to Jozu. We know that the leader effect has been used on the redirect, right? But just passes the turn, actually does not want to utilize the Jozu, is not confident on potentially an 8,000 power swing at the Virgo to be able to get that knockout. And especially if that Jozu does tap sideways, there's that Virgo to -2,000 power to make it easier to board control, especially because we saw Paul earlier in the top 32 round take down a purple Doflamingo. This is his second time within this top cut in this matchup, so you got to imagine he knows a little bit of what he's doing.
Yes, for sure. He's aware of the tricky nature that Dofi is trying to get under, and he's not going to fall for any of it, it seems like. He's playing a patient game. He's playing the board building game. And in the game of One Piece, if you can build a board and maintain it, I don't care what color you are, what leader you are, that's usually a pretty good strategy.
So starts out with a 6,000 power swing from Monet. Just tries to see what Paul is going to do when he tries to commit leader effect, but 2Ks out of it right there. We see the Virgo swing now. 7,000 power is going to be another 2K or leader effect to get out of that one. And no Dawn minus because there's no characters you want to swing at. You wouldn't want to punish yourself by minusing Dawn. So is going to use leader effect on Round Table. That's a tech that we've seen a lot of aces use lately in OP14, and is going to go with Sugar. Sugar is going to be able on that on play to ramp 1, and if on the on KO effect your opponent is at 6 or more Dawn, it's going to be able to play out a Don Quixote Pirates type character from your hand. So might be a nice way to get another body on board to be able to build up and pressure this ace. So with the rest of the Dawn, is just going to attach another Virgo. I do like this Virgo attached just in case, one, you can't keep your rested Virgo alive, but also on top of that, just applies a lot of -2,000 power potential that you can use to control the board. So now going into a full 10 Dawn turn with Ace is going to use that I Am Whitebeard event to play out a 10-cost Newgate. We'll see if he decides to use the secondary effect to take a life and get +2,000 power. He has been healthy the entire time, sitting at the amount of life that's on his leader card right at 3. And I think he's thinking about it right now. He does have to decide to do that before using the on-play effect of the Edward Newgate. And it's kind of a tough choice to make, right? You wouldn't be able to get that extra draw from that life specifically, but if you're expecting a lot of swings from Virgo, Monet, right, and even the leader at you, being an 8,000 power leader is way harder for Doflamingo to swing at than 6.
Yeah, and there's also probably considerations too of can Paul afford to try to control the board, because now we're in 10-cost Dovi territory, which has the potential to stun some of our characters and punish us for attacking without actually hard removing them, which does play around Ace's leader ability to draw cards.
And so is going to opt to use that 8-cost I Am Whitebeard effect to take 1 life and be +2,000 power through your opponent's next turn, and now fulfilling the Edward Newgate. Not only does it draw cards, but it gives 2 rested Dawn to both a leader and a character, making this Yamato an 8,000 power character. The Ace now potentially swinging 10,000 power. It's still crazy that this 10-cost card has so much value in this deck and starts out with an 8,000 power Yamato swing.
Yep, for 8 Dawn, we essentially got 14 Dawn worth of cards and a 12,000 blocker to boot. That drew us some cards. Pretty good.
Absolutely insane, and it's going to be interesting to see how Nathan reacts. He does still have that Violet there, a nice blocker that is going to be able to potentially grab an event from the trash, especially if he uses this Divine Departure here soon to be able to you know, counter out of an attack, whether it's at a character or a leader. Not 100% sure, but we see Divine Departure and a 1K, so I guess that 8,000 power swing was going at lead as that boosts to 9.
And now Paul again is determining where the next attack should go. Maybe prioritizing going for the board now that we've seen cards from Doflamingo's hand. Usually players like to attack board and demand even more cards because you've lost 2, may as well lose 1 from the board now. But we're going to use the effect of our leader here to redirect the attack into our sugar. The on-KO effect will let us play up 5 costs or less Don Quixote Pirates from our hand. Do we have one?
Looks like he's aiming for Monet here.
I mean, double Monet, double Virgo is a pretty nice board into ace.
Yeah, so definitely something that you really, really like, especially with 1 Dawn left open now. Basically means that your leader effect once again was free, and so goes with that Violet now on the leader swing. Is going to Dawn -1 to get that Divine Departure back, especially with all this Don Quixote Pirates type synergy. Violet grabs any purple event from the trash, so an unsearchable event like Divine Departure is so big for you.
Yeah, once you see 1, you essentially have found 2.
Yeah.
Another big event that this deck is known for playing is the slow beam, I believe, that Foxy Pirates normally uses. But like you said, Violet can get any purple event back.
So slow beam, we saw it in the hand there, is going to be impactful in this game, being able to rest any character on Paul's side on the defensive as a counter event. Starts out with a 6,000 power swing, probably at the Yamato if I had to take a guess, right, as all the other characters and leaders are above 6,000 power.
This could be a potential free block here from Paul. We now know that 1 Don's been committed, so the risk of 10 cost Dofi coming down is no longer available. Maybe want to save that though for one of the Virgo swings in case they go -2 on something else and make that a protection. But we do also have a gigantic grip if we're Paul. I believe our hand is at least 8 cards, maybe even 9. I don't think we know much because I believe we only know 1 10 cost Newgate, and that's it. But we do have the Virgo coming down. We're going to go Don minus here on the Jozu. Swing 7 to 5.
So it is going to have to be 2 cards out of hand or a free block, right? Whether those 2 cards are 2K, 1K, or anything of the sort, but just lets it get KO'd to draw 1 card, is not worried about it, is kind of prioritizing these Ezos, doesn't want to use that on opponent's attack effect yet to draw 1 and bottom deck 1 card. Maybe wants to open the board a little bit to be able to play a 10 cost Newgate without having to replace a character.
Also, for anyone those wondering, Ace checks base power of characters. So even though it was reduced from the Virgo, you still get the draw because you have the Don underneath your leader and it was being KO'd.
And so Baby 5 rounding out the 5th character on Don Quixote Doflamingo's side of the field is going to be another one of those on-play ramp 1 Don as active, and we'll talk about the on-KO effect later. It's very impactful within this. Now going with another Virgo swing. I think went ahead and minus the Yamato, so now the Yamato being a 4,000 power character is going to go ahead and opt for the free block on the Newgate.
Yep, I respect that. And honestly, the more I'm looking at this board, Nathan's attackers in these Monet and Virgos are so annoying for Paul to deal with. He needs to start seeing things like Atmos and Jozu immediately.
Well, even then, with the Virgo's protection effect, Jozu and Atmos are definitely a stunt, right, to be able to try to remove them on the field. So is going to be very difficult, as you're saying. It's a nice board for Nathan right here.
And now we're just debating where the next attacks are going to go. We've demanded a lot of answers from Paul, but I don't think we're quite in a position where we can realistically threaten their life total. So we're probably just going to keep attacking board, especially now that we've reduced the Yamato.
Maybe he wants to leave 2 Dawn open for that slow beam in hand, but he's thinking about attaching 2 for an 8,000 power swing now at the 4,000 power Yamato and lets that get KO'd. And again, the ace effect once per turn, so does not get that extra draw.
I want to note that even though Nathan took his first 3 life very aggressively this turn, I think for the past, 4 turns, there's been not a single life card taken.
Definitely going to be interesting here, especially with, you know, a little bit of board that Nathan has available to him. Just attaches all of the Dawn to the Monet, but actually does not want to do that potentially, but no, is he going to commit to the 10,000 power swing now, going in at lead. That's going to force 2 cards out of hand from Paul and the ace, right? And he has plenty of cards to work with. Could be leader effect in 1K to get out of it. Could be just taking a life, right?
Yeah, you definitely want to, I think, stop this attack here if you're Paul, because going down to 1 this early without getting the value out of your leader effect probably is not good enough. But you do have a 4-card hand over on Nathan's side. But one thing that the ace deck is not really known for being is kind of out of the gate aggressive. So because Nathan has gone for a board control route this turn, it's going to be really tough for Paul to kind of like punish this over attaching of the Dawn. So I definitely think he wants to buy as much time as possible to kind of rebuild his board. So we're going to go ahead and counter out of that Monet attack and begin our turn as Paul.
So one of the things that you're seeing on Paul's side is there's not many attackers,
That's right.
There's Leader, there's Edward Newgate, right? And one of those attacks could be redirected into Baby 5, which could potentially, with that on-KO effect, if he Dawn minuses 1, he could heal a life, right? So you could swing at Lead expecting him to take a life, and then all of a sudden, well, he's going to gain 1 instead.
Yeah, this is actually a really awkward position for Paul, but one nice thing is that he doesn't necessarily need to play around things like slow beam, which had the risk of maybe, resting his Edward Newgate blocker, which would definitely be like an awkward thing for him to play around, but he would probably be playing into it later on in the game by playing more characters out this turn. It's a pretty tough call here, but usually you can't go wrong with playing down another 10-cost Newgate after playing 1 the previous turn.
And I like playing this Edward Newgate down, right? Just getting the big wall up, right, of these 12,000 power 10-cost blockers. Goes for the draw 2 and trash 1, and he'll be able to go ahead and put 2 Dawn on both a Leader and character, opting for the Newgate blocker and also the Leader Ace. We'll see if he decides to swing in with this Newgate blocker that he's attached onto, but first starts out with 8,000 power at lead, and it looks like Nathan really wants to take it right now.
Right, and I think what he's probably trying to do is he wants to go for it, but Paul just passes. He kind of maybe baited Nathan into taking it, because if he redirects, he could just attack with Newgate afterwards, but since he didn't, he's not going to risk the redirection into one of the characters in play to give Nathan some extra advantage. He says, you know what, I got 2 blockers, you may have a lot of attacks, but they're not that big, and I have 2 life and a gigantic hand. I think I can manage just fine.
Especially with the knowledge of Divine Departure in the hand as well for minus 8,000 power. Does not want to risk this Newgate, right, if he were to turn it sideways, and now kind of makes it a little bit awkward, right? Doflamingo, if he wants to play it down another character, he's going to have to play over something. But starts out with an 8,000 power to swing to a 6,000 power Leader, takes it and draws 1 card because of that Leader effect, just giving him access to as many cards as possible in the beginning stages of Nathan's turn.
Nathan attached 2 down to Monet, trying to take 2 cards out of Ace's hand, but really he gave him 2 cards in the process.
A lot of times when you're playing up against Ace, no matter what deck you're playing, right, you want to swing that 8,000 power. You want to get him to use his minus 2,000 power Leader effect and give you another card in hand on top of that. 8's typically pretty good, as we see another one now coming with the Virgo. So goes ahead and uses the Virgo effect to minus 2,000 power the Edward Newgate. That just makes it so if he doesn't block with this Newgate now, the other Virgo could come in with another minus 2,000 power and potentially have more power than that Newgate specifically. There's still a lot of time before that, and there's a lot of factors that play into this right now, but that Newgate now for the rest of this turn is going to be 10,000 power instead of 12.
Yeah, it's probably worth noting for Paul here that if he decides to either block or counter, that there's more attacks afterwards that he has to take into account. So we are going to choose to counter out of it, because if we block too early, we could be playing into a thing like Divine Departure, like you mentioned, Jake, and we don't want to risk that when we know there's 2 more attacks. We want to save these blockers for when they can get us the most amount of value without putting them actually at risk.
So did 2K, 1K out of that with the Otama and Monkey D. Garp. Remember that Divine Departure, all you need is a Dawn attached to a Leader or character, and then you tap some additional Dawn to be able to minus 8,000 power. That is going to be 5 Dawn rested extra exactly, so it's 6 Dawn in total for that play.
Which I believe we have 7 and or 6 right now for Nathan. It's a little hard to tell from all the gold that's over there.
We should have 7 Dawn left as active, with 1 attached to each character and 1 that was minus back into the Dawn deck because of the Virgo effect. So this is a tricky spot, honestly, if you're Nathan right now.
Because Paul's kind of like not giving you the option to control board until it's too late.
Yeah, so definitely a tricky one right here. We'll see what the correct numbers are, especially with Leader. He may not even play a character at all right now. Maybe just continue to attach the Dawn onto these different characters and Leader, and then maybe leave a couple open for that aforementioned slow beam like you were talking about, especially that 2 Newgate blockers are now on the field.
Right, the biggest way to play around Slow Beam is by having fewer characters in play, but because Paul has plenty, especially big targets like those 10 drops, it'd be pretty ideal for Nathan to do so on the following turn, but that does maybe turn him off of playing things like Divine Departure this turn to actually control the board, which maybe he would prefer. Why rest something when you can get it off the board entirely?
Now, Paul knows that Nathan or Paul doesn't know that Nathan has slow slow beam in the hand. We just know from the fortune of our camera angle. Starts out with an 8,000 power swing with the Monet, is just going to go ahead and block with that 10,000 power Newgate. Does not give any additional information about the hand or anything like that. Still has Virgo and his leader to swing with. Baby 5 being a 1,000 power character is not traditionally something that a lot of people will swing with, so I don't think you necessarily need to worry about that, but is definitely an option in the later stages of the game, but Paul still has plenty of cards in hand.
I've been known to attach a bunch of Dawn to a 0 power character and swim with it. I'm sure something like that is not out of the question in the game of One Piece.
Sometimes it's the ultimate glory to go for game.
So here we see another 8K swing again, that magic number that you want to be fighting for. It demands a minimum of 2 cards out of Paul, and whenever you commit Dawn, you always want to try to get as much value out of your opponent's hand as possible, especially against a deck like Ace, which is known for just crowding a giant hand. And then we see another free block there. We've got the Virgo, no effect, 7 at the leader. We're going to demand a leader ability here, maybe a 2K. It's going to be the leader ability. Oh, no, yeah, that's an Atmos.
It's going to be a leader ability, right? To be able to minus 2,000 power on the Virgo to make that Virgo a 5,000 power character versus the Ace's 6,000 power stat line. So goes ahead into Ace's next turn. If he's got another 10-cost Newgate, could be very nice to play right now.
3 in a row,
right?
Crazy.
I mean, with a deck that draws so many cards,
it's
right,
not out of the
as
question.
Ace. Yeah, I've seen plenty of Ace players play all 4 Newgates down onto the field throughout the course of a long game. So he's going to go ahead for that 3rd Newgate like I was mentioning. And once again, we go into the draw 2 trash 1. We see a Cavendish there, right, from OP10, that Dressrosa alternate art. Pitched on the effect, right, because it is a brick in hand. You don't want to have too many of those. And now the 8,000 power swing. I think going at lead as of right now, but could maybe be swinging into some of these different characters. We see 2 Dawn left active that could be for slow slow beam to rest one of these characters, and is going to go exactly for that.
Slow beam, Dawn -1, we're going to get, I believe, a total of plus 4,000 power and the ability to rest, plus 2,000 power and the ability to rest one of our opponent's characters. We're going to rest that Newgate that was given the 2 active Dawn, but we still need a bit more counter out of Nathan here to stop this 8K swing.
Is going to have to be a 2K to go to 9,000 power, and that Usohachi SP is going to be the choice to get out of that. And now, just as past, doesn't want to swing with too many blockers, and Slow Beam just such a good card. Now, Paul only has access to 2 free blocks potentially within this turn.
Yeah, and Nathan still has plenty of attacks that can fight through these blocks, but he might need to commit to Dawn in the early turns, in the beginning of his turn, in order to kind of force the question of whether or not Paul is going to commit these blocks or not. And we still have a pretty big hand for Paul here, so even though there's a lot of attacks, I think the aggression is manageable.
Well, one thing that is still on the field is Baby 5, right? We didn't redirect any attack with Doflamingo's leader effect in the last turn, so effectively, we almost have 2 life right now as Doflamingo, right? Especially with that on KO effect of the Baby 5. So it's going to be curious to see how it progresses, but we're definitely hitting the late stages of this game. And he's thinking of attaching 1 Dawn and swinging another 6,000 power, or 8,000 power, I'm sorry, over at lead. But looks like, I think he's going with the Divine Departure right now, attaching 1 Dawn to Virgo, resting 5 additional 1. It's going to be minus 8,000 power to the Edward Newgate to make it a 4,000 power character right now, and he might just start swinging at it.
And now we can make it a minus another 2, making it only a 2,000 power character here. So if you're Paul, you do have a free block here, but is it worth trying to protect this versus your life? Tough call.
You do have a couple free blocks with the Edward Newgates, but honestly, at this point, especially when all these characters are base 6,000 and 7,000 power, you don't want to commit so many cards within your hand, so maybe you just want to give it up, right, and try to get these redirects into lead, or maybe try to stall as long as possible, right, with these different free blocks like we see right here on that one, to try to just not get as many swings at lead, because KOing a rested blocker is almost as if that blocker blocked.
Yeah. But it is worth noting, though, that that's also one of Paul's attackers. And like you said, Nathan has the potential of having 2 life on the following turn plus a redirect. So it might be hard for Paul to close out this game. And his hand's really big, but these attacks add up every single turn. And he's still losing card after card after card. So he is going to decide to give up that Newgate because it's a base power of at least 6K or more. We are going to get the leader draw here, even though it was reduced. And now Nathan only has 3 attacks left. One of them is against a 12K blocker, and he has very few Dawn to use to actually get to those numbers that he needs to threaten the hand of Paul. So here we're seeing once again the awkwardness of the stats on Nathan's side and how it lines up to the stats of Paul's cards.
But it's kind of interesting, right? He's kind of come to this like stabilization point, right? He doesn't need to play down characters. He's just trying to utilize this Dawn to get more and more power, and soon he'll redirect into Baby 5 to give him a quick heal. So after that free block on the Virgo is going to go with another 8,000 power swing with the Monet. Once again, like we talked about, just trying to get 2 cards out of Paul's hand with every single attack. So is going to use the Jozu. I think is going to go ahead with leader effect on Jozu and then an additional 1K, right, to be able to get out of that one. And now attaching the last on for a 6,000 power swing. I think both of those blockers should be rested. He's going to have to give a 1K out in there with the Yamato and now passing off the turn. Just getting a little bit ahead of himself there.
Nathan Paul's like, you're going to keep that Dawn up, right? He's like, no, I'm attaching and I'm attacking. He's like, oh, okay, here's a Yamato. It is curious to see Paul choosing to discard that Jozu there because that's a potential answer for the Baby 5 that's in play to kind of dodge that on KO effect. But so I'm a little curious as to why he didn't maybe value that. No, now I know why, because he had a 4th copy of 10-cost Edward Newgate in his hand. Oh, and that's correct. We do have the Virgo protecting the Baby 5.
Yeah, so that 4th 10-cost Newgate is going to be such a big deal, right? All of those blockers, but if you're Nathan now at this point, there's no more that can come, right? There's no more draw
Just the 4 that you've already gone up against.
Yeah, and reusing the Dawn. So is going to go ahead and do that. Is going to get 2 rested Dawn attached to leader, and the Newgate now swinging 10,000 power is going to go ahead and take the life right here. And now, I think if you're Paul, especially with the Goldie Roger in your hand, Goldie Roger is going to be such a huge card, especially if you can get Nathan down to 0. But the redirect on the next swing is going to go into that Baby 5 and the Dawn -1 with the on KO effect, getting him a life. And now with that other Newgate swing is going to go ahead and take the life, going back down to 0. Has 4 swings with his characters and 1 with leader potentially to try to win this game, but potentially like an 8-card hand on Paul's side.
But here we see Paul choosing to use his blockers to attack, only leaving 1 up into these potential 5 attacks with only 1 life. He's putting a lot of confidence in his ability to counter out of the attacks that Nathan has available to them. Does Nathan try to go for it this turn, knowing that if he doesn't, he might just be losing on the following turn?
Yeah, a bunch of different bodies. You were able to get a little cheeky with the Divine Departure to be able to get rid of 1 of the Newgates, but there's 3 more staring at you right now. We see another Baby 5 in the hand to potentially get him to heal, but I don't know if that would be enough to be able to save him at this point. Does still have, I think, no, it doesn't have a Divine Departure in hand anymore.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Goldie Roger only works if you're being blocked, right? Not if you're being redirected.
Yes, Goldie Roger, if you do not know, the OP09 secret rare is that 10 cost with Rush that says when your opponent activates blocker, if either you or your opponent has 0 life cards, you win the game. So if Nathan were to play like a Violet, for example, on this turn, and then Paul played the Goldie Roger and rushed in, if Nathan were to block hypothetically with that Violet, he would instantly lose the game.
And also, it just having Rush naturally might be good enough to kind of close out the game too, because we can go 6, 12, 12, 12, and then play a 13 afterwards.
Still got to go through Nathan's turn. Looks like he's going to opt for the Baby 5 once again to be able to ramp 1 with that on-play effect and go ahead and potentially heal 1 in the coming turns. Might try to feint up like a slow beam right on his side, and it looks like with, we are going to play another Divine Departure.
We did have 1 sneaky in there.
So did attach that 1 Dawn, and now Divine Departure onto this Edward Newgate is going to be minus 8,000 power. The Virgo yet again minusing it 10,000 power in total, and he's just going to let it go. He says, I'm not going to give up anything for that right there. And now Monet going in and swinging. There's no Dawn left open for Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Nathan, so you know that slow beam not going to be a factor, right? There's no Rosinante to be able to restand Dawn at the end of turn, and so countering out of that first swing, now going in with another Monet. Looks like he is going to pitch that Charlotte, putting there that 1K, and does not swing with the Virgo, just simply because, well, it could be free blocked.
That's right, because of the leader's ability. Oh, sorry, no, because of the blocker that was already in play. It is worth noting, though, that Nathan has kind of chosen a middle-of-the-ground here play, kind of going for board and threatening the hand, but still giving plenty of attackers on Paul's side that even with that potential, let's see, 1 redirect, plus 1 life gain. We need minimum of 3 attacks to connect as Paul. So we do potentially have a really cool survival line here for Nathan. We go for the redirect. We go for the gain life. Now we swing 12 here. Goldie Roger's still potentially in play in our hand as a 13K rush, which will be really hard to fight through if you're Nathan.
But if he just attaches all 2 leaders since that redirect on the leader effect, Nathan's going to have to get out of a 16,000 power swing. So looks like he is just going to go for that. I think he's got a pretty good shot. So 5,000 power leader says, I'm not going to be able to have it, and let's go to game 2.
Yeah, Paul on ace is our game 1 winner here in the One Piece Card Game Finals at Bandai Card Game Fest Las Vegas. And that was a grinder of a game 1. Both of these decks just doing the same thing over and over and over again. Paul playing Newgate after Newgate after Newgate, and our Doflamingo player going, I'm going to have this board on turn 4, and it's going to be the only board I have for the rest of the game.
It was definitely a wide and aggressive board, and now what we're going to see here in game 2, especially because over on the Doflamingo side, being the 19th seed within the bracket, he's going to be able to choose in this game first or second. In game 1, it was Ace that chose whether he wanted to go first or second in there. So Dofi going to get his priority curve in this matchup, right? Going second, it's going to give him a little bit of a better shot. And things looked good for a while for our Doflamingo player over in that game. But as you were talking about the big wall, the huge amount of card draw and value that you can get off of your characters and the amount of pressure that you can apply every single turn just went in Ace's way that time. But players going ahead, stacking up. We'll see. Looks like the Doflamingo player having Divine Departure, a Dellinger for the early game. Dellinger we didn't see in the early game. In the first game, we'll see if he decides to keep it.
2 notable things that were missing from our Dofi player was 10-drop Dofi and 8-drop Dofi. We never saw those cards come down as powerful removal tools / as cards that could help us, you know, build a board after having it be controlled. We basically just had our mid-range cards the entire game.
And especially with that 8-cost Dofi, like you mentioned, being an 8 costs 9,000 power stat line, and putting a character on board is excellent swarm potential to be able to apply pressure on every single swings. Think about it in that game, if he had, instead of a 6,000 power Monet swinging, maybe he had a 9,000 power Doflamingo, right? That's a lot more pressure. That's a lot more cards. So we'll see if we can see it in this game 2. Players keeping their hands.
All right, let's see how we decided to best out the curves. We did make the ace player go first, and we're starting off with the Otama for the draw 2 trash 1 because our leader has 3 life cards or less.
It's going to be a decent start, right? You more than likely want to see like Garp or Izo, I think, as your first search, but you can't complain at the end of the day.
Yep, and then we see us trashing that Gundam Red Rock. Once Virgo start hitting the board, removal is no longer going to be an option. May as well get these dead cards out of our hand as soon as possible.
So does play that Dellinger that we saw within the starting hand. We see a Rosinante in the hand, that 5 cost in Nathan's hand.
Yep, there is maybe an argument here if you're Paul to maybe not swing and give Nathan the free search, but I feel like when you have a 5-life leader, you got to get him down low and slow. The natural benefit you have of playing a natural base 5-cost leader is you technically work with more resources than normal other decks, but Ace is not a normal deck, unfortunately.
Just attaches 1 Dawn and passes the turn. Like you were saying, maybe opting not to swing to allow that free search on the Dellinger. Now that we're at 4 Dawn, we'll see if something like Sugar is played, even though Sugar can be removed easily by Ace within this next turn, potentially with an Atmos or something of the sort. Sugar at least is going to use that on play effect to ramp 1 Dawn, which is inherently very valuable.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, once Virgo hits the board, you never really care about what kinds of removals your opponent has, but most of the time, if they have a normal kind of removal like KO-based removal, this deck really loves it because you have so many good on-KO effects. But a deck like Ace, when the removal is relevant, it's really relevant because it dodges those on-KO effects.
So ending the turn, playing that 1-cost Sugar on the field, maybe getting a search within the next turn. That Atmos, like I mentioned, if he reveals 2 Whitebeard Pirates kinds of cards from the hand, he's going to be able to remove a 4-cost or less, and there goes that Sugar. Attaching 1, and once again, does not want to allow that free search for Nathan.
Yeah, I think Paul is recognizing how much advantage this Don Quixote Pirates engine represents for him, that he just wants to turn it off as soon as possible. But Nathan's like, fine, if you're not attacking, I'm going to use my 1-drop Sugar and get a search anyway. And if you're going to continue to not attack me, I'm going to do it again next turn, probably.
So this Sugar going in, looking at the top 5 for a Don Quixote Pirates type card, has 5 Dawn left, so, or actually is it 6 Dawn?
I believe we're at 6 because we ramped a turn before,
yes,
right? And we were on the going second curve, yeah.
Yeah, so ends up finding that Virgo, probably something we want to play down on the field right now, and is going to attach 1 and swing 6,000 power, add lead. Ace taking it and using leader effect to draw 1 card, going down to 2, and the Virgo as the priority option, as we've talked about in this matchup, goes off.
Yep, and I think now that we've gotten this set up, I think maybe the card that Paul was trying to keep Nathan off of was this Virgo, but he was able to get to it anyway. Now I think we can start attacking safely because there's a lot of threats we need to take care of, namely this Sugar. It's actually going to become kind of a big problem for him if it continues to stay in play unfettered.
Yeah, and thankfully you do have that Garp right here, right? 2,000 power to be able to swing at this Sugar. It's a lot to really give. I mean, it's not necessarily a lot to be able to keep it alive on this swing, but do you really want to give a card at this point to be able to keep this alive? But is going to go for the redirect into the Dellinger. So now with that Dellinger on the on-KO effect, re-ramps one rested Dawn, essentially making your leader effect for free and getting another search for a Don Quixote family kind of card. We see a 2K treble in that stack, also Dellinger himself. 8-cost Doflamingo, right? As we talked about, something that was missing last game. May go ahead and try to utilize it now.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm thinking about this. I really like this redirect here from Nathan because it essentially says if you want to get rid of the Sugar, it requires 2 of your attacks. Kind of reminds me of like the green Bonnie players whenever they have arrested Bonnie in play and you attack it. Thanks to my leader ability, it really costs 2 attacks. Really nice.
So I think is going for that 8. No, oh, maybe that's the 10-cost Dofi that's in hand.
Is it the one of him standing up? Yeah, that looks like the 10 cost to me too. The Don
-3. It's hard. They're both purple.
That's true. They're both purple and they're both Dofi.
Ends up going for the Dellinger instead, and now forcing the Ace to swing at the Sugar basically prevents any of those swings from going at life. And now using that Jozu to attempt to get rid of the Virgo. Virgo using his once per turn effect to be able to keep him on the field by Dawn minusing 1. Puts Dofi a Dawn back, right, to try to hold off as many Dawn as possible. And let's see what Nathan is going to do. Has that Rosinante in hand, has a 5-cost. I think I see a baby 5 in there and a Dellinger as well.
Yeah, we have 8 Dawn here as Nathan to work with, but we're going to start off with his lead swing of Virgo, maybe not trying to give up any information to our opponent. There's no need to Dawn minus because nothing's rested. We're going to go ahead and use the Marco here to counter out of that, or sorry, use our leader ability here. No, Marco's a 2K, so yeah, counter out of it. And then there's the 8-drop.
The 8-drop Doflamingo, right, being able to play a 5-cost or less Don Quixote type card from your hand onto the field is going to be perfect for this Rosinante. Rosinante with that effect on the on play of trashing an event card to draw 2 is nice filter. Try to find some different pieces, and at the end of turn, if you fulfill the Dawn amount requirement, you're going to be able to see restand 2 Dawn at the end of turn. It's perfect for a slow beam.
Yeah, and now you can see why we're talking about why this 8-drop Dofi is so important. It does what this deck wants to do, which is establish more of your Don Quixote pirates in play, but also is a gigantic body in and of itself, which is going to be very valuable for attacking at Paul's life. You know what? You want to know what's better than attaching 2 Dawn and swinging 8? Attaching 1 Dawn and swinging for 10 is a great example.
It's going to be nice to see on this defensive side, right, with the use of so many different counter events like Bullet String, like slow beam, like I was talking about, but now Ace going into his turn. See what he decides to do, Ryan. Does he have that I Am Whitebeard event to be able to play out the Newgate onto the field? Does he just want to play the Newgate out on the field?
We do know from his open deck list that he also plays the 9-drop Whitebeard from OPO2. It might not be the most useful one at this current board presence, but it gives him more options of cards to play when he does get to his I Am Whitebeards. It's a pretty tough call here because this board's really tough because you have to kind of swing into the Virgo, but what's cool about the Dofi leader is that if you commit any Dawn to try to get an attack that's a good number, like a 9 or even a base 7 if you're attacking with a weaker character, you can, Doflamingo can punish you for using those resources by swinging into something stronger or swinging into something that has a powerful on-KO effect.
Yeah, that redirect effect on the leader for Nathan is so powerful if you're not prepared for it. And you also got to think about with that 8-cost Doflamingo on the on-opponent's attack once per turn. When your opponent attacks, you can use that effect to tap 1 active Dawn to ramp 1 Dawn, allowing him to ramp within the game. And here comes that I Am Whitebeard on the 9 Dawn turn to play out Edward Newgate, that blocker that we've been talking about all day. Draw 2, trash 1, and is going to allow to attach 2 rested Dawn to both character and leader to be able to maybe pressure this Virgo or at life.
It is worth noting, though, that by doing it in this order, we are leaving ourselves open to the slow beams that we saw in the last game to maybe resting our 10-drop Newgate. And as we saw, Nathan can deal with a rested 10-drop Newgate very well thanks to cards like Divine Departure or Virgo.
Could rest the Nugate, could also rest the Jozu, right? The other attacking threat that's on the board. So is going to use that A-cost Doflamingo effect and now use the leader effect to redirect into light, force him to swing at lead to take one and go down to 4, as Paul has kind of been almost starving him in a sense throughout this beginning of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So Nathan's leader effect essentially read Don -1 draw a card, or sorry, Don -0 draw a card, thanks to the 8-drop Dofi giving it back to us.
Yeah, and that's why this combo is so strong when these 3 cards on Nathan's side get on the field. Allows for so many different moves and allows for so many different ramping potential and leaves that Jozu as active, right? Doesn't want any of these bodies to swing at it, says, you know what, I'll just pass it off to you.
Yeah, you want to force Nathan to kind of make his characters rested so you can swing into them on your turn, rather than give him the option to swing into your rested characters by attacking into his life and just like either letting him take it or playing into slow beams, which is just not what you want to be doing if you're Paul.
So now, I believe at 9 Dawn in total, is just going to start out with a 9,000 power swing at lead, and Ace goes ahead and takes it, using his leader effect to draw 1 card, just once again, giving him as many cards as, or to have access to as possible, you know, since Nathan does not have any hand disruption within this deck.
Yeah, and now Nathan has a question to answer, which is, am I okay with risking my characters of being swung at if I don't have any immediate answers for dealing with what's already on Paul's board? Because while Donkey Doflamingo can redirect to protect one of these characters one time, there's a lot of threatening attacks on Paul's side, especially if we have another copy of 10-drop Whitebeard, which, as we know, Paul loves playing.
And especially because he's got that 12,000 power character on the field, one of these attacks could just be free blocked, right? And give you no value whatsoever. So what are the correct numbers? There's a lot of time left within this untimed finals here in the One Piece trading card game, and I'm excited to see what Nathan does here.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting call on the dynamic of this matchup here and kind of how both players are fighting to maintain a board rather than build one, because they're both so good at building them. It's been really cool to watch.
So now goes with the 8,000 power swing at lead. Ace now going to use his leader effect to pitch that Marco for minus 2,000 power and a 1K out of it to get out of that attack, and still has that Rosinante to swing with. Is just going to go a bare 6. Now that the leader effect is gone on Paul's side, he's just going to go with some lower numbers, right? Since Ace runs so many different bricks in the deck without counter, may try to catch him without it, but just 1Ks out of that one.
I noticed that he didn't use the block on the Nugate, even though it was kind of free there. And now as Nathan, we get to ramp with the sugar to then give us the 5th Dawn we need to play the Virgo, and then at the end of our turn, Rosinante gives us 2 Dawn back that we can use for potential events or defensive plays. Now that's a pretty scary board there if you're Nathan.
Especially if you redirect into this sugar, right? Playing down another character on the field that we saw like the last game. Gonna be curious to see how Paul advances in this, right? That Atmos still a threat to attack, especially at leader as a 5,000 power character. And just hard playing that 10-cost Nugate is gonna draw 2 and trash 1 here before attaching the Dawn. Pitches the Marco a non-counter card within the hand and attaches the Dawn to leader and also Jozu, right? Leader now being 8,000 power and Jozu being 9.
You're now seeing the power of decks like Ace and like Emo. It's the consistency that they have to do these powerful plays game after game after game, turn after turn after turn. Nugate, Nugate, Nugate. So beautiful to see. We have the AK swing here going at our rested Rosinante character. What is Nathan going to do?
Gonna want to have to keep this guy alive, right? Especially because he's so good in synergy with your 8-cost Doflamingo and also gives you so much access to stuff like Bullet String and Slow Beam, as we were talking about earlier. Is gonna go ahead and 2K, 1K to go to 9,000 power, as that Rosinante is a 6,000 power base character, and still a couple swings that he's got to think about, right? Especially with this Jozu being 9 and the Nugate being 12, but potentially there's a redirect that could happen.
Yeah, and now if you're Paul, you're like, dang, I was trying to maybe bait out a redirect with that first attack. Since you didn't, you still have it in the back. Now going for these attacks seems like a risk, but we're going to go for the 9 into the Rosie, but Nathan can just redirect into his 9K Dofi, counter 1K to protect it, or redirect into the sugar, lose nothing, and play 1 card from hand. That's perfectly fine to have in play.
That's a lot of options here for you for the Doflamingo, and why this deck is so hard to pilot, right? It is so specific on Doflamingo's side. There's so many different options that you can use, and your leader effect is so important within games, being able to essentially nullify an attack, sometimes for your benefit.
You know, there is a world too where we can just redirect it to our leader again and get a free draw essentially off of our life. Seems pretty valuable here. I guess it depends on how likely you think it is for Paul to attack with the Nugate that's allowed to attack. If you're Nathan too, there's also maybe a consideration of maybe bluffing that you have slow beam and you're thinking about something to kind of like threaten Paul later on whenever we have 2-Don active. I don't believe he currently has one in hand, but Paul don't know that.
No, I think if he did have slow beam, he would have used it in the beginning of that first attack with leader and just done like a 1K counter after that to be able to proactively rest something like Jozu or the Newgate to make the decision even harder, but lets it go, does not want to give up 2Ks potentially, or even other cards to keep this alive.
And I do like Nathan's patience here of waiting to use his redirects on the most threatening attacks, the attacks that have the most power potential. Because if they're an easy result of like, I don't really care about this Rosie, I'm going to play something better on my next turn anyway, I'm going to get rid of it, I'm going to conserve my resources, conserve my life, conserve my really powerful characters in play while we're at it.
And so passing off the turn does not swing with that Newgate, means that no redirect happened within that turn. Still has a couple different threatening options with Virgo and that 8-cost Doflamingo at a full 10-Don turn right now. We'll see what he plays. Can't exactly tell what card he's put. It looks like he's put a 1-cost Sugar to the front.
I mean, that's pretty much any card in his deck.
So immediately going in and tapping that Sugar with that activate main of tapping itself and 1-Don to be able to search for a Don Quixote Pirates type character.
And I see a couple of options there. I see the Violet, which we saw last game, which could recycle things like our Divine Departure, which I believe is in the trash. Could also just give us an extra blocker that we could use to kind of stymie some of this aggression that Paul's representing. So we are going to choose to add it to our hand. We have the swing here with Virgo. We have the free Don minus here on the Jozu to make it a 5K. We're going to swing into it, demand some cards here out of Paul, but we're just going to get rid of it and get the free draw off of our leader because once again, Jozu's base power is 6,000.
And I think just similar to last game, right, you've got a couple Newgates on the field. You even have an Atmos on field that's just kind of sitting there hanging out with the rest of the guys, you know, the Whitebeard Pirates. Is going to go ahead and free block on that Doflamingo swing of 9,000 power with the Edward Newgate. Still a couple swings that Doflamingo has access to, and Nathan, and we'll see how he decides to play it out. If he wants to play a character on the field like that Violet that we talked about, or anything else, he's going to have to play over one of his own characters.
That's right, and that's where decks like the Doflamingo deck, which is very sticky with its board, can sometimes kind of struggle. We saw Nathan in the first game prioritize being like, you know what, I'm not going to play over my stuff. I'm just going to continue to have this board, and if you get rid of something, I'll replace it later. That didn't really work out for him in the first time, so maybe he wants to prioritize having as much pressure as possible. These Sugars, while they are very good, aren't exactly going to push the clock of this game any faster.
I would hope that he's not going to... It feels like he's just thinking about attaching the rest of this Don to Virgo. Okay, phew, I was going to say, that was going to be a lot of Don to attach to Virgo, but goes in with an 8,000 power swing, does not go in with the Virgo effect of Don -1 to be able to minus 2,000 power somewhere. Still has that blocker as well.
I mean, if you did attach all that Don to the Virgo, if you're Paul, do you just like counter out of it? Probably not, but like it would have been like probably 16 or 17 into the Newgate, so it's probably a reasonable thing for you to stop.
So is going to go with leader effect, pitching the red rock on this for minus 2,000 power and 1K to get to that 7,000 power after the minus 2,000 power put Virgo to 6.
Let me just say this, by the way. If Paul's MVP is Edward Newgate, Nathan's MVP is Virgo. This is definitely one of the most powerful cards in this strategy and what makes it such a viable option into the format right now, especially against decks like Emu.
Especially in this matchup. So with the leader swing, is just going to go ahead with the free block there and tons of Dawn left over for Nathan on his side. We'll see what he decides to do. If he plays down a character onto the field like that Violet that we were talking about, does not have that Rosinante to be able to restand Dawn at the end of turn like he did previously because it was KO'd. And just like that, playing down that Violet over the Sugar and passing off the turn.
Yeah, going for a nice conservative approach there. He does lose access to the continuous value of the Sugar, but it probably wasn't long for this world anyway. Getting the blocker there to further protect his board and his life seems pretty valuable. Nathan is playing for the long game right now, and I think it's rewarding him because he is slowly whittling down the cards that Paul has to do. But there we go, another Newgate. Is this the 7th Newgate that Paul has played in this match so far?
It's the 7th one so far, and the 3rd one of this game, or the 7th one of the set.
Of the set.
3rd one of this game. So he's going to pitch that Goldie Roger before attaching the Dawn. Is finally going to use Atmos potentially for a swing. Atmos with the 2 Dawn as a 5,000 power base character is going to be 7,000 power in total. Is now going to contest this Virgo.
I like going for the Virgos here because it's going to kind of reflect what Nathan's been doing, which is threatening, what Nathan's been doing to Paul. Paul's not going to be threatening Nathan's hand size or force the question on using the leader ability, and that gives him more reign over how he can choose to attack.
right? Because if you have 4 life, that's great, but if there are 3 12,000 power characters on the field, that
That's
4
not gonna
life
last that
may
long.
not, it may not feel like 4 life. So is going to go ahead and pitch a card, it looked like.
I think it was a. What
It's
is
the
that card?
10-drop Doflamingo alternate art. Was
So it was a Divine Departure
used?
for a 3K.
It looked like it.
Was what it was because we had 8 swinging into the Virgo. So I think that was perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, if you're Nathan, I do like the waiting to use the leader effect on the most powerful swings. But what that does is it gives Paul the option just to go pass because all of his most powerful attacks are blockers, so they're even more valuable when they're inactive versus when they're rest. So he doesn't need to attack with them to get value.
Especially when you have the Violet with that on KO effect as a blocker that you don't even need to redirect to with your leader effect, and then the sugar on top of that to where if you did want to redirect into that sugar and attack. So just good on the offensive side for Paul to kind of halt the train right here and just say, okay, let's just move into your turn. You're kind of in this situation now like you were last game where you're just kind of attaching Dawn everywhere and swinging away. I've got these 3 giant blockers, still 1 life and a healthy amount of cards in hand. Can you actually get past this?
Yeah, Paul is definitely recognizing that this is a different game than game 1. Nathan has his preferred curve, and he has a lot more of his preferred cards in this 8-drop Doflamingo, which does change a lot. And he's factoring that in, and he's changing his approach to this matchup, whereas Nathan is maybe leaving himself vulnerable to this kind of starving game plan that Paul is unlocking for himself.
Nathan only has about 3 cards left in hand, and again, like we were saying, 4 life feels like a lot until there's 12,000 power characters everywhere on the field. So starts out with an 8,000 power swing, attaching 3 Dawn to his leader. See if he decides to go at Atmos or decides to go at lead. I would assume. Ooh, actually, I don't know what I would assume.
It's a pretty tough call, right? Because either way, it's actually potentially still a free block. And if you don't have ways to threaten these new gates, they're like even extra free blocks because they might bait you into using a lot of resources into attacking one of them, but then the other one can protect that one. You know what I mean? So as long as Paul has access to 1 up new gate, like, it's going to be really tough for Nathan to threaten anything, let alone the life. But it was at life. We do take it, and we get the extra draw here as Paul.
Just going to give him another option, especially in this matchup when you have so many cards in hand. You're going to be able to decide when you go down to 0 a lot of times, right? Especially for things like Goldie Roger in there. But Goldie Roger, as we see in the trash right now, is going to go ahead with the 7,000 power swing, minusing 2,000 power, I believe, the Atmos and swinging at the Atmos?
I believe so, yeah.
So that Atmos is going to be a 3,000 power character. So just go ahead with the free block. Try to focus as many of these attacks as possible onto that Atmos, especially with only 2 reasonable attacks left on Nathan's side with the Don Quixote Doflamingo. You still have 2 12,000 power blockers. It's going to be tough to KO this Atmos.
Yep, and one card I want to call attention to is that Goldie Roger that's in our trash as Paul. That is a known one of in his deck list that both players are aware of, and now we are as well. That is not going to come into question. So even though he's at 0 life, this blocker Violet can still get plenty of value for Nathan throughout this game.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this develops. Nathan playing around with the Dawn, trying to think of the math. And this is a critical part of the game. I feel like this could soon be a turning point with Paul having this gigantic board, right? He's about to potentially play over an Otama for a 10-cost new gate, or maybe even a 9-cost new gate that we see in the hand back from OP02.
Yeah, but that'll give a big boost to his leader's base power and make it even harder for Nathan to do what I believe he's trying to do, which is threaten Paul's life total this turn by allocating enough Dawn to threaten the most amount of cards and maybe also threaten the blockers in the process. Here we have, I think that was just a 9K swing here from the 8-drop Dofi.
So 9K swing, we'll see where it's going. But just once again, like I was saying, a free block from the Edward Newgate, the big 12,000 power blocker, stopping that attack. And if Nathan wants to get past the last Newgate blocker, he's going to have to attach a lot of Dawn, at least maybe 3 of them to get to 10,000 power if he uses that when attacking effect to minus 2,000 power, the last active Newgate. But is that worth it?
Especially when Paul has plenty of cards in his hand. You know, normally when you have characters as gigantic as the 10-drop Newgates in the game of One Piece, it's kind of a failed experiment to try to attack into them and defeat them with power alone because it requires so many resources from you to try to hurt them and requires so little resources from your opponent to protect them.
We saw plenty of counter cards in Paul's hand, right? A couple 2K Jozu, some 1K Yamatos I think I saw as well. plenty of different counter options. I think even some 2K Otamas in there.
I mean, Paul's been able to sculpt his hand every single turn by playing new gate after new gate after new gate with the extra draws from the leader ace ability. We're seeing time and time again whenever this deck is on screen why it is one of the most powerful decks ever released in One Piece since OP13 and one of the best decks to play for this event. And Paul is an absolute master of it so far in this set.
And so this Virgo swing going in at the Atmos is going to use the effect on the Atmos as well and lets the KO happen. I think maybe with all the Dawn that Nathan has left over is kind of thinking about maybe Divine Departure, because if he uses Divine Departure, Violet is a 4,000 power character. Sugar has a little bit of power on it if you attach some Dawn, especially if you minus 8,000 power. Maybe try to swing in at one of these new gates, just get super aggressive, but just halts the train with all of that Dawn up and leaves it off to Paul into his turn.
Yep, and it is worth noting that because Paul's at 0 life, I think he's kind of telegraphing to Nathan that he's not planning on attacking with these new gates, but we're playing yet another new gate. It's the 8th new gate of the set, but this is a different one. This is the 9-drop new gate we were talking about on play. It's going to give plus 2,000 power to our leader until the end of our opponent's turn, and it also has a Dawn X2 ability when it attacks to get rid of a 4,000 power or less, which could answer that Violet, but of course it'll trigger its on KO effect, but it'll get rid of the blocker in the process.
Yeah, it releases another threat on the field of Nathan, so now he's just going in 9,000 power. So what do you do now if you're Nathan? If you use your leader effect to redirect somewhere, these new gates could start swinging and clearing your board with only so few cards in hand right now.
Yep, we are going to use the leader ability. We are going to redirect. It's going to be to the Sugar, so we are losing a character, but we're going to get one back in the process. But like you said, Jake, that does unlock some more options for Paul to attack into. But he is at 0. Can he really afford to attack with his blockers here? If it's in the process of getting rid of characters, I would say they're essentially doing their job, you know?
I think it's kind of a tricky spot, actually, because especially a Monet comes onto the board as 6,000 power character, but is potentially going to go with 1 at this point. Again, does have a lot of counter in hand, right? He could kind of threaten Nathan to try to go in for lethal and try to bait it, and so swings with that first new gate is going to go with the on-KO effect of the Violet blocker to get Divine Departure in the hand.
Okay, and now that we have a currently rested new gate and only 2 blockers remaining but 5 attacks, that Divine Departure is going to be more than enough to maybe threaten Paul's board. But did we see Paul maybe consider attacking with his second new gate? I'm not sure that's a safe attack.
I don't think Paul is really threatened at all. We see, I think there was like 4 or 5 2Ks.
And we are an 8K-based leader, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be 8,000 power, so outside of that 8-cost 9,000 power Doflamingo, Nathan's going to have to commit Dawn to be able to even swing at him if he wants to.
And a lot of Dawn to maybe even threaten the life. So I guess I do kind of like pushing the board here for Paul, because also if you think about it, like if a new gate takes out one of Nathan's characters, it's essentially blocking that attack for the following turn, because the purple Don Quixote deck has a lot of things, but I don't believe Rush is one of them.
And one of the things that you can do is potentially swing this new gate at the 8-cost 9,000 power Doflamingo.
Yeah.
You know that Divine Departure is in the hand, but with the 3,000 power difference between those two, would have to command multiple cards in the hand, and with only a 3-card hand, it would be everything in his hand if he decided to keep this alive. So how much value do you put into this 8-cost 9,000 power Doflamingo, and what is he going to do? Again, so many cards in Paul's hand. I genuinely don't think he's afraid of losing on this clapback.
Yeah, I definitely could see it, especially because we're threatening the characters and not going for life. If he was just blind swinging life with these characters, maybe we would be playing a bit risky. But we are going to be using Nathan's entire hand to protect this 9-drop, and Paul's like, okay, I'm going to use my final attack to get rid of it. You have 4 attacks, 1 card in hand, and I have a giant hand. Even if you go the full 17 on Virgo, I think he's telegraphing I can stop it.
Well, here's the thing, because of the Dawn minusing that we did as well, Nathan's only at 9 Dawn, so it would actually be a 16,000 power swing, which as an 8,000 power leader on this turn is going to make it very, very difficult for Nathan to be able to try to get lethal, but especially with 4 life and a potential redirect that you could do, you could survive in the turn, right? If you just kind of go like all in with leader to try to get as many cards as possible to hold the characters, and I don't think that's a great idea, but that is something that you can do. Goes ahead and swings with Virgo. 8,000 power now at lead. No blocker, so is going to have to be a card out of
It is
Paul's hand.
16,000 power. That's all 9
Oh, he attached
Dawn.
all the Dawn. I'm sorry.
It's one stack, though.
Stack, yeah. So here we go on the counter. Used leader effect in 3 2Ks so far, I believe.
That's 15, I believe, then, total. No, that's 8, so that's 16. So we need 1 more card, I believe. 1 more counter.
Has plenty of that in hand. We saw the Otamas and things like that. We saw the Yamatos in there as well. Maybe just trying to decide which is the best card to get rid of, and it's going to be Yamato to get out of that attack, putting for the leader effect 2K, 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 and 1K.
Yep. You know what? In terms of plays Nathan could do, making our opponent get rid of 5 cards out of the hand is a pretty good one because, like you said, I think Nathan does have time to take a turn off here and just threaten Paul's hand because, once again, Paul's in a sticky situation where even if he attacks with these new gates, the best place he's going to go is face, and that just unlocks more resources for Nathan, which he desperately needs right now.
So he is going to go for the Monkey D Garb. Go ahead and look through the deck for a 3-cost or higher. It is going to be that Yamato there. Yamato going to be a nice card to draw, and immediately is going to play, just going to refill that hand that we dumped earlier in the last turn.
Just get it all back and get that Dawn on our leader turn on all those really powerful effects. We still have, I believe, 4 Dawn in the back here. I definitely want to see Paul threaten this Virgo because basically no matter what, we're going to have a redirect happen this turn either to the life or to the characters. And then we have a free, I believe the original new gate is 10 base power. No, 11, I think. 11 or 10. It's going to be plenty big to threaten the Virgo.
It's going to be guaranteed to get rid of it, even with a redirect that happens. So with that first leader swing, is going to be able to knock that out on the 7,000 power. Now going in at life, the first life taken, the second life taken right here. We'll see how far he decides to pressure, right? There's a couple swings, especially because he's back down to a 6,000 power character. You do actually have to worry about the 2 bodies that are on Nathan's side of the field. So you don't want to get too carried away, but give you good setup to be able to go for lethal in the next turn.
I'll give you 1 counter out of a 16K attack. I wouldn't give you 2. 2 is a little hard to stop.
And especially as 12,000 power characters, if he decides to jam in with a big swing, right, it's a little bit easier to counter on a 12,000 power base character than it is with a 6,000 power leader.
Almost exclusively.
So still has 4 Dawn left to work with right now if he wants to go aggressive. I don't think you need to attach Dawn anywhere at all. As the ace on the new gates, the Yamato can swing because the Yamato does not have rush, but I don't know. What could the best play be? Maybe even playing over right now on this Yamato
for another
with
blocker.
Marco. Yeah, just another blocker that is going to potentially be able to draw 3 cards, right? So is just going to wall up on the defenses. I don't know how Nathan's going to be able to penetrate this.
Yeah, because basically we can stop any big wombo swing you go for this turn and draw 3 cards in the process, while also maintaining a gigantic board presence that, even though you've had 4 life for the longest time, as we said, once these 10 or 12K attackers start flying, it's not going to last very long.
And so here we go, just spreading out the Dawn, trying to think about maybe the numbers on what to swing. Got to put yourself in the best position possible if you can't win this turn to try to survive in the next turn, or even just go for lethal. What's the best numbers for lethal with the characters? Starting out with the Usohachi is going to be able to rest that Marco, right? Because we are both at 8 or more. Dawn now goes in with the Virgo, an 8,000 power swing. Once again, just going for the 8s. Starts out with the free block here. Another 8,000 power swing with the Monet as another free block, and the rest going in with Doflamingo is going to be leader effect and 2K on the 9,000 power swing to go and get out of that attack. Now Nathan passing off the turn, and we'll see if Paul gets in.
Yep, with the 1 redirect we essentially have 3 life cards total, but we have 5 gargantuan attacks. Maybe, sorry, 6 gargantuan attacks here for Paul that could close out this game. We have 1 new gate coming in, that's 1 life card. We have a second new gate coming in, that's 2. And here we have another new gate. We're gonna redirect that attack. And we're gonna redirect it back to the leader. And we're gonna, Nathan's gonna use as a leader effect to redirect to the leader for a game, making Paul, piloting ace, your winner of Bandai Card Game Fest Las Vegas. I got a little confused there for a second, sorry.
I love the ending between these 2 players, right? You know, we talk about that there's high stakes within this, you know, being crowned the Bandai Card Games Fest champion, but having fun along the way, even though Ace was able to win 2-0.
Yep, like I've always said, these finals are already a good outcome for both players, but thanks to Paul getting that victory, it's now a great outcome for him, being that he is now our one-piece card game champion this weekend. Beautiful to see. And also, I do find it kind of poetic that the Dovi players like, no, I decide my own destiny here. You're attacking me because I said so.
Kind of is a little bit of flavor, you know, when you talk about just having fun alongside with friends. Because, again, at the end of the day, this is a game, right?
Yep. And I believe in the course of 2 games, we saw 8 new gates. 7 of which were from OP13 and 1 of which was from OP2. Quite the beautiful sight to see, I think.
Yeah, I've heard that those two characters have a lot of synergy with each other, right? Especially with that Whitebeard Pirates trait. Definitely go hand in hand.
Yep, definitely a beautiful matchup to see. One that was more grindy than I was kind of expecting, you know. Kind of the trickery of the Don Quixote Pirates and the massive advantage was beautiful sight to see. But Paul, with the advantage king himself, Ace, was able to take it down.
Yep, we've crowned our UA champion, our Gundam champion, our Digimon champion, and our One Piece champion all today. What a fantastic weekend, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely had a great blast. Then just, again, the card advantage at the very end is really the spotlight. So I know what everyone's waiting for, though, the final trophy ceremony for today. So we're going to take a short break to get the stage set up and showcase our top 3 that are going to represent North America for the World Championship. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It is time for the One Piece Card Game Award Ceremony. I am your true champion, Steven. Some people call me Steven, and I'm joined by...
My name is Jake. You could also call me Atrocious, whichever you prefer.
And we have the pleasure of introducing the global producer for the One Piece Card Game, Waka-san, to assist us with the award ceremony.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, keep it going.
Hi everyone, I'm Wako. It's a pleasure to meet all of you today. Shun, our English version producer, couldn't make it today. So instead, I'm here as a global producer. Thank you for the incredible battles. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Waka-san. So now it's time to bring out our top 3 players.
It is my pleasure to welcome our third place player piloting Red Green Luffy, Rico. So Rico, real quick, I know you've been playing this deck for a long, long time. How does it feel to break through and get a Worlds invite now with this deck?
Feels amazing, just like all the work paid off, and I'm so thankful for all the support I've gotten.
I know you had like all of Europe cheering for you. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Appreciate all of them.
Thank you so much again, Rico, and congratulations on your third place finish.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now can I please have on the second place finalist, Nathan, piloting Don Quixote do Flamingo from OP14. Oh my goodness. Congratulations, my friend. How does it feel piloting the purple string man himself into the finals?
Oh, it feels great. A little tired from 3 days of LCQ, day 1, day 2, but here I am, and it worked out, so we're good.
What'd you place in the LCQ?
I forget, top 32.
Okay, good enough to make it in. Well, thank you so much, my friend. You can go and wait right here. We're going to do one big final ceremony in the end. But I want to introduce our champion of the NA Card Fest here for the One Piece Card Game, Paul, piloting Red Blue Ace. Congratulations, my friend. You, alongside our friends right here, are going to be going to Worlds in Japan to represent North America. How does that make you feel?
It's surreal. Like, it feels like I'm dreaming. Like, I don't know when it's going to kick in, but it's amazing. I love One Piece, and it's the best card game I ever played. And I think everybody that made the game, everybody that plays the game, my friends, I love them so much. They're cheering me on, and I wouldn't have played One Piece without them. So it's our trophy, it's not just mine.
Well, thank you so much. You seem like a great bastion of this card game. I'm looking forward to watching you play some more. Go ahead, step right here and look at that trophy. If I could have all players go ahead and raise them nice and high together. These are our North American finalists that are going to Worlds. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. All right, and with that, I think we are done with this award ceremony. Let's go ahead and send it off to our casters to end the stream off proper and call an end to Card Fest.
And welcome back. Here we are one last time in the caster booth. We have now Aspira and UniX joining us to close out the day. And, we're just going to do a final recap, some announcements, what to look forward to at Worlds. But let's talk about what our favorite moments were. So, Aspira and Uni, let's just start with Gundam while we're at, since you're both joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on Gundam's side, we saw some marvelous gameplay, some huge tempo plays on both sides, and we saw the impact that Link plays had on the game, going in with the Amuros and the RX-78s. We saw it from the Sword Strike alongside utilizing Kira. So a lot of positions where we saw so many tempo swings of a game going one way, with players being able to take that moment, breathe it in, and bring it back to clutch for like a Game 3 position, which was super exciting to see in that area.
Yes, and when it comes to the top 8, we did see a saturation of, Tekken, which is cool because I think Iron Blooded Orphans is awesome. Me personally, when it comes to this weekend, I just think back to the original commercial for the announcement of the Gundam card game, them announcing there'd be a world stage in its very first circuit, and just being here at the North American Finals. This game sprouted up quick. It's been massively popular, and it's just been so cool to see it already taking off like this competitively. So for me personally, it's one of my favorite IPs of all time, and I am super excited to see where it goes. The announcements, the gameplay, the amount of people here just willing to play, watch Gundam. Love it.
Yeah, and of course this was the first GDO3 tournament,
yes,
which opened up, aggressive strategies tend to do well in a new format. So we saw how well purple-blue did here. Notably, we saw control decks like blue-white kind of missing off on top cut. But we do have other decks that made it into that top 8. So clearly the deck is beatable now that we have a known quantity of the type of cards people are playing, the type of text people are playing. This gives control decks more opportunity to be able to skew their deck lists to account for the matchup. So I think it'll be very interesting to see now that we evolve past this and go into once the World Championship happens and into the regional season, how players will adapt. New type challenges are currently happening in store throughout the next couple of weeks. And it'll be interesting to see how people take inspiration from this North American finals and see how the people want to combat blue-purple and take that into the next couple of weeks of competitive play.
Yes, this being the, I'm so sorry. I was just saying, this being the first tournament for GDO3, we now have the established baseline. And now, as you were saying, the control decks now know what they need to control. And so we're going to see a lot of this format shift, and I already cannot wait to get to my new type challenges now that everybody's seeing all these blue-purple decks roaming around. This is going to be fun.
And you were talking about how Gundam had such a big weekend and all the great announcements, but we also had Gundam Assemble here this weekend, which was really exciting. Players finally getting their first hands on the game, checking it out, and seeing a lot of the miniatures come to life and kind of that battle structure that they had. And I know there was not all the cards were finished. It was still kind of like an early showcase, but I've heard a lot of great feedback about it so far. So for all players who love Gundam, I think there's definitely a lot more to look forward to in this next year. Of course, leading up to Worlds will be really important, but then also just with Gundam Assemble around the corner, a lot more to celebrate the Gundam IP overall. And, we also had Union Arena, which I was really excited about, and Red Kenshin and even Galleon at the very end. So, Div, let's talk about this this interesting top 8 that we had a showcase of.
I know. It was a very interesting top 8. We had Red Kenshin, Purple Eva, very Purple Eva dominant, but you could clearly see the two IPs reigning top. We did have a surprise third place Red Eva, right? After winning the finals in Japan yesterday, coming third here. Absolutely amazing showcase by Joey. And we did see Seth and Edward fight it out in the finals. Great matchups. Over the LCQs, we saw Eva being super dominant in the LCQs, right? We saw a couple of Xenons or Minas here and there, but Eva was the driving force throughout LCQs. But coming into Nats, Kenshin really stepped up their games, and Kenshin really battled it out with all of the Eva decks. Even our final game, we had Kenshin take over and still showed, as you were saying earlier, that I am still the big boogeyman of the room. Right, so it was really cool to see. Definitely Red Eva, definitely a surprise. I really wanted it to do well. We also had Yellow Eva. It's very rare that a set has 3 different decks that have really performed well and have come to the top 8. But this is only the beginning of Union Arena. You got a chance to showcase and reveal some things today about the Union Arena panel, right? So that we're very excited about. The next 6 to 8 months of Union Arena are super exciting. Yes, Gundam is exciting, but Union is even more exciting.
Yeah, getting Gurren Lagann was great, but of course a lot more announcements to come with Union Arena as well. And it's definitely one of those games, I think a lot of it is, Evangelion was popular, don't get me wrong, but it's always one of those people just want to play with the new titles as they come out, or there's just new players joining the game as their favorite IPs finally get in. So I think that definitely played a role for this event in particular, since Evangelion literally just launched. It was our most recent one, as well as Sword Art Online Volume 2. But a lot more fun releases to look forward to. I know Time God Reincarnated as a Slime is really popular. I know there's a lot of people excited for 100 Girlfriends. And then again, for me personally, Gurren Lagann is going to be really sick. And also, Inuyasha, we just got the Shishimaru, Lord Shishimaru promo, the SR 2-star version from the Japan stream. That looked really sick. So that is one that I'm very excited about. But of course, we also had One Piece, which we had just saw on stream with the Red Blue Ace and the Purple Dofi in the finals there at the very end. And that was a really exciting tournament to watch. And this was a big one all weekend long. And, for me, as someone who hasn't been playing One Piece since I go all the way back to the very first couple sets, but I really love getting to watch Emu pop off this weekend. Watching all the elders come together and all those amazing alt arts that they had was such a big weekend. And of course, as I mentioned, I want to give a huge shout out there again to Everyday Clutch being your champion on Red Blue Ace. I know that was a big one coming into this weekend a lot of people were excited about. And then, of course, Mihawk, for those that caught the Day 2 breakdown, was the most popular deck, but didn't make it to the last couple rounds. It was really just the big story with Ace for taking it all down. And then, of course, to round things out, we also have Digimon, which wrapped up just before that as a very exciting place as well. So I know a lot of players were really excited for it. That was like the most hype game. Now, I was back here, so I couldn't listen to One Piece, but man, when I was behind the booth and just people like clapping it up for Digimon, there were some really exciting moments that we got to see. So I know Hootie was definitely the pick for both Neighbor and DigiPanda yesterday. We were talking about the early predictions, but of course we did have Jacob take it down the entire event and some really nice spread. So I gotta say, I gotta give it up to Digimon of just having a really great looking top 8 just from an overall spread perspective. And of course, as the other games kind of mature and get a deeper card pool, much like we'll see with Gundam as more sets come out, of course we'll have even more diverse top 8s to look forward to. So I've had an absolute blast casting all weekend long and getting to showcase all the games and celebrate just all the wonderful Bandai IPs in total. So again, any final thoughts here? I know we have a couple more announcements, but anyone else want to jump into thoughts about the One Piece or Digimon? I know that because you guys got a chance to watch it as well.
Yeah, I think we saw games with a lot of exciting back and forths, a lot of skillful decisions, and we saw, with Digimon, you have the depth of strategy of the ways that people are manipulating their resources, the inheritables, the effects, and going back and forth there, and very similar pace with the One Piece where we saw Ace at 0 life for 3 or 4 turns. It's just how can we mount an attack to bring it together? So I think we saw a huge amount of skillful play. And something I want to remind everyone at home is that skillful play isn't done. These are all players that you are going to see once again at the World Championships, and please support those players, give them your spirit energy that they'll need to move forward. I think that's super exciting to look forward to.
And realistically, just going to these events where you have so many different card games all at the apex of their competition until the world stage, with everybody duking it out, there is no better place to get that competitive spirit. Everybody has come here with their testing, their deck builds, everybody's here with their A game. Everybody wants to win, everybody wants to be champion, and you were seeing some of the best players making the best plays at the best stage right before Worlds. So I think it's just awesome. It's a great feeling to be here and see all that. Even when you don't play the games, you're always seeing so much cool stuff.
Yeah, and so we have the World Championship, of course, to cover here. So, Aspira, any thoughts there? And I know you're getting excited for Gundam, and so I'll just let you kind of take this one. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we do have the World Championship to look forward to. Once again, a lot of first, second, third, and in some position fourth place players will be moving on to the World Championship in Tokyo, happening March 14th and 15th at the Bandai Namco American Studio. So this will be live streamed across the globe for the One Piece card game, the Digimon card game, and the Gundam card game. So if you guys want to see the crowning of the World Championship, and don't forget to cheer on your area finalist champions in this tournament, you guys will not want to miss it. And for our Dragon Ball fans, April 18th to 19th in LA at the Shrine Auditorium and Expo Hall. Both Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters and Fusion World will be having their World Championship happening on this stage. You guys will not want to miss it. This will also be live streamed over there.
Yep, so just a quick reminder to give you all the details. Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2026 is coming to Los Angeles live at the Shrine Auditorium and Expo Hall on April 18th and 19th. This year's Battle Hour brings you an amazing lineup of games, including Sparking Zero, Fighter Z, Xenoverse 2, Dokkan Battle, Legends, Gekishin Squadra, and the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Series, with a ton of activities happening on site. And of course, we'll have special stage programs, booth experiences, and big announcements and new reveals that you won't want to miss. If you can't be there in person, don't worry. The entire event will be streamed live on YouTube on the official Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour channel. So mark your calendars, get ready for 2 days of pure Dragon Ball excitement, and don't forget to tune in. And here's something extra for everyone attending today. If you follow the official Battle Hour X account, you can receive an exclusive Battle Hour pin badge at the event. So lots to look forward to for Dragon Ball here at this upcoming event.
Yes, absolutely. And it's just so much fun to see the encapsulation of everything, right? Battle Hour to World Championship here. Here, the World Championships happening for the One Piece card game, Digimon card game, and the Gundam card game, all of which you get to watch along, and you just feel that energy. I felt a little bit of that this weekend when we were able to catch some of the Japan finals. I'm sure the viewers at home were feeling a lot of that as well on their side, watching the crowning of the North American champions here.
Yep, and then we also have some prizing to dive into for the World Championship as well. So we had just mentioned for Digimon card game again. Look at this beautiful playmat and gold card in that Digitex format. I love the way that this pops out. I mean, this is, anytime you have that black and gold foiling, I'm a sucker for it. I think it's like absolutely beautiful. But of course, second place and third place has a nice silver and bronze finish as well for Digimon. And I believe we have some more showcasing for the World Championship prizes. So next, going into One Piece, Uni, let's talk through One Piece.
All right, so going into the One Piece World Championship prizing, we have this crazy kingly Luffy Dawn. We have these Gear 5th sleeves as well as the mat. And honestly, once Gear 5th gets into the mix, the colors, the expression of the art goes crazy. These are going to be treats for anybody who loves the series. And then you have the first place, second place, and third place prizing. Once again, sporting the bronze, silver, and gold, depending on where you place. But again, Gear 5th Luffy cocking back the Conqueror's Haki-infused punch. It is a spectacle, and I know people are going to be excited to get this.
Yeah, it is a serialized 1 of 1, but moving on, we do have the Gundam card game with the World Championships being on March 15th, and we're going to be talking about some prizing. Sparrow, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. The World Championship for Gundam is going to be the inaugural World Championship. It's always exciting to have the first one here as we see the gold, silver, and third place RX-78. And participation will have the beautiful silver-trimmed Charge Zaku 2 with that World Championship stamp, that finalist stamp. I mean, Div, these are absolutely
I know. I really want to play. I would play Gundam just to get those cards, just to get to the stage, just to get that Sharazaku in my deck. Absolutely amazing card. Beautiful. Every finalist is going to love this, and I love that Bandai is doing this for all their finalists. So everyone, please support your players. Watch the streams live. We're so excited for them. All of these champions were crowned this weekend. They will be traveling to Japan to play in the World Championships, and we cannot wish them any more than the best of luck for their competition.
Yeah, there is a lot to look forward to. And while this is going to close things here from the North American chapter, of course, there's so many of these world tournaments to look forward to. And we all want to cheer on those that are coming from North America. Of course, bring those trophies home if we can for all the various games. And, you know, one of the last things we want to mention here is giving a huge shout out to all the players who participated in the events this weekend across all of the games, because we love talking about the card games. We love celebrating them here with you as well. And none of that is possible without people coming out, celebrating the IPs, and really enjoying everything that Bandai Card Game Fest has to offer. So if you weren't able to make it to this one, we do hope to see you in a following event. Of course, the next season is going to be starting just around the corner, and a lot of the games even got a Wave 1 and Wave 2 added. So even more times that you can play and qualify for this big championship event at the very end. But that is going to do it for us today in the caster booth. So on behalf of myself and all the wonderful caster talent that we had here, thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. We hope to see you next time at the Bandai Card Games Fest next season. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.